And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, a big night ahead of us. And I'm not totally sure how this is all going to go. I have decided to bring the MAGA hoodie out for a Cobra Cast. I previously said that I wasn't going to wear this again on Cobra Cast until Election Day. But the Joe Rogan experience with the 45th and soon to be 47th President of the United States of America just dropped. And it's going to be a wild one. It's going to be a wild one. I need to be clear up front. I don't know if I'm going to get hit for this. I am live on Rumble. I am live on Twitter. I am live on Kick. And I am live on YouTube. This is going to have to be a transformative video. So if you're looking to watch the Joe Rogan interview with Donald Trump in its entirety, you need to go over to the Joe Rogan Experience YouTube channel. I'm going to be pausing. I'm going to be commentating. I'm going to make this transformative. That has to happen, or I will not. This stream won't stay up. It's that simple. So anyway, yeah, this is going to be a wild one right here. And so we shall see. But I'm ready to jump right into it. I hope all of you are ready to jump right into it. The video is not there. A lot of you are telling me the video is not there. The link to the video still works. I did go over to Joe Rogan's YouTube channel, and I don't see it either. And I'm not really sure why. Let me see. Joe Rogan. So let me type Joe Rogan Trump. Wow. It is gone. Like, it's not there. Jay with $100 MAGA red bomb and says thank you. Look at that. Drunk 3PO. Yeah, man, it's not showing up on his YouTube channel anymore. I don't see it. Videos, live, popular. It's not there. Wow. I'm literally looking at it right here on my phone, and it's not there. But I'm on his YouTube channel. So yeah, if you do have the link, you can still watch it. So here we go. We're about to do this right now. It's unlisted. Check Discord. It's unlisted. That's wild. Go to the podcast section. It's in the playlist. Okay. Well, I have it right here. So we're about to get into this. Again, I'm going to make this transformative. All of your super chats will be read in its entirety. I have a major headache right now, but I am not going to worry about that. Who gives a shit? I'm just a low-tier YouTuber, and we're going to power through, brothers. So here we go right here.
Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night, all day.
All right, we're rolling. Good to see you,
Let's
sir.
go.
Here we go. One of the things I wanted to talk to.
This is crazy. We got Trump and Joe Rogan. What?
You about. I wanted to play this, but we decided we shouldn't play it because it could get copyright strike, and we don't want to get the episode. We don't want anybody to have any sort of a way to get it down.
Sure.
Well, Joe, you're speaking my language because I'm worried about you hitting me. Okay.
But it was the episode of you when you were on The View. And I think it was 2015 or 2006, like when you were running for president.
Right.
And you got introduced as our friend Donald Trump.
That's right.
Whoopi Goldberg gives you a big hug and a kiss. Joy Behar gives you a big hug. Barbara Walters gives you a big hug. They all loved you. They were all talking about how you're you might be conservative in your financial positions, but you're very liberal socially. They were talking about you in such a favorable light. The audience was cheering. And then you actually started winning in the polls, and then the machine started working towards you.
Yeah.
But there's probably no one in history that I've ever seen that's been attacked the way you've been attacked, and the way they've done it, so coordinated and systematically. When you see those same people in the past very favorable to you, like Oprah, when you were on Oprah's show?
Very.
She was encouraging you to be
Last
president.
week, I did one of her last shows. I think maybe Thursday or Friday. That was a big deal, being on Oprah's show, the last one. And I was like one of the last shows in that final week. And I said, boy, we've come a long way since that.
What was it like?
Well, the concept, it was really like two different lives. You know, I had a very wonderful life, but I wanted to do this. The Apprentice was still going very strong. We had 12 seasons, and we had actually 14 seasons, 12 years over. They had a couple
Well,
of
they
them.
canceled The Apprentice when you were running for president, correct?
No, they had Arnold Schwarzenegger do it. I was involved in that, and I had enough of it, and we did great. It was doing great, but they wanted.
Trump is 100% locked in. He's well rested. And one of the things that we've seen recently, and a lot of Trump's critics have been complaining about this, is saying, oh, well, he seems tired. Yeah, he's tired because he's running nonstop. So, of course, he's tired. Of course, he's exhausted. But he's on point right there. Like, this dude is on point, locked in. This is going to be a good episode. If you're just tuning in, this is the Joe Rogan podcast with Donald J. Trump, the 47th president and the 45th and soon to be 47th president. By the way, if you tell me to stop pausing, I'm just going to pause even more. So you're an idiot if you think that I can play this without pausing. So you are retarded if you think that you're going to come to another channel and watch me reach to just stream somebody else's content. So I will then pause every time you tell me to not pause, so I can make this transformative and roast your stupid fucking ass. Okay? So remember that. Every time you say don't pause, I'm going to fucking pause. Okay? I don't know if you're new here, but ain't no bitches around here. Okay? Got that? Let's go.
Wanted me to stay. They all came to see me. They said, we're going to give you a contract. They wanted to extend my contract. Mark Burnett is a great guy. Then they wanted to extend the contract. Mark said, you're crazy. Don't run. No. Nobody gives up prime time, they said. You know, it's one of those little things, which is probably.
I checked to see if I was muted. Damn you, chat. I had to check to see if I was muted. And I knew I wasn't muted.
True.
Nobody gives up prime time, though, for being president?
For running against 20 some odd people, you know, it turned out to be 18 professional people, you know, mostly politicians. They said, who would do this? I mean, it's a long shot. Actually, the heads of NBC came over, the Paul Telegny, all the top people came over to see me, try and talk me out of it, because they wanted to have me extend. The Apprentice was doing well. So it was 14 seasons. It was 12 years. We had 2 seasons where we had a double, which rarely happens. It was just a hot show. And I said, you know, I want to do this. What happened is previously, like 4 years before that, they did a poll. They had Mitt Romney, and somehow they put me in a poll. And I blew everybody away. I blew him away, which isn't that hard, frankly. But I blew everybody away. And I said, that's interesting, because I never really gave it that much real thought. I thought about it, but never real thought. But I saw these polls were very good. And so I was thinking about doing it then, but I had a contract with The Apprentice. Plus, I was building 2 big buildings at the time, and I wanted to make sure they got finished up properly. And it was one of those things. The kids were just sort of getting involved. They're very.
Thank you for the reminder, chat. So again, this is President Trump. He was in Texas today. He was rocking the gold tie at his press conference earlier, and now he is on the Joe Rogan Experience. 3 hours. Jack Posobiec said it's a 10 out of 10 episode on the Joe Rogan Experience. Also, I don't mind, mods, if we do have a link to this, because if people want to go watch the entirety of the show on Joe Rogan's channel, I have no problem if our mods want to drop those links. Okay, I have no problem. So feel free to drop those links for people that don't want to see my stupid ass talk over it. I totally understand. And by the way, if I were you, I wouldn't want to hear me talk anyway. I'd want to hear President Trump and Joe Rogan. So I do understand that. Okay, so there we go.
Very capable kids, but they were getting involved early on. So I did that. I got them done. I had some very good successes. And I came on, and then I thought about it for the next one after the Romney disaster. And I ran and I won against Hillary. It was quite an experience, but it was a different life, because you're right, The View, I was on The View many, many times, and they loved me.
Just the way people would talk. I mean, even if people had criticisms about you, people that didn't like you, there was always feuds and stuff like that. But the reality was, the thing turned on you when they found out that you were going to be president. It was very coordinated. And some people are catching on to that now. There's a lot of people that were longtime Democrats like Elon and Bill Ackman and all these different, very intelligent people.
And they support me now. Bill Ackman supports me. He's been very supportive too.
This is what I wanted to ask you. What was it like when you actually got in? Because nobody really can prepare you for that. When you're running for president, you don't really know what it's going to be like when you actually get into office. What did you think it was going to be like?
In office or when I decided to run?
So when you got in.
When I was in. So when I was in and won and was in the White House, essentially.
Yes. This is I got to say that Trump really does. I think Trump understands the gravity of the situation with Rogan. And he does seem to be taking this a little bit differently with his approach and the way that he's coming in here. He seems to be laser focused in on wanting to be clear and concise because he understands how big this is. That is something I have noticed from the beginning, is that Trump is locked in. Like, he usually comes in a little more like, I'm going to be Donald Trump and I'm going to play into this and that, which again is a very good thing, but he seems to be very locked in. Thank you, Harley, Dave, for the 20 gifted memberships. So a lot of people are saying that this is not on Spotify and you can't find it on YouTube. It was on YouTube. I'm watching it from YouTube. And in case Joe Rogan's channel or his people try to strike this, I have a link pinned at the top of the comments section with a direct link to this video. So people that are here to watch me give transformative content to this. If you want to watch the direct video, I've got it linked. You're welcome. I accept super chats.
Well, first of all, it was very surreal. It's very interesting. When I got shot, it wasn't surreal. That should have been surreal. When I was laying on the ground, I knew exactly what was going on. I knew exactly where I was hit. They were saying you were hit all over the place because there was so much blood from the ear. You would know that better than anyone. When they get the ear torn up,
ears bleed a lot.
They bleed. Anyway, so and I was thinking the other day, when that happened, I really knew where I was. I knew exactly what happened. I said I wasn't hit anywhere else. With the presidency, it was a very surreal experience. Okay,
like, what's day one like?
So,
you win,
yeah.
You get inaugurated. Holy shit, I'm the president.
Yeah, that's what happened. So I'm driving down Pennsylvania Avenue. I just built a building on Pennsylvania, the hotel, the old post office it was. We called it Trump National Hotel. And we sold it to the Waldorf Astoria. And it was a wonderful thing. But I'm driving down, I'm passing the hotel. You've never seen so many motorcycles, police, military. It was a major thing. I got off. Really, the first time I used Air Force One, landed, and we're coming down, and it was very beautiful. I mean, it was incredible. And we're going down Pennsylvania Avenue in the opposite direction. Normally you're used to going one way, and all of a sudden you're going the other way. The street was loaded up, and I wanted to go out, and I wanted to wave to everybody, but that wasn't smart. The kid's a little bit dangerous, right? I mean, when you watch like Kennedy and some others, right? But I really felt, I don't know, the love was so crazy. And so I did get out of the car for a brief, just for a very short walk. I thought it was very important to do. And Melania got out with her beautiful.
So again, many people are coming in here saying that you can't find it on YouTube. We have the link to YouTube. Does the unlisted link still work? And I'm still not understanding why they gave that they've unlisted it. I know it's in the playlist, but people are saying it's not on Spotify, and they're saying that it's not on YouTube anymore, even though we do have the direct link. So again, you're going to hear me pause a lot. And if for some reason you don't like my face or my voice, you're probably not going to like this reaction. That's just a heads up. And look, some people don't like my face or my voice. Sometimes I don't like either, so I totally understand that. But we're going to be making this transformative. Hello, everyone. Welcome in to CobraCast 199. I am your host, Jeremy Prime, Mage of the 199, and we are reacting to the biggest podcast episode in the history of podcast. The 45th president of the United States and the soon-to-be 47th president, Donald J. Trump, on the Joe Rogan Experience. I didn't think Rogan was going to drop it this soon until I saw Elon Musk about an hour ago say, this episode drops tonight and I can't wait. And when Elon said that, I was like, let me get ready because it could drop tonight. And so here we are. And again, the link, if you're looking for the full link, it's right there in the description. Thank you, Macaque, for the 20 gifted memberships. Also, be aware that if you are part of this community or this chat, 95% of us are absolutely retarded here. There's another 5% that are very, very respectable, but 95% of us are absolute idiots. So if you're one of those idiots, you're welcome here. But if you're a really respectable person, go watch Tim Pool.
Beautiful dress on that became sort of a staple. It was people loved it, and Barron, and we're walking down the street. But where it really got amazing, we get to the White House, and now it's a little bit before dark, beautiful. And we went up to the president's quarters. They call them the presidential quarters. And I'm standing in this beautiful hallway. It's funny. Nobody ever talks about the White House as being beautiful inside. You think it's going to be, everything's going to be all metal doors and stuff. It's not. It's so beautiful. I made my money largely on luxury. The hallway is like 25 feet wide. The ceiling heights are, it's so beautiful. But I was standing there and I said to the guys, I want to see the Lincoln bedroom. I had never seen the Lincoln bedroom. I'd heard about the Lincoln bedroom. And I was standing with my wife. I said, do you believe it? This is the Lincoln bedroom. I mean, it was like, it was amazing because look, if you love the country, but here you are, the Lincoln bedroom, and the bed, he was very tall. He was 6'6", which then would be like Barron,
Right?
would be like Barron Trump. He's 6'9", but 6'6". He was very tall. Then on top of that, he wore that. Yeah, there it is. It's a long bed, elongated bed. And because people were shorter than you see, some of the chairs are very, very low to the ground, actually. But he had the long bed, and they had you had the Gettysburg Address right on that, right under that. You can't see it here, but right there, the original version of the Gettysburg Address. And this is the original. And I'm looking, and I just looked around. I said, do you believe this? Because I was never a politician. First of all, even if you were a politician, but I was never a politician. I sort of just started, right?
Right.
And all of a sudden I'm standing in the White House. And it was very, very surreal. That room was so beautiful to me, much more beautiful than it actually is. To me, when I looked at the bed, and the bed, you could see it was a little bit longer, had to be a little bit longer. He lost his son, and they suffered, the two of them suffered from melancholia. They didn't call it depression. They called it melancholia, and they suffered from it. He was a very depressed guy, and she was a very depressed woman, more so than him. And on top of that, they lost their son, whose name was Ted. And it was just seeing it in the little pictures, a little tiny picture. I mean, you can't see the details there. Little tiny, everything the way it was, a little tiny picture of Ted, who he lost. And it was devastating. And he was, look, he was in a war. He was having a hard time because he couldn't beat Robert E. Lee. Robert E. Lee won like 13 battles in a row. And he was getting like a phobia, like a fighter, a lot about the fight stuff. But like, I went to a UFC fight, and it was a champion who was 14-1 about a year ago. You would know the names. 14-1. And the only guy he lost to was this one guy. But the guy that he was fighting was like almost just an average fighter, lost numerous times, but he beat this one guy. So I said, okay.
I really don't know who you're talking about.
I will figure it out.
Okay.
Harley Dave, you know the rules around here. Don't compliment me. We don't tolerate those types of compliments around here. I do appreciate you, brother. Thank you so much. Again, everyone, if you're tuning in, if you're looking for the direct link to the Joe Rogan Experience with President Trump, it is in the pinned post. And I'm going to be pausing a lot throughout the night. And so I have to make it transformative. So if you're new here, welcome. If you think I'm an idiot, I totally understand. If I were you and I clicked on this and heard me talking, I'd probably click off too. but the pinned post is there for the people that think I'm a fucking retard. But we are going to be reacting to this 3-hour episode. I don't know if it's on Spotify yet. Can you guys in the chat continue to let me know if it's on Spotify? But again, 10 minutes into this, I'm a huge fan of President Trump. I follow President Trump. I react to a lot of his content, a lot of his interviews, a lot of his speeches. He is laser focused 10 minutes into this. And this is a slightly different Trump, a little more focused Trump than that is the norm. And I don't say that as a criticism of Trump, that's the norm, but he's definitely a little more laser focused within this first 10 minutes. And it's not on Spotify. What is going on? That is so weird that they uploaded this to YouTube. Everyone shared it out. And then they've got it into the playlist, which is very strange. I'm not really understanding that at all. Yeah. So anyway, let's continue on.
Okay.
But about a year ago, but the point is that he lost. He wasn't nearly the fighter but the one who was not nearly the fighter had beaten. He's the only guy that beat the champ like 5 years before. And they said, I'll take the guy that won the other fight. And that's what happened. He beat him a second time.
Sometimes
Lincoln,
psychological advantages.
Yeah, what is this crazy thing? Lincoln had I don't know, I've never read this. I heard it from people in the White House who really understand what was going on with the whole life of the White House. But Lincoln had the yips about, in a way, as the golfers would say. He had a phobia about Robert E. Lee. He said, I can't beat Robert, because Robert E. Lee won many battles in a row. He was just beating the hell out of him. You know, they tried to get Robert E. Lee to be on the North, but he said, no, I have to be with my state. You know, the state was his whole thing. And he went to the South. And he was, I've had generals tell me, we have some great generals, the real generals, not the ones you see on television, the ones that beat ISIS with me. We defeated ISIS in record time. It was supposed to take years, and we did it in a matter of weeks. These are great generals. These are tough guys. These are not woke guys. But their favorite general in terms of genius was Robert E. Lee.
In terms of strategy, you mean?
Strategically. He took a war that should have been over in a few days, and it was, you know, years of hell, of vicious war. And so here I am standing there, and again, I had never really done this before. You know, I ran a number of months before I won. I probably, I guess if you figured max it out, it would be a year, something like that. So I had never run for office. And
am I going to sit here for 3 hours watching this? No, I'm probably going to be here for about 6 hours because we have to pause. We have to make it transformative. Then after it's done, we're going to discuss. Then I have to read all the super chats because unlike Tim Pool, I read all the super chats here because people's money actually means something to me. I don't consider people's hard-earned money just a wasted words. We read all the super chats.
I did well. I mean, I went into debates. We had 18 people, including me, and then slowly but surely they started to disappear. We had debates, good debates.
Everyone's aware of all this stuff. But what I want to get to is like, what was the experience once you got inside?
It
like,
was just
what did you think it was going to be like in terms of like your ability to govern?
Yeah.
Like this is your first experience governing anything. You never been a governor. You never been a mayor.
Yeah,
right.
private stuff.
Business.
Yeah.
But now all of a sudden you're inside the White House.
The biggest thing was just that first moment of being in this hallowed, it was really a hallowed place to me. It was surreal. It was beyond, to me, that was the experience. It was a surreal experience. And then with time, that wears off. With time, it becomes, you know, your place where you stay. And I was doing a lot of, I had two things that I really focused on: governing the country and survival. Because from the moment I won, before I got to office, all of a sudden, they came down. I mean, nobody has ever been treated that way. And you see that. I mean, you see where in the Washington Post very early on, they said, well, now the impeachment stuff starts. And it did. I mean, it literally started from the beginning. So I had survival and run the nation. I had a combination. Most people don't have the survival. They get in.
What did you expect, though, in terms of like once you got inside, you had to appoint all these people?
Yeah.
Like, how many appointments did you have to make?
Well,
within
you
a
have
very
actually
short
you have
amount of
actually
time?
10,000 appointments. Now they're different. You have big ones, and then they appoint
Right.
100 people and 200 people. But the president really is involved with approximately 10,000 appointments. So you'll appoint a Secretary of State, and he or she will appoint a lot of people. So it's a lot. But in terms of major ones, you probably have like 100, but they're big ones. Treasury, state, military.
And how did you know who to appoint?
Well, I didn't. I had no experience. You have to understand. Joe.
So
I was there
going
17 times in Washington, and I never stayed over. According to the press, which I think is probably right, over the years, I was only there 17 times. I never stayed over. So now I'm sitting there, I'm saying, this place is gorgeous, but I don't know anybody. It's like you go to certain.
I want to say this again, because I know that there's a lot of people that are coming here because you're probably searching out this and you're not seeing it on Joe Rogan's channel. Number one, if you did click on it, clicked away, and now it's not there, go into your history and you can find it. Number two, if you're here watching this and you don't want to listen to my transformative content, the pinned post has a direct link to this video over on Joe Rogan's channel. And it's also right there in the podcast section. So there's multiple ways you can find it if you're looking for the direct link. You're welcome. I accept super chats.
Areas and other areas, they may be great. Washington was great. Washington's not so great right now. We got to fix it. We got to make it better. A very dangerous place, very badly maintained place. We're going to make it great. We're going to make it better. We're going to bring it back. But I wasn't a Washington guy. I was a New York guy. I was a New York builder, and I built buildings in New York, and I knew that whole world, but I didn't know the Washington world too well. And all of a sudden, you're supposed to be appointing top people. So
what did you think it was going to be like? Versus, like, did you have any ideas of what it was going to be like, and what was different?
Well, I was always involved in politics, but usually from the standpoint of a donor. I was a donor. I was a big donor. I gave money to politicians. I enjoyed politics.
Mostly Democrats, right?
Both, really, pretty much both. I actually pictures of Ronald Reagan and me when I was very young.
You were a Democrat until like what year?
I was a Democrat. I could get you the exact, but the early 90s.
That's a good question from
I
him.
switched
That's
over.
a good question.
Actually, they had a reform party. I was thinking about doing that for a little while, but then fortunately I didn't, because it's very hard. It's a two-party system. And anytime you hear third party, I know you like RFK Jr., and so do I. He's a fantastic guy.
I do, but I thought that being an independent was nonsense.
It doesn't work. It doesn't work, because even if you do great, you're not going to get Congress. In other words, you need now to say, okay, now I'll get half of Congress. They're never going to vote for you. So,
all right, we had to pause it again because of Boognish. So the pause happened because of Boognish. Boognish, now everyone's going to be mad at you for me pausing it. They're not mad at me. We're blaming it on you. See, here's how this works. You come in the chat and you complain that I'm pausing. I'll pause because of you, and then no one's going to be mad at me for pausing. They'll be mad at you for making me pause by highlighting your comment. So good job. Okay. So now it's your fault. Okay. So you shut the fuck up. Okay. Now, can we get back to President Trump and Joe Rogan, please? Thank you very much.
So even if you got there, which is very hard, and I know how you feel about Bobby, and I feel the same way, and he's now with us, but it doesn't, it's pure and simple. It's a two-party system.
Right.
And somebody, I won't mention his name, but somebody spent $250 million trying to get the nomination as a Reform Party candidate or whatever, and they got just nowhere. You get eaten. You just get eaten. The system eats you alive.
Right.
So, it was really somebody that not only was new to Washington, but was new to politics. So, in the office of the presidency, over the years, all those presidents, you've had 92% were politicians and 8% were generals. General Eisenhower, General Washington, right? General George Washington. You had generals. So it's 8% no admirals, 8% generals, and 92% politicians. They're politicians and they go on. So they never had a business guy, or they never had a guy that wasn't elected to an office. They were all like Ronald Reagan he was a movie actor, and then but he became the governor of California for, I think, 2 terms, and then he ran. So you never had a thing like this. But I, in terms of me, and sometimes I'd use it as an excuse. And I don't like having excuses, actually, but I use it as an excuse. I had to rely on people that I respected or liked, but that I didn't know that well because I didn't know them that well. Some of those people I campaigned against because, when you have 18 people, we had mostly politicians running in the election, running in the primaries, and they got knocked out one by one. But I got to like some of them. Some of them I didn't like at all. I don't like them now. And I'd rely on them and I'd rely on other people. So all of a sudden, people would come in. I'd like to recommend so-and-so to be Secretary of State. And I'd have 3, 4 people recommend. One thing I can tell you, Joe, everybody wants the position.
Of course.
No, but sometimes I'll hear a lot of people don't want to work with Trump because Trump is tough to work with, et cetera. Let me tell you, everybody wants to be any one of these positions. They die for it.
Of course.
Now, they don't want to be known. I mean, there's a particular guy in New York, primarily, very big, very successful, very strong, very political, although he's not a politician. He'd give anything to be Secretary of State. But if they ask him, no, I don't think I would do it. But in the meantime, begging for it. Okay, begging. They all.
I believe you.
Everybody wants it.
But what
No
I
matter,
wanted to
and
get
by the
to,
way, no matter what you do, but it's very dangerous to pick somebody outside of a politician because a politician's been basically vetted for years.
right.
You pick a business guy and they've never been vetted at all, and they're, the head of a big company or something, but they've never been vetted. You know nothing about his personal life. You know nothing about
Right.
where he's been. When you put him in, it's a little bit dangerous because all of a sudden they get checked up and you hear things that you're saying, wow, this is not going to work out too well. So it's very dangerous. Picking people that are outside of politics is somewhat dangerous.
So
I
you're
think.
kind of stuck in a position where you have to pick established people. And then the problem with established people is established people are already indoctrinated into the system.
All right, so 20 minutes in. This is a phenomenal discussion so far. Joe Rogan, I've had my criticisms of Joe Rogan because of his lack of wanting to interview President Trump, yada, yada, yada. That's all water under the bridge right now. Joe Rogan is the top of the food chain because he's great at what he does. And Donald Trump is 100% locked in and focused like I don't think I've seen him in a long time. I'm not trying to blow this out of proportion, but I'm not sure I've seen Donald Trump this locked in a discussion in a long time. This is Trump's Trump understands the weight of this moment. He understands how big this is, and he is laser focused in. And we are only 20 minutes into a 3-hour discussion. So I cannot wait to see where this goes. Another quick recap. If you guys are looking for the original link to this stream, it is in the pinned post. Please feel free to go watch that in its entirety. If you don't want to hear me pausing and giving my commentary, I totally understand. No hard feelings. But the link is there, and we do that so for people that are looking for it can find it, because I genuinely want people to have the best experience possible. And then it's also not, I think it's unlisted on YouTube right now, but it is in the playlist for his podcast. I don't think it's on Spotify at the time. The people in the chat that have wrenches will continue to update you and direct you if you're looking for those links. Totally understand that. Emilio just dropped 50 gifted freaking memberships. Holy crap. And AJ just dropped a proper 199. You guys are insane. Let's get back to it. I will read all the super chats.
They're stiffs in many cases. They're survivors. I find that,
What do you mean by stiffs? When you say stiffs?
a stiff, they don't have nothing. They have nothing. Or they're smart and survive. One little thing. So there was a congressman years before I ran, and I was very close to him. And I needed a license on something, and he was very important in getting the license. But it was a little bit controversial, the license, this particular thing that was being licensed. But I was close to this guy and helped him and everything else. And I went to him. I said, I'd like to have your help. And he said, let me take a look at it. I said, ooh, that's not too good. But I really hope you're going to help. And anyway, he tapped me along for a long period of time and ultimately didn't do it. And I said, you are a stiff. You could have done this thing so easy, etc. But it was controversial. He was in Congress for many years, like 28 years. And, there's a reason when somebody's there for 28 years, you got to be sort of smart.
Right.
You have
A
all the
survivor.
scandals. And I realized he was a survivor.
And so they never do anything controversial. They never take any chances or speak their opinion. It's outside of the
Yeah.
Yeah.
sometimes. And yet I don't disrespect him for it.
So
I actually respected the guy more in a certain way. I said,
because
you
he
know,
did survive.
you know what? He's been there like for 28 years and he made it through. A lot of people don't make it through.
It's a
They
good
don't
way for
last long.
non-exceptional people to survive.
Well, it is.
Yeah.
I mean, it certainly is.
So you're in there. You have 10,000 appointments you have to make. Like, so you're getting advice from people. And at one point in time, did you have a moment in time where you realized like these are bad choices? Like some of these people I shouldn't have had in there.
Oh yeah, I think so. The one question that you'll ask me, that I think you'll ask me, that people seem to ask, and I always come up with the same answer. If the one mistake, because I had a lot of success, great economy, great everything. Everything was great. We the military, we rebuilt it, biggest tax cuts in history, all this stuff. We had a great presidency. 3 Supreme Court justices. Most people get none. You know, you pick them young. This way they're there for 50 years, right? So,
Right.
you know, even if a president is there for 8 years, oftentimes they never have a chance. I had 3. It was sort of the luck of the draw. But I will say that it always comes back to the same answer. The biggest mistake I made was I picked some people. I picked some great people, you know, but you don't think about that. I picked some people that I shouldn't have picked. I picked a few people that I shouldn't have picked. And
Neocons,
yeah, neocons or bad people or disloyal people or
people that were just
people that were
bad.
into the
You
people
got bad
that
advice.
yeah. I mean, look, I mean, you're reading about them a little bit today. A guy like Kelly, who was a bully, but a weak person. You know more about bullies than anybody probably around because you deal in a certain sport where the bullies are exposed very quickly.
Yeah.
But he's bad. Bolton was an idiot, but he was great for me because I'd go in with.
He was great for me. So again, these are the things that I think that Trump does need to address more than anything, because as a Trump supporter since 2016, the biggest flaw in Donald Trump's presidency is the people he was picking. That's 100% his biggest flaw, and I don't necessarily think that you can hold him 100% responsible for that. I mean, he was walking into Washington. He had never been in Washington before. He relied on people to give him advice on who he was picking, yada, yada, yada. Washington's full of a lot of shitty people, so he didn't really have a lot of good opportunities. That's why where we are now, as I've said many times, going through 2020 was necessary to get to where we are now. Go through 2016, that was a new hope. Donald Trump, a new hope. You go to 2020, the empire strikes back. You get to 2024, the return of the MAGA king. In order to get to the return of the Jedi, we had to go through the empire strikes back. We also would have been stuck with 4 years of Mike Pence as Donald Trump's VP. Now we have J.D. Vance. We have Elon Musk. We have RFK. We have Tulsi Gabbard. We have Vivek. We have Tucker. We have a freaking MAGA dream team walking into the White House to make America great again. That's what we needed. That's where we are. It's absolutely fantastic. So in terms of this particular discussion, I'm loving it so far. I personally, as a Trump fan, I was worried because he's been running so hard lately and he's been traveling so much, and you could tell that he was getting a little fatigued. Not for a 78-year-old. Miss me with that noise. For a human being, he has been traveling and going like crazy. So you could start to see that Trump was getting a little tired, and we all noticed that. He is locked in and he is focused 100%. We're 22 minutes into a 3-hour discussion and Trump is locked in, and it's beautiful.
A guy like a John Bolton, John Bolton. A friend of mine called me up. I was picking Bolton. He's a very smart guy. His name is Phil Ruffin. He's a very rich guy from Las Vegas. He's a great card player. He doesn't play cards, but he's a great player. He's just a natural, got poker sense, right? The good old poker sense. And Phil Ruffin is a very, very wise kind of a guy, and one of the richest people around, and has had great success and understands people. So it was in that I was picking Bolton, or I picked Bolton. He called up. He said, "Don't pick him. Why? He's a bad guy." Now, he wasn't in politics at all. He's in various businesses. He said, "He's a bad guy. It always works out bad with that guy." I said, "Oh man, I wish you told me this 2 weeks ago. I already hired him. He's here." and he was right, but he was good in a certain way. He's a nut job, and every time I had to deal with a country, when they saw this whack job standing behind me, they said, "Oh man, Trump's going to go to war with us." He was with Bush when they went stupidly into the Middle East. They should have never done it. I used to say it as a civilian. So I always got more publicity than other people. And it wasn't like I was trying. In fact, I don't know exactly why. Maybe you can tell me why.
Oh, I could definitely tell you. You said a lot of wild shit.
Maybe. Maybe
You said a lot of wild shit, and then
that's-
CNN, in all their brilliance, by highlighting your wild shit, made you much more popular.
Yeah.
And they boosted you in the polls because people were tired of someone talking in this bullshit pre-prepared politician lingo. And even if they didn't agree with you, they at least knew whoever that guy is, that's him. That's really him.
Yeah.
When you see certain people talk, certain people in the public eye, you don't know who they are. You have no idea who they are. It's very difficult to know. You see them in conversations. They have these pre-planned answers. They say everything. It's very rehearsed. You never get to the meat of it. One of the beautiful things about you is that you free ball. Like, you get out and you do these huge events and you're just talking and you're making. We've highlighted you on the show many times when you did this Biden impression where he's walking around, he doesn't know what he's doing. It's funny. It's stand up. It's funny stuff. But it's like you and you were making fun of Elon one time. You were doing an Elon impression. It's great. You have like comedic instincts. Like when you said to Hillary, "You'd be in jail." Like that's great timing. But it's like that kind of stuff was unheard of as a politician. Like no one had done that. And I think
it's funny. You need at least the attitude of a comedian when you're doing this business. This is a very dangerous business. First of all, it's a very tough business. When
it's the most dangerous business.
It's the most, well, for a job.
Yes. I mean, other than going to war and being a firefighter or being a cop.
Yeah.
It's the most dangerous business.
It's the most dangerous. For being president is the most dangerous.
Especially you. I mean, you haven't even got to the election. There's been 2 assassination attempts, and they've brushed those out of the news like it was nothing.
Yeah, they'd rather not talk about them.
Imagine if there was assassination attempts on Biden, how hard people would be attacking the right, how they would be trying to get guns taken away from people. They would try to ramp up gun laws. They would try to figure out some way to blame you. If there was attacks if Biden got shot in the ear, we would have never heard the end of it.
But I think he's in good shape because it's only consequential presidents. If you take a look at what's happened, look, I'm for having countries pay us billions and billions and trillions even dollars. I took in hundreds of billions of dollars from China. Nobody took in 10 cents, not one other president. I do things that make it, that don't necessarily make me so popular. I just do what's right. And when you do that, you're more, look at Iran. We would have never had the attack on Israel at all. Iran was broke. I told China, if you buy, you can't do business in the United States under any circumstance. We're going to go cold turkey with China. Some people think that would have been a good idea anyway. But if you buy,
I know I was muted, guys. I was actually talking to someone else, but I wasn't trying to talk to you guys. Nobody wants to hear me anyway. You're here to hear President Trump and Joe Rogan. Again, if you're tuning in, if you're looking for the original link to this on Joe Rogan's YouTube channel, it is in the pinned post of this comment section. I do that because I really want people, if they want to see this in its entirety, go for it. Okay, go for it. But if you want to hear me talk about it and give you some commentary on top of it, you're welcome to stay. Either way, we're here. The mods are here to continue to drop links to the original source. So for the people that think I'm a retard, which is the majority of my subscribers, but for new people, you can go directly to that link. I accept super chats.
Buy any oil, 1 barrel of oil from them, you're not doing business. And I said that to many countries. Iran was broke. They had no money for Hezbollah. They had no money for Hamas. They had no money. But I make myself, I understand what I'm doing. You make yourself a target, and it's a very dangerous business. But if you just look at statistically, so I saw a thing, I don't know if it's right, but 1/10 of 1% for a race car driver. Yeah, it's pretty dangerous business, right?
Yeah.
1/10 of 1% for a bull rider. I tell you, to me,
you're talking death.
These guys that ride the bulls is worse than UFC. It's worse.
Yeah.
These guys, that you see these big monster bulls, and you see it in slow motion where the foot is like you know, an inch away from the head. If it hits him, the guy's gone. But they die. You know, they die.
So 1/10 of 1% die. What you're saying?
Yeah, 1/10 of 1% die.
Right.
And they certainly get hurt badly. Really, I mean, they can't walk after a certain period of time. But with a president, if you look at
the amount of assassination attempts
and attempts too,
Yeah.
and attempts. No, it's a very dangerous position. I never thought of that, by the way, when I did it. You don't tend to.
Did you just assume because people loved you on The Apprentice, they were going to love you as a president?
I figured it would be so easy. You know,
it probably would have been if the media didn't attack you the way they did. If they didn't conflate you with Hitler. I mean, even today, like Kamala was talking about you and Hitler. They're going to take what you said about Robert E. Lee. Oh, Donald Trump wishes the South won.
That's right. He loves Robert E. Lee.
They loved. Somebody said I lost 1,000 viewers. Every time I pause, I'm going to lose viewers because there's a bunch of people that don't know who I am and don't give a shit who I am. And every time I pause, they're going to click off, or they're going to click the link that I gave them, and that's fine. I'm not here to try to get people that don't want to be here. So if you want the Joe Rogan show, we got the link. Get the fuck out and let the chads of the chat, the snake pit, talk. No bitches around here needed.
To take things out of context and distort things. But
well, they don't even have to take them out. They make them up entirely. Okay,
they do
make
that
them.
too.
But you know, it's interesting when you mentioned I was very popular, and all those people love me. I mean, some of these women, they're so stupid, and Joy, she would every time she'd see me, I'd be in the theater or something.
That's a good line.
You have to be on the show again. Come on, let's go.
She loved you.
To love me.
That episode where
the way,
people
Whoopi,
should watch that episode just to see what we're talking about. Like I said, we don't want to get a copyright strike, so we're not going to put it up. But
okay.
If you watch the episode, it's bananas. It's like an alternative universe, and it's only
but Whoopi
9 years ago.
Whoopi loved me.
You, gives you a hug and a kiss.
And how about that other one, the new one on there, the one from my administration? She writes me a letter. You're the greatest president. She leaves. You know, she worked as an assistant press secretary. I hardly knew her. But she leaves and she writes me this gorgeous letter. What's her name? She was, I don't even know. You know, she was in the administration. She's on now currently. Sits in the far right-hand side, whatever the hell her name is. And she writes a letter, the most beautiful letter. She's quoted in the paper. He was the greatest president, blah, blah, blah. Then all of a sudden she goes to the View. She started hitting the hell out of me. Because they won't hire her unless. I've had many people go on CNN and they call and said, I don't know what to do. They want to pay me a lot, but I have to be negative on you. I said, be negative. That's okay. There are guys on like CNN, they won't hire them. Sean Duffy is a congressman, and he retired. He got a good job with CNN, but he was only positive about Trump. So they kept him, but they would never put him on. I mean, I respect what he.
Wait a minute. So did they seriously re-upload this? Is that what you guys are telling me? No way. Wow. So they've re-uploaded it now? Yeah. Holy shit, that's wild. We're about to lose half our audience now.
He could have gone, negative. I tell people, go negative. Let my friends make the money.
Well, it's just
so crooked. The press is so crooked.
It's crooked, but it's also they're diminishing themselves. They're killing all their credibility, and it's opening up the credibility to new media. It's opening up the credibility to independent media. All these.
The worst I've ever seen, though, and I've seen the worst. I mean, I've been a part of it. I've seen the worst. Kamala goes on 60 Minutes, gave an answer that a child wouldn't give. It was so bad. And 60 Minutes took the answer out. They took the whole, and they put another answer in.
They edited it deceptively.
Which didn't make sense either, but it was better. They took it wasn't editing. It was fraud. This was not editing. Editing is where I'll give an answer and they'll take a couple of words and change them around, or they might even take a sentence or two off, which is very bad. But it's sort of bad. I'd give an answer, which was a very good answer. I always talk about, I like to give the weave. I like to.
You like to weave things in.
But when you do the weaves, and you have to be very smart to do weaves. When you do the weave, look at this. Just in this one thing, we're talking about little pieces all over here, but it always ends up home. No, it comes back home. For the right people. For the wrong people, it doesn't come back home, and they end up in the wilderness, right? but they can take my answer, and you know what? They may take a little piece of it out or something, and they use the term, "Yes, we wanted to save time." Well, it's not. But I've never heard. I think it's the biggest scandal in broadcast history, what happened to CBS. So you have CBS 60 Minutes. That's a news.
Okay, so it's officially up on YouTube and Spotify. I'm not trying to trick anybody into watching this channel that doesn't want to be here, because ultimately you're not going to stay here anyway. So if you want to go watch it in its entirety, it's over there. So I do appreciate any new subscribers that are here, all of that good stuff. But if you're looking for the link itself, it is on YouTube and Spotify now. So you guys can go and tell them to pause. Okay, so there we go.
News program. It's not an entertainment program. It's under their news. It's the head of their news thing. She gives an answer that shows that she's essentially incompetent. And they took the answer. Could you imagine them doing that?
We
for
can
me?
show it if you want people to see it. Can
Go
we show
ahead.
it? No,
Sure.
Do it.
we get
Let's
in
do
trouble.
it.
We'll get copyright strike. Okay.
I'll
Listen, anyone can find it.
you.
But it's drastic. But what was interesting was the other full version was available initially. It was like a preview.
Somebody made a big mistake.
Somebody put that preview out
Some
there.
kid
and
put
then,
the preview out.
exactly.
And then the bosses did this or that. And then all of a sudden they
Exactly.
said, we got a problem.
Exactly. And then
They
it
got caught
became-
by mistake.
Well,
But don't you think that's a bit, to me, and don't forget, this is election interference and fraud. And it's 60 Minutes. It's their news division. So
it's a big deal.
They give those licenses out, Joe, for free. They should pay a fortune. They're worth a fortune. They give them out for free because they're using the public airwaves. With cable, you don't have that. Cable's different. But, you know, it's just a different deal. But with the networks, they give those licenses. They're worth billions of dollars. They give them out free, but you have to be honest and all. That was bad. I think that David Muir and that woman that was aside, I never even heard of her, but they kept interrupting me. It was like, I said, how many people am I debating here? I got this one and I got you two. But he went after me 11 different times. You know, it's interesting. I always thought he was a nice guy, but he's just like the rest of them, you know?
Well, that's his job, unfortunately, and I'm
No,
sure
but not when they're
what they
wrong.
want. You're right. Well, the problem was they fact checked you, and they did.
He's a former reality TV star. As they say he's got a pretty big following. Yeah, former reality TV star. I think he made a couple of like low key appearances at WrestleManias. But it sounds like a real kind of go getter, really determined. So I think this Joe Rogan episode's going to really give him a whole new platform. So we'll see.
Didn't fact check her, and
Not
one of the
at
most
all.
egregious examples of that was when she said that there are no troops right now deployed in
Yeah.
war zones.
Yeah.
There's a very famous viral video that went online of troops in a war zone saying, well, what the fuck are we then? Because there's thousands of them. Dan Crenshaw, the congressman, posted on his Instagram all of the various examples of
Too many.
troops that are deployed,
Yeah.
thousands and thousands of troops that are currently deployed.
Stupidly deployed.
But the point is, if this is going to be an actual real debate and not a propaganda exercise, if it's going to be a real debate, you have to fact check everybody.
So
Like if
they
someone says
never went
maybe she
after her.
thought there was no,
Right.
which is also a problem. So it's one of two things. It's either it was not true, it was a lie on purpose, which is terrible, or it was the opposite. It was ignorance, which is also terrible.
Well, Joe, when I said crime is soaring, he said, no, crime has gone down. I said, where did you hear that one? Crime has gone down. I mean, I'm debating with this guy, but I've had that.
Well, there was amended FBI statistics that came out after that
Yeah.
showed that crime had gone up substantially.
And by the way, the statistics were a fraud because when they put out the statistics, they didn't include some of the worst places. They didn't include some of the worst cities, some of the most deadly places. But
And
when the
there's
real
also a
numbers came out,
problem-
I turned out to be right. But I haven't gotten.
You turn out to be right, but then there's another problem. Unreported crime is way up because people have lost. Look, the morale that the police department has in a lot of these cities where they've done this defund the police bullshit.
Right.
The
Right.
morale of these
It
poor
is.
cops, it's fucking horrible.
Yeah.
It's the dumbest idea
So
of all
bad,
time.
so
But
bad.
what they've done is they've made these cops feel terrible. They're like good cops.
Yes.
I think cops
Yes.
are just like everybody else. Most of them are great. It's like everybody else. But if you run into one carpenter and he does a shitty job in your house,
right.
you say, carpenter's fucking.
I just want to let everyone know that I'm pausing this part of the episode specifically for Gary. Okay? Gary is the reason I paused it. So the reason you're not hearing Joe Rogan or President Trump is because Gary had to super chat me. Okay? So you can't get mad at me. Okay? You can't get mad at me. If you're mad at somebody, take it out on Gary. And thank you guys for all the gifted memberships and for the super chats. I got to say, man, right now, Jack Posobiec tweeted out, this is a 10 out of 10 performance from Trump. And right now, 35 minutes in, I agree with Jack Posobiec. Trump is on point. He's locked in. He's taking this very seriously. And I know that this is like, I don't doubt that Trump is going to win, in my opinion. And I don't think it's even going to be close until they start cheating. Then it's going to be a little closer. But 28-3, New England Patriots, Super Bowl. They are the Falcons. We are the Patriots. It's the third quarter. We're down 28-3, and that's the attitude we have to have moving forward. We have to pretend that we're losing, and we're losing big, and we have to have that mindset. Get everybody to go vote. Vote like your life depends on it, because your life does depend on it. Your life, your family, your friends overseas, this impacts everybody. That's the attitude right there. That's it. Now I got Az and Gary having a super chat battle in my comments section. I'll just keep highlighting. Here we go.
It suck, but they don't suck. Most of them are great. And
Police
that's the
have
key
been-
thing with cops. But the point is,
Yeah.
like, they did all of these things in this very foolish way.
Right.
And these cops are suffering the consequences of it. And so subsequently what happens is a lot of crime is unreported. A lot of crime, like, you call the cops, they're too busy, they can't even get to you. Oh, your house got broken into? Sorry. You know, it doesn't even make a report. There's a lot of people that they just give up.
It's so sad what's happened. And I'll tell you what, I go to police funerals, and we went to one in Long Island. I visited the family in Long Island, a very big deal. It's so dangerous. People don't realize the car, dark windows, pull over. He's a gentleman. Please pull over. Door opens. Guy comes out firing. Even if they were allowed to pull out their gun, which they're not, they can't, pull
Do it
out
in
their-
time. Yeah.
They still wouldn't have time.
It's every cop's worst nightmare.
They opened a door, and he was killed, and his partner was hurt. He was killed. And you don't even have an eighth of a second to think. And it is such a dangerous job. That in particular, think of it. You go up to a car, you don't know who's sitting there with a gun. And if they have a gun, you really don't have a chance. You're not allowed to have your gun out, by the way. They have very strict rules. So number one, but even if you could have your gun out, the door opens and bullets start firing out, and especially where they have the dark windows, where they have the darkened windows. It is such a dangerous profession, and it's very hard to get cops now because they're not given any backup. And you're right. They have like an eighth of a second to make a decision that's going to change their life. If they make the wrong decision, they're going to end up on the front page of every newspaper in the country, and they're going to lose their house and their pension and their job, and their wife is going to be gone, and everything's going to be gone.
And here's another thing that people don't talk about. How many of them have PTSD? Probably most of them.
Yeah,
these guys are seeing people shot all the time.
Yep.
I've talked to a ton of cops about it, and a lot of cops commit suicide. A lot of cops are deeply depressed. But
we have to give them back their
Yes.
dignity. We just have to give them back. You said it's so good. You never hear anybody say that. You're never going to have it perfect. You're going to have a bad apple.
In everything, in every
Right.
profession.
But every time there's a bad apple, that gets massive publicity, and it taints everybody
But
else.
it's also this very irresponsible thing where people say defund the police, get rid of the police. Even Kamala Harris was a part of that. That it's a very stupid way to look at it. What you should do is
I am curious if Joe is going to address the comments that he made about Trump back on the Lex Friedman show. What is he going to say in terms of, is he going to address that? He said point blank, I don't want you on my show. I'm not going to have you on my show. These guys have requested to come on the show. I'm very interested if they're going to actually talk about that. We will see.
is fund the police. You should have better training. You should have cops that feel more appreciated. You should have something that helps mitigate this PTSD that all of them suffer through.
Right. She was a big part of defund the police. That was a big thing for her. Defund the police. Always defund the police.
Well, it's a political idea,
but
right?
Anybody with that political thought,
Yeah.
I don't think should be running for president. And I think people are getting wise to it. We're doing pretty well now. I don't know. Maybe in a week from now, say, sorry about that, I was wrong, but we're leading everything. And I think we're going to have a very good election. But I tell people, because people are starting to get to know her. But she was defund the police. She was all these transgender operations. You know, if you wanted a sex change and you were in detention and you demanded a sex change, they would give you a sex change.
Well, the wildest one is this idea of giving free sex change to illegal immigrants.
That's right. In detention.
That is the wildest
but
thing.
she
Like,
was-
is that the biggest problem you have?
Yeah.
You just walked here from Guatemala. You need to become
That's
a
right.
girl.
But she was in favor of it.
Yes.
So think of it. She changed 15 policies. In fact, I'm going to send her a MAGA cap.
She
because
stole your idea about no tax for tips.
Yes. Yes.
I came up with this idea that honestly nobody ever heard of.
Yes.
And now it took her 2 months, but you know what? All of a sudden,
Well, it caught fire.
and she
It's
just put it
great.
into a little speech.
Yeah,
Well,
great.
It became
but I think
popular.
I think we still have that issue. I think that issue is a good one for us. But no, we have a lot of good issues. You know, we had the other day. Think of how simple some of these things are. We're trying to get cars built in the United States. Detroit has been really tough. It's been a disaster. They have a huge factory, a huge car auto plant being built by China in Mexico, make cars, sell them in the United States, put everybody out of business. Right, here we go again.
Can I ask the Joe Rogan viewers a question? I've noticed that Joe doesn't have his headphones on, and obviously Trump doesn't have his headphones on. Is this like a thing where sometimes Joe doesn't do shows with a guest doesn't want to wear the headphones? Because that's something I've noticed. Like, is that something that I'm just missing? But it seems like all the clips I've ever seen with Joe and his guests, they all have headphones on. So he always wears his. If he has multiple guests, he usually does. Yeah, I kind of noticed that. I was like, So of course, I mean, Trump is a different animal. We know that. And honestly, I'm glad that they're not wearing headphones. It's just better. It's a better look, especially with Trump there. So just something I noticed.
I said, if that plant is there when I'm president, I will put 100 or 200% tariffs on every car. They'll be unsaleable in the United States. And they just announced they're not going to build the plant because they think I'm going to win. Think of it. They're not going to build the plant. This was the biggest plant in the world. It would have more than all of Michigan makes. That's how big. You know, this is what we're getting to. And I said, if that plan goes up, I want them to understand if I win, I'm going to tax those cars at the rate of 100 or 200% apiece so that you won't be able to sell them in the United States. They just announced they're not going to build the plant.
Yeah, I read this.
I did a big favor for our country by doing that. And I'm not even there yet. To me, the most beautiful word, and I've said this for the last couple of weeks,
Tariff.
in the dictionary today,
Tariff.
is the word tariff.
Yeah.
It's more beautiful than love. It's more beautiful than anything. It's the most beautiful word. This country can become rich with the proper use of tariffs. It'll
Did
keep
you just
companies.
float out the idea of getting rid of income
Whoa,
taxes
whoa,
and replacing it with
whoa.
tariffs?
Well, okay.
Were you serious about that?
Whoa.
Yeah, sure. But why not? Because ready? Our country was the richest relatively in the 1880s and 1890s. A president who was assassinated named McKinley.
Oh, shit.
He was the tariff king. He spoke beautifully of tariffs. His language was really beautiful. We will not allow the enemy to come in and take our jobs and take our factories and take our workers and take our families unless they pay a big price. And the big price is tariffs. And he'd speak like
Holy
that, but he was
shit.
right. And then around in the early 1900s, they switched over stupidly to, frankly, an income tax. And you know why? Because countries were putting a lot of pressure on America. We don't want to pay tariffs. Please don't. You know, believe me, they control our politicians. If you look at the kind of numbers that these guys make then and now, but we had a commission meeting in the I think it was 1887. Think of this problem. We were so rich. We had so much money. We didn't know what to do. So they set up a blue ribbon commission on tariffs. And the sole purpose is what to do with all the money we had. We were so rich because we were taxing other people for coming in and taking our jobs. And China does it. That's what China did. If you want to open a factory and sell cars, if you build a factory here or have a factory, they don't take our cars. They wouldn't take our cars. But if you build a plant in China, You can do that. Elon did that. By the way, Elon is great. That guy is such a great guy. I think you're a fan of
I love
Elon.
him.
He is from a different planet. He's the greatest guy. That rocket coming in.
Yeah.
I told the story once or twice, so you may have heard it because his speeches have been good. Did you see the one last night?
Yeah. I did.
29,000 people. That was
Yeah.
and the one the night before was the same thing. We are rocking and rolling. But Elon, and I'm talking to this very important guy. I said, wait a minute, I'm looking at something. The television's unmuted, right? And I see this rocket. It's all brown from the heat. You know, it's like 10,000 degrees pouring down thousands of miles an hour. And I see this thing, you know, it's like a 20-story building.
And it catches
And I
it.
say to this guy, who's an important guy, wait a minute, let me just put you down. Hold it. I got to see this. And I see this, and it's going to crash. I say, it's going to crash into the gantry. They call it a gantry. I said, oh, man, that's going to be a disaster because it's starting to get very close. And then all of a sudden you see the flames and about a roar, and it boom. And then you see the two arms grab it.
Crazy.
And I forgot the guy. I had him on the phone. I forgot. No, I said, the hell with it. No, I called Elon. I said, was that you? He said, that was me. And I said, who else can do that? He said, nobody. Russia can't do it. The United States, nobody can do it. You know, I set up Space Force. That was me. And that's the first time in 82 years that we opened another branch since the Air Force. And that's going to be one of our most important things. But think of what Elon does. And he did one other thing that I never heard of it. It's Starlink. I went down to North Carolina, Georgia, the different places. I followed it right down. And they had no communication. The poles were all knocked down, everything. And one of the guys in North Carolina said, could you do me
All right, I do have to pause it here. We've been going for quite a few minutes. I'm trying to let it run as long as I can, but I have got to pause this or I'm going to get hit. That's just the reality of the situation. Now, in the event that I do get hit, there is we are on Rumble. We are live on Twitter/X, and we are live on Kick. So I'm over there in the event that this does get hit due to copyright. But if you're looking for the direct link, we have that in the pinned post right there. You guys are insane with all the gifted memberships and all the super chats. Laughing Man, you crazy, crazy, crazy lunatic with a $500 super chat and says nothing. Willie Will with the 50 gifted memberships. All these, I will read all of this. All right. I'll read all of this. Now, if you're looking for a stream where they don't read your super chats, Tim Pool was live not too long ago. He may still be live, and he won't read your super chat. He won't do it. So go send him your money. But I will read all of your super chats in due time. But thank you guys for being so patient. Trump is crushing this interview right now. Now, I hope that Joe Rogan circles back to the income tax question because I want to hear more specifics about that. Not that that's a make or break deal for me because I'm not a woman. I've already made up my mind. I don't have to sit there and be a one-term voter or a one-term issue voter like Dave Smith, who just came to the epiphany that he's going to vote for Trump. I'm glad he's voting for Trump. I just can't believe that it took Liz Cheney to convince him of that. But I'm voting for Trump no matter what. That's a given. But I am interested in this income tax situation because that is a huge deal.
a favor. Do you know Elon Musk? Yes. He endorsed me. By the way, he gave me the nicest endorsement too. The tougher. He said the country's going to fail. You should do the same thing, Joe, because you cannot be voting for Kamala. Kamala, you're not a Kamala person. I know you. I've watched you. I know him better than he is. You know what? Without speaking to you, I think I know you maybe almost as well as your wife. I have watched you for so many years. You're not a Kamala person. You're a Khabib person, but you're not a Kamala person. No, nobody's going to know who Khabib is, but
they know
who he was not bad, right? That guy.
Oh, he was phenomenal.
But that's your kind of
your
person.
weave is getting wide. We're getting wide with
my
this
weave.
weave.
But isn't
I
it
want
much
to bring
better?
back tariffs.
But wait one second before we finish with tariffs.
He called him on the weave, dude. You're looking at the two top dogs in basically all of the media world, and he called him out on the weave. I respect that, Joe Rogan.
They said, could you get him? We need Starlink. And I call Elon. He got it for him so fast, saved so many lives. And I said, how was it? They said, better than the wires. You know, they couldn't put them in. They were all gone. So
I used it recently in Utah in the mountains.
Did you find it good?
Oh, it's phenomenal. It's the size of a iPad. You just set it down on the ground. You get high-speed internet. It's incredible.
We're spending, just to show you, we're spending $1 trillion to get cables all over the country, right? Up to upstate areas where you have like 2 farms and they're spending millions of dollars to have
Well,
a cable.
talk about the
Elon can do it for
$42 billion
nothing.
that was wasted on this internet access program that they didn't get
That's
anybody
false. They haven't
access
hooked
to
up.
anybody.
They haven't hooked up one person
Not one
yet.
person. They
That's
spent
right.
$42 billion. They
right.
could have gotten Starlinks to everybody with that kind of money.
For almost nothing.
Yeah.
For a monthly charge.
And it would have been incredible.
And
it's
he
high-speed
wanted to-
internet everywhere you want to go.
And he wanted to do that.
And he wanted to do it.
How about this? They built the charger stations, right?
Uh-huh.
In the Midwest. They built 8 of them. They cost $9 billion. That's like a gas pump, right? They built 9 gas pumps, except electricity comes out. They spent $9 billion. 3 of them don't work. The whole thing. There's so much waste. I could sit here and tell you about things that there's so much waste, abuse, and fraud.
Oh, I'm sure. I mean, I think everybody's aware of that.
Let's
now.
get back to tariffs.
When you're talking about one of the criticisms of your administration was with tax cuts and with tariffs, you increased the deficit. So what was the strategy behind that? And did you think it was going to increase the deficit by a substantial amount?
Okay. We were ready to rock. It was all, I had a bad system. We had horrible tax policy. I made it great with a much lower tax rate. So I took it from almost 40% down to 21%. Now I'm bringing it from 21 down to 15, but only if you make your product in the United States, which is great. People call me, they said, what a great idea. Nobody ever heard of that before. I don't care if they make the product in Japan. Why should I give them? So it's at 21. That at 21, in the first year, we took in much more revenue than we did at almost 40. Think of that. It inspired. Now we had other things too. We
Star Wars and Stripes says Joe addressed the YouTube glitch. Really? Like on Twitter? That's interesting. If one of my mods can drop me a link to that, I'll check it. I'll continue to play the video, but that's pretty interesting that he addressed that, if that's on Twitter or whatever.
We were able to get people to bring back their money. You couldn't bring back your money if you had money in Europe, like Apple. Apple had many billions of dollars outside. They couldn't bring it. There was no way to bring it back in. The bureaucracy, the documents, the whole thing. And also the tax was too high. They wanted like half of it or something. Nobody's going to do that. So they leave their money in Japan and they spend their money there. That was part of what I did. The money came pouring back in. Apple took in.
Oh, I've got the tweet right here. So Joe Rogan says there is no issue with YouTube censoring the Trump episode. It was just supposed to go live both on Spotify and YouTube at the same time. And there was a glitch in Spotify's upload system. So we delisted the YouTube link until it's fixed. It should be fine now. That was the issue right there, just for clarification.
Hundreds of billions of dollars. They brought it back from overseas. They brought it in.
So how does the deficit increase because of that?
So what happened is this. We were ready to rock and roll, and then we had the COVID thing, and we had to focus on that. And if we didn't give some businesses a hand, you would have had a depression like in 1929. But we were ready to start. We would have very shortly been paying off debt. We have $35 trillion in debt. And I'll never forget it. It was talking about from, the standpoint of being in office. I'm in the Oval Office, and I have John McLaughlin and Fabrizio. They're 2 very good pollsters, probably, I don't know, I would say the 2 best, who knows, but very good pollsters. And we're starting to think about running for a second term. And we had the greatest economy in history. Never has there been an economy like
And you
this.
attribute that to lowering taxes
a lot
and
of it.
tariffs.
2 things. And also I cut regulations more than anybody else. And if I asked many of the businessmen, from the big companies, the guys running the big companies, I'd say, so if you had your choice, you've had it now for a long time. What's more important to you, the tax cuts, you paid less tax, or the regulation cuts? Every one of them said the regulation cuts meant more. Who would think that, right? Because you don't equate it to dollars, but it actually is more dollars. We had it going, and then we just had to focus on something else. But they were sitting there, these two pollsters were sitting there, and they said, sir, if George Washington came back and Abraham Lincoln was his VP as opposed to Waltz. How bad is he, by the way? But if Abraham Lincoln was his VP, they couldn't beat you. You have a, and I'll never forget it. The following day,
Bro, there's too much going on right now. Trump showed up in Michigan with a dark MAGA gold hat. Are you kidding me right now? What is happening? Trump is ascending to a whole nother level right now. We're not sleeping tonight. We are not sleeping tonight. We got a lot to cover.
they said, something's happening in China, sir. Could we meet? I said, what's happening? People are dying. And it was all around the Wuhan lab, by the way. There are pictures with little lines, their body bags, all around the Wuhan lab. And I always said that from the beginning, Joe. It was, they tried to say, first they said it was France.
Somebody in the chat said it's just a hat. Get the fuck out of this chat.
They blamed everybody.
Right.
But then they say it was bats from a cave 2,000 miles away. So we got hit with that. And despite that, we had the best economy. And when I gave it over, the stock market was higher than it was pre-COVID. I mean, nobody could even believe it. But we saved it. And we were helping businesses. They were dying. They were dying.
It's your belief that if you had a second term, given the policies in place, the way the economy...
Video is lagging. Am I lagging right now? Am I lagging? Please tell me. Video is lagging. If anybody here is on the internet, get off the Wi-Fi, please. Get off the Wi-Fi. Okay.
I mean, it was booming, that you would have been able to pay off a lot of the debt. And
If
that was
we
the
didn't
strategy.
have COVID, we would have been paying off debt, and we would have had, and don't forget, by growth, the word growth is actually more important in a way, because you could have the same debt, but if you doubled your growth, all of a sudden you're under levered. But still, we should pay off debt. If you viewed this $35 trillion right now, it's a lot. But if you look at the asset value, if you looked at it purely as an asset value, we have oil underground, we have water, we have mountains, the assets are so enormous. But regardless of that, we've got 35 trillion in debt. We should pay it off. And we would have started paying off debt and probably even given further tax reductions. I want to get it down to 15%. We're going to do more business. But when you get hit with a COVID, everything stops and you have to keep these businesses alive. The businesses were dying. I mean, they were just dying. This country was going to die.
Are there influences outside of environmental that keep people from wanting to drill for oil and frack and do those sort of things outside of the environmental concerns, which are legitimate, of course?
No,
but are there other influences that maybe over accentuate or over exaggerate these environmental effects? Are people being influenced in a way where they're trying to keep us from producing American oil?
Yeah. So the environmental is the biggest tool for stopping growth, the biggest tool. The other is regulation. And if you speak to Elon, he said the regulation now to send a rocket up to anywhere, even if you do everything, it's becoming impossible. But they use environmental in order to get people not to do anything. And sometimes I say, I look at some of I know the environmental stuff better because I had to build buildings in New York. I had to do environmental impact studies. And I would see some of these guys that I'd hire for a lot of money, environmentalists that would get you through the process. And they'd be up in Albany, that's the capital of New York. And they're up there trying to make it tougher for guys like me that were builders because they'd get paid more money. In other words, I had one guy.
How is it now? Video lagging? I don't understand why it's lagging. That makes no sense why it would be lagging. So let me switch to this tab. I'm going to refresh. We're at 5340. So I'm going to refresh. And let's see, 5340. So we're going to restart it at 5340. Okay, here we go. Let's see if we can get this going now. Here we go.
For guys like me that were builders because they'd get paid more money. In other words, I had one guy, highly recommended. I was good at getting permits. I was one of the kings I was always very good. But the environmental stuff was always horrible. they could slow a project down 10 years, 15 years. I had a project in Louisiana.
It's worse now. Your feed is fine. The feed you are tapping into is lagging. Yeah, I don't know why. I'm watching that. I'm watching that, and it looks great. So I'm wondering if it's something else on the YouTube side, because I don't see an issue on my end at all.
Louisiana built big LNG plant. It was for 14 years. It was going to cost $18 billion. One of the biggest, like the Empire State Building, laying down on its side times 4, massive, on the coast, on the Gulf Coast. And they said, sir, they're going to give it up. I said, they shouldn't give it up. What's the problem? They can't get their environmental. They had environmental permits that would fill this whole room up to the ceiling. And they said there was one mistake on one little line. They wanted them to do it all over again. It's not going to happen. And I got them their permit instantly. And they built the plant. It's massive.
So when you're saying that, so there's people that are making money by making it difficult.
Yeah.
Are you talking about lawyers?
No, I'm talking about environmental consultants and lawyers.
Environmental consultants profit off of dragging out the process.
Absolutely.
And how do
make
they
the
profit?
process worse.
How do they profit?
And I'd
off
probably do the same thing if I were them, to be honest with you.
As a
I want to be
businessman.
honest with you.
How do they do that? How do they make it?
They go, let's say New York, they go to Albany.
Okay.
And they convince people that if you have a certain type of plant on the ground that's this big and in theory valueless, that it's a rare plant.
If anybody's watching me for the first time, just so you know that I am currently on the road. I'm in an Airbnb. So normally I'm much worse than I am now. So just a heads up.
And you cannot ever even touch it. You can't go near it. You can't put a building on it. You can't do anything. Or there's a little puddle and they call it a lake. And you have to go by the standards of a lake. I said, no, that's a puddle. Oh, you have no idea. Guys are filling a little puddle. You have no idea what they do.
And
and they use it as a way to stop you.
They use it as a way to stop you, and also as a way to generate money. I'm curious how are they generating money that way, though?
Well, they get fees.
They get fees,
massive fees,
and
you pay these guys.
People rely on them as experts because they're the people that they go to when they have to run these studies in the first place.
But some of them are just bad guys, and they're trying to make it more and more difficult.
And they have a lot of power.
I think they maybe had more. They didn't have as much with me because I would get through them, and I understood it. Look, I've done so many they call it environmental impact study. I did so much to build a building. To build a building in New York is very tough. You got to deal with, think of it, financing, unions, all the municipal stuff, environmental. Of all of it, to me, the toughest thing was the environmental, because they could stop you cold with the environmental impact study stuff. And you hire a so-called expert. They say, sir, he's the one guy, he can get you through the morass. It's a morass. It's horrible. They use it as a weapon. They use it all over the country.
Right, but there are legitimate concerns about environmental impact, correct? Like, look about the BP oil spill. There's a lot of things that do happen that are environmentally devastating. And you want to mitigate that as much as possible.
You do. Look, I had, during our 4 years, we had the cleanest air and the cleanest water. I view it differently. I say air and water. Remember this, it costs much more to do things environmentally clean. China doesn't do anything.
Right.
When Kerry goes to see President Xi of China, which he probably doesn't even get to see him, but they look at him, oh, yes, we will do. Oh, yes, we're going to do that. No more coal. And then they approve 58 coal plants for the next, they build a coal plant a week. Okay.
They build a lot of coal plants.
But let me just tell you, though, so here we are cleaning and scrubbing everything, and everything's got to, the air's got to be pure. But in 3.8 days, that stuff floating over China is right over the top of us.
Right.
Same thing with the oceans. They dump their garbage into the Pacific Ocean. If you take a little cork and put it there, in about a week and a half, it'll be in front of Los Angeles. We're picking up their garbage. So nobody ever talks about that. But in a way, the bigger one is even the air. It's the currents. It's an amazing thing. It's been flowing that way for 1 million years, or long before.
We share air with the whole world. Yeah.
No. If we
get the Sahara dust clouds over here.
Absolutely.
We get dust clouds in Austin from the Sahara Desert.
But we get the China, they call it the China curse. We get the China curse they're bad, and their air is dirty. You know, when I went there, I had a great relationship with President Xi. We got along very well. And they treated me better than anybody's ever been treated. Same thing with Saudi Arabia, a number of them. But they laid it out. And I said, this air is good. Do you know they closed every factory 1 week before I got there from within 200 miles?
That's like what Gavin Newsom did when Xi Jinping came to San Francisco.
He cleaned it up.
He cleaned it up. He got rid of all
Isn't
the
that
homeless
terrible
people.
in a way to think, you know, he cleaned it up and then it became a pigsty.
Well, the
He
dumbest
is-
thing is he said when your friends come by, when you have visitors, you clean up your house. Like, how about just keep your fucking house clean?
Can you imagine?
That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard anybody say ever as a governor as to excuse to why you finally cleaned up your homeless problem.
And the day he left,
Right back to
it
it.
went right back.
Yeah.
But in a way, that was a bad thing that he did because he showed
Showed it could be done.
what a disgrace that
Yeah.
was. What a disgrace.
Well, this is the thing that like shows you how foolish a lot of these people that are running these cities think. A lot of these people that are running these states think. It's foolish. Like you're insulting the intelligence of the people that live in that city that are impacted by these people just camping and needles and human feces. There's an app
Horrible.
that you can buy. There's an app that you can get rather that will show you where the human feces has been documented in San Francisco. It's a poo app. And it's just everywhere. It's just bum crap everywhere.
But let me give you one that you mentioned.
All right, so I want to stop right there. We're right here at an hour in. We are 1 hour into the most anticipated podcast episode of all time, and it's a knockout so far. I do feel like Rogan is kind of working up to start throwing some really tough questions at Trump. I anticipate that. I'm sure Trump is anticipating that. Trump is crushing it right now, and Rogan is crushing it. They're both doing a fantastic job. This has been a very good flowing conversation. Trump has been very much on point, taking this very seriously. Joe Rogan is letting it flow like he is a master of doing. He's great at doing this. So 1 hour in, we got 2 hours to go. And this has been an absolute banger so far. So 100% happy about that. If you're tuning in just now, thank you. If you're looking for the list of the original source video, it is in the pinned post. Also, our mods will be dropping links. So if you don't want to sit here for my commentary, I totally understand. There's been a ton of super chats, a ton of gifted memberships. Thank you all. Willie, Will, and Laughing Man have both dropped $500 super chats and said nothing. Insane. If you're new here, we appreciate you being here. If you're interested, you can hang around. If you think I'm an idiot, join the crowd. They all think that too. But maybe I'm the type of idiot you want to hang out with, and so that's cool. If not, I totally understand. With that said, let's get back to the episode.
I not know,
Okay.
which I think you know everything actually as
That's
a
not
student,
true.
as a student of yours. But water, you know, in Los Angeles, you can't get proper amounts of water,
Right.
and it's unbelievably expensive. And you might have a house in Beverly Hills, and they're actually thinking about rationing water. Could you believe it?
I can believe
And
it. used
I
to live
was
there.
in the farm court country with some of the congressmen. We're driving up a highway, and I say, how come all this land is so barren? It's farmland, and it looked terrible. It was just brown and bad. I said, but there's always that little corner that's so green and beautiful. They said, we have no water. I said, do you have a drought? No, we don't have a drought. I said, why don't you have no water? Because the water isn't allowed to flow down. It's got a natural flow from Canada all the way up north of water, more water than they could ever use. And in order to protect a tiny little fish, the water up north gets routed into the Pacific Ocean. Millions and millions of gallons of water gets poured. You got to see this. We're driving up, and I had never seen it before. It's like Iowa. It's the most fertile land. Iowa is blessed with great land. Idaho for a potato, right?
Yeah.
But they're just, by the way, you know, some land is good for a potato, some land is good for corn. It's the craziest thing. I love the farmers. They're great. They're the greatest. And by the way, they're getting killed right now.
They are.
They're getting killed because of this stupid administration. But so I see this and I said, you got to be kidding. I said, you mean you have water? And I looked at it. It's like a valve in your sink, except it's massive. The thing's 5 times taller than your ceiling.
Did you know the center of California was a giant lake?
They have so much water.
You ever see what it looks like before they
No, I
rerouted
never
it?
saw that.
The
No.
center of California, like, was it 200 years ago? How long ago did they do that, Jamie? The center of California had a fucking enormous lake in the middle of
So
California.
they dumped it into the Pacific.
Who knows what they did? But whatever foolishness that they did led to the situation that they're in now.
Think of those dry forests that burned down all over the world. You know, the head of Austria said,
Here it is, Tulare Lake or Tachi Lake. It's a freshwater lake in the southern San Joaquin Valley, United States. Historically, Tulare Lake was one of the largest freshwater lakes west of Mississippi. Show a photo of what it looked like back then.
It's a great system.
So that's what it looked like. Look at that image. Now go to the one on the third from the right.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was an enormous lake in the middle of California. Imagine that.
That'd be much more valuable property.
How crazy is that? But how crazy is that's what it used to look like? And human beings screwed that up.
No, they let it go into the Pacific, and then they.
I don't know what they did. What did they do? How did it go missing?
Yeah, they drained it.
1983. Oh my God.
It went dry a handful of times.
Oh, went dry a handful of times. Well, you know, lakes do go dry, but that's a big one.
But think of
It's a big one to go dry.
You could have all of the water you need. All of that land would have more water. The whole thing could be like that little patch.
Yeah.
Literally, I'd say I was with Devin Nunes, a congressman, and other congressmen. We were going up. I was visiting that because they asked me to go up and visit their territory, and I did. But I kept saying, look at this land. It's beautiful, but it's so dry. And I thought they were going through like a desert, like a drought. They said, no, we have water, but it gets rid. So I looked into it.
What is the fish?
And I got it done. I could have water for all of that land, water for your forests. You know, your forests are dry as a bone.
Yeah.
Okay.
Dangerous.
That water could be routed. You know, you could have everything. Oh, not only dangerous, billions of dollars a year they spend on forest fires. And, you know, there's a case with the environment. They're not allowed to rake their forests because you're not allowed to touch it. When a tree falls down, after 18 months, it becomes very dry. It's like, you know, like real firewood. It's bad. You know, a tree that's up, these are all things I learned the hard way, the easy way. But when a tree is up, it sucks water. It's wet. I went to they had a couple of horrible forest fires in California. And I said, you know, you got a lot of trees standing. Yes, they were healthy trees, sir. I said, with this intense heat, that you could see they were charred a little bit on the bottom, but they were going to be all right because they're soaking wet because they suck up the water, right? But when they fall, they're like, you know, it's like lighting a match.
Yeah.
And you got to be able to clean. They call it maintain your forest. So I was with the head of Austria. He said, you know, it's a shame. I see all those forest fires in California, and all they have to do is clean their forest, meaning rake it up, get rid of the leaves, get rid of, you know, leaves that are sitting there for 5 years. And
we'll certainly get rid of the dead fall. And
get rid of the trees that have fallen that, you know, are like so many things this country. By the way,
could you really rake the whole forest, though? I don't think you could rake the whole forest.
Well, you could,
I think you can get rid of the deadfall, but raking all the leaves.
You could certainly get rid of the dead, okay?
Yeah, I think that's the real issue.
You know, environmentally, they don't want to do that. They said, you know, it's got to be nature and all this stuff. But in the meantime, this is exactly right. But you could have, so it was the Department of Commerce that needed the approvals, but Gavin Newsom had to sign them. I got it all done. Nobody could believe it. It was all done. I said, I got it. You got so much water. All you have to do is sign. And that guy didn't want to sign.
Did he not want to sign because that would be a political victory for you?
I think, no, he didn't. No, I don't think so. He used to say, he's a great president, and we got along. We did. We actually got along at that point. But I think somebody said, you just can't continue to call him a great president. You know, they do say that. But we had it all done. He didn't sign. And then we got on to other things. And I every time I go to California, I said, you have so much water. They don't know it. I'm telling you, people living in Beverly Hills, they turn off the water. Same thing with the electric. They want to go to all electric cars, but they have brownouts every weekend, you know.
Well, right after they made the announcement that as of 2035, you're not going to be able to buy an internal combustion engine in California. Like within a month, they had some announcement.
Yeah, I mean, California is an absolute disaster. And I wouldn't go anywhere near California at this point in time. Gavin Newsom is an absolute psychopath. I do think that it's good that we've learned that Gavin Newsom really doesn't have any national ability to become a nominee, because I was worried that that was going to be the case. But it's clear that Gavin Newsom has no ability to kind of go beyond that California nonsense, which again, I mean, other people can speak better to it than me, but I don't think in a free and fair election that Gavin Newsom would have won that recall election, but it is what it is. He is Patrick Patrick Bateman, not Patrick Bet David. I was just watching him with Eric Trump today because I was planning on reacting to the Eric Trump interview with Patrick Bet David, but then a bigger interview dropped. So we're going to be, focusing on that. But ultimately, Trump really needs, I really, really hope that Rogan is going to dial in on what exactly is your goal with this second administration, which you only have 4 years on. 4 years. You don't have 8, you have 4. And who is going to be the person that takes MAGA after you?
Asking people to not charge their Teslas. Because the grid couldn't handle it. Well, how are you going to handle it?
I will terminate the mandate immediately. Just a mandate.
Thank you.
That will be done, I would say, in my first day, maybe 2 days, because,
Let me ask you about nuclear. One of the things that when I've talked to people that have a real understanding of nuclear power, what their position is, it's probably the cleanest, safest form of electricity that we could generate. And that the fears of nuclear power are really about a few disasters, the Fukushima, 3 Mile Island. These are old systems, and that they're much more capable now, and they're capable of making even better systems. But it's a difficult political issue because you think nuclear power, you think Chernobyl. That's what everybody does. They have this connection. They had the potential
or Fukushima,
disaster, Fukushima,
where you're not supposed to enter the land for 3,000 years or something.
It's probably, I think it's worse than that. I think that area is like going to be radioactive for probably longer than you could imagine. But the point is, they're better at it now,
right?
And that they could do it now, and you can generate power in a way that you don't have to worry about these. One of the most ridiculous things is electric cars being powered by coal-fired plants. It's a ridiculous thing.
So what's happening?
Yeah, that is what's happening. And people want to think they're being green, but it's...
Well, you look at the way the battery is made. But here's the other thing. We don't have... Well, we do, actually. It's being held. We have certain areas where we have great raw earth material, and we're not allowed to use it because of the environment. And we have areas in California that have incredible raw earth, and they're not allowing... And I'm going to open it up. I'm going to let them use it.
But how do you do that?
China.
How do you do that and protect the environment?
Because the environment is going to be protected. You can do it. You can make a lake out of it. Okay, we'll put back a lake. I mean, something nice about lakes. You can do things magnificently.
You just have to do it carefully and responsibly.
Absolutely, you have to do it carefully. But the problem, China has all of those areas, most of those areas, and yet when they say go electric with the cars, China is going to be the one that gives us the cars. All of those guys in Detroit are going to be out of business. You're going to make your electric cars over there. We have a thing called gasoline, and we have more oil and gas under our feet than any other nation. I had in Alaska, there's a find. It's called Anwar. I got it approved. Reagan couldn't get it. Nobody could get it. I got it all done. It was amazing. They were getting ready to start drilling. The equivalent, they think, of Saudi Arabia, one of the biggest finds in the world. It was all set to go. And Biden comes in, one of his first orders were, we're not going to use it. It would have been so good we could have supplied all of Asia with oil and gas.
What was the negative?
And you talk about money.
Right.
The negative was politically, they didn't think it was good for them. That's all.
That's all it was. So you don't think that it's environmentally dangerous?
Taking it from way down deep in the earth, environmentally would have been fine.
So it can be done responsibly.
Absolutely. Oh, otherwise,
the point where it protects the environment.
Well, I think windmills. Okay, so they talk about windmills. I think windmills are really disruptive. When you talk about the environment, they kill the birds. You want to see a bird cemetery? Go under a windmill someday that hasn't been cleaned out with all the bird carcasses. It's like massive amounts of
they're
birds.
also a massive eyesore. I went to a ranch in South Texas. We had to drive past this enormous windmill farm, and it's gross. It's dystopian. You're looking in the left and the right, and all you see is these big spinning machines that aren't even that effective at generating electricity.
Correct. Most expensive form of electricity is a windmill. And then they start to rust and rot.
And you have to replace them.
And then they get abandoned by the people that built them.
Well, you have to get rid of all that material too. When you replace those blades, now you have a problem because you have to dispose. Yeah. Right. You have to dispose these enormous windmills. And how
By
do
the
you
way, they
dispose
say
of
you
them?
can't bury them. So I even question that, but I'm not going to get into it. But they say you can't bury the blades. So you have the blades, and you can't bury the blades. You can bury the blades. It's not going to matter. You can bury them. You'll find areas you can bury. But they come up. This is what I mean. They come up with this. But the environmentalist dream is windmills. Everyone. You know what happens to them? After 5 years, they start to rot. After 10 years, you have to replace them. Did you ever look at certain parts of California where they have heavy windmills and they've been abandoned? And they're all different manufacturers and all different companies. And they all,
I haven't seen that.
it is the ugliest thing. It looks like a graveyard almost, a graveyard of windmills.
It's pollution.
It's so bad.
It's
And in
no
the
more.
oceans.
It's no different than leaving garbage on the ground.
How about in New Jersey, off the coast of New Jersey, they want to build. The people are going crazy not to build them. But where you have them, the whales are washing up on shore.
Right.
So in 50 years, they had one whale come ashore. Now they had like 18 come in the last year.
What is what is happening with the whales? I've read about this.
Well, they say that the wind drives them crazy. You know, it's a vibration because you have those,
Right.
those things are 50-story buildings, some of them.
Right, and they're
50.
super sensitive to vibrations.
They have
and
those,
sounds.
the wind is rushing, the things are blowing, it's a vibration and it makes noise. You know what it is? I want to be a whale psychiatrist. It drives the whales freaking crazy. And
Yes.
something happens with them. But for whatever reason, they're getting washed up on shore. And, and yet the
Conveniently
environmentalists.
ignored by the
Yeah, but the
environmental people.
environmentalists, they don't talk about it.
Right.
I think there's nothing uglier. I see it in Scotland. I see it all over the world. You have this beautiful valley. It's been there for, in civilization, thousands of years, but millions of years. And all of a sudden you have these ugly windmills up.
Would your
And the
plan to be
environmental-
replace that with nuclear? What would you do?
Well, nuclear is better. I mean, I think there's a little danger in nuclear, but, we had some really bad nuclear. They did one in Alabama. They did one in, I think, South Carolina. They do them wrong. They build these massive things. Then the environmentalists get in. I don't want to go into a long story because it's too long for the show. This show is too valuable to talk about concrete. But
He
they have hardened
understands.
concrete. It's number 12 concrete. It's it's harder than steel. It's incredible. They put up a wall and an inspector comes along. Knows that, nope, you're a quarter of an inch. The wall might be 8 feet wide. You're a quarter of an inch too short. I'm sorry. You got to rip down the wall. Because it's got to be poured contiguously, right? You're 1/4 of an inch. I'm sorry, rip down. You can't rip it down. This stuff, you can't put a hammer through it. You can't. It's incredible. Concrete technology is unbelievable. What's happened. You think of concrete.
So you
but
think
they're-
that's an example of overregulation?
yeah,
Pointless
no. Well, you have an
overregulation.
inspector that comes along and he says, take down a $25 zillion wall. These things ended up costing $25 billion. And they one of
You know what Trump reminds me of in this interview? I'm a sports fan, and a lot of times, really, really good sports teams, because they're so good, a lot of times they play down to their competition because it's hard to kind of keep that, that edge 24/7. Donald Trump knows who he's talking to in this interview. He knows he's talking to the best in the business. He knows he's talking to Joe Rogan. Donald Trump came in locked and prepared for this. Donald Trump is treating this exactly like the moment would require. That's what's happening right now. We are an hour and 13 minutes in. I've watched a lot of Donald Trump interviews, and he is intentionally staying on point more than 99% of the time that I've seen him do this in interviews. It's the sign, like I've always said, like a good leader knows when to lead and knows when to follow. Like every leader has to follow at some point in time. That's just part of it. You lead when it's time to lead. And then there's moments where you're like, all right, you know what? This person right here is going to move us this direction. I'm going to stand behind this person for a short period of time. He understands Joe Rogan is good at what he does. That's why he's not coming here trying to control the environment at all. You're seeing Donald Trump at his best right now. That is 100%. An hour and 13 minutes in, this is Donald Trump in his peak conversation standpoint from a perspective of like having a conversation with another podcaster.
of them never got opened. But here's the story. So France does it. France is largely nuclear, and they build small, little, compact plants. And if they need more, they build the same thing and they hook it up. And they hook it up because they get too big and too complex and too expensive. And it is very clean. They say it's absolute. You know, my uncle, I had a great uncle who was a great genius, just like other members of my family.
He was about to say me. Trump was about to say just like me. I'm telling you. He was 100% gonna say just like me. Damn it, Trump. I'm backing that one up.
They say it's absolute. You know, my uncle, I had a great uncle who was a great genius, just like other members of my family. But he was a professor at MIT for, I think, 41 years. He was the longest. So when I was in the White House, the head of MIT, Princeton, and Harvard came down to meet me. And the MIT person said, I have a book on your uncle, Dr. John Trump. He was our longest serving professor. He was a great genius, sir. Do you know how? And he had, he knew everything about nuclear, from math to chemistry to nuclear. He knew it. And he said, someday it's going to be the way to go. But the problem is it's so dangerous in terms of war. He said,
Right.
Donald, someday, and this was a long time, Uncle John, Dr. John Trump, he said, someday you'll have a little satchel at your side and you'll go into a building and you'll be able to blow up New York City. I said, Uncle John, that'll never happen. He's right. You know, he's right.
Well, that was
the
part of the
power is
problem
so
with
crazy.
giving nuclear power to other countries, right? Like
Well-
that was the problem that happened with India and Pakistan. They got nuclear power and then they were able to weaponize it.
The biggest problem in the world today is not global warming. It's nuclear warming. And we have idiots that are negotiating for us. We have a guy that doesn't make it past 4 o'clock. And it's not because of age. You know, they ought to. I know so many guys in their late 80s and they're better than I said to one guy the other day, I think you're smarter than you were 25 years ago. I've known him a long time. He's 89 years old. He's sharp as, I mean, he's great. Biden gives people a bad name because that's not an age. I think they say it because I'm 3 or 4 years younger. You know, I think that's why they say it. They say his age. It's not his age.
He's
He's
had
got a problem.
2 major brain
Operations.
surgeries.
Yeah, he did.
He had
Those are not good
aneurysms.
operations.
And did you see what he did today? He went running towards the camera and made some apology to Native Americans. And that he said that's why he's headed out west. Like he's off the reservation, so to speak, for lack of a better term.
You know,
I mean,
it's interesting because during the debate, I was looking over. I'm saying, this is strange. It's just sort of like strange things were happening.
yeah.
But
Well, he couldn't keep it together. But do you think they knew he couldn't keep it together?
I think
Do you
so.
think that they wanted that? Is that why, like historically, that debate was earlier than they've been in the past, right?
I think they wanted to get. Well, there's a lot of theories. A lot of people said, do the debate now and we'll get him out.
Right.
I think that maybe could be.
Well, that is what happened.
But that's
so
what happened.
it's logical.
I think they
to
also
assume that
said,
that's what they
do the
wanted.
debate now and get it over with.
Right.
I don't think anybody thought he was going to get out, really. I
It
don't
didn't
think
make
that-
any sense.
the debate got him out, but I think it's very unfair. Look, you have a bad debate. His numbers went down, but I think she's not doing very well right now. And I think she looks.
Well, I want
I-
to get to that too, because it's hard to know. Like the whole poll thing is very bizarre for most people because most people don't answer polls. So they read the polls. Then
Were
like,
you
who's
ever
getting
called
polled? I've
from
never
a
been
poll?
polled.
I was
If I
never
did, I'd
called-
hang up.
I was never called by a poll
If
system.
I did, I wouldn't answer. I'm busy.
You know
I-
how polls are done? I'm going to get myself in
Please.
trouble.
Uh-oh, here we go.
So I really don't believe too much in them. So,
Well, 2016 taught a lot of people about the ineffective.
well, they were very
use of polls.
ineffective because
Yeah.
I thought I was doing well. I'd go to a place and I'd have 30, 40,000 people. Hillary would go, they have 500 people, and they tell me I'm going to lose. I said, why am I going to lose? I had 40,000 people. She had 200 people. But, you know, I have a theory. These pollsters, they charge you a lot of money, too. You know, they charge you $500,000 to do some stupid poll, and they interview like 251 people. I don't think they interview them in many cases. I don't want to get myself in too much
You
trouble.
think it's
'cause
bullshit?
I think they sit there, they make a deal, they get $500,000, and they say, Trump's leading 51-49. They announce it, and everybody says, "Oh." Do you understand? I really
Yeah.
don't.
So you think
I don't
it's-
think they. I think in a lot. Look, I'm a very common sense person. I think that they probably don't always poll. Some of them probably never poll. What's the difference between 49-51 and 47.5?
Well, it's also a tiny percentage of the population. I don't think it's representative of the overall population. I just don't think
I don't
it
know
is.
of one person in my whole life that ever got called by a pollster.
Exactly. That's my point.
I haven't. I've never been.
Here's my question.
But I shouldn't say that because I'm doing really well in the polls. So this week I happen to believe in a verse. I only believe if they're good. No, I like them this month. But no, I honestly believe that there's probably a lot of fraud. I had a poll, Washington Post, ABC, in the Hillary thing on Wisconsin. They had me down 17 points the day before the election. I knew it was wrong because I had a rally. I had 29,000 people at a racetrack, and it was like 0 degrees, Wisconsin. And they had me down 17 points. In other words, you had no chance. And I won. And I called up my pollster, who's a good guy, good guy. And I believe he's legitimate. And, and some of them are, and some of them aren't. I said, tell me, why did they have me down so much? I mean, nobody's going to believe them the next time. They said they don't care. When you're down 17 points, people are going to stay home. They're not going to vote.
Right.
Because they're going to say, I love Trump, but I'm not going to waste my time. It's cold out. I said, but what do they make at 4 or 5? He said, at 4 or 5, they're going to go and vote. At 17, they're not going to go and vote.
So
think of it. I was 7. This is a Washington Post ABC poll. I was down 17 points in Wisconsin, and I won. It's crooked stuff.
There's a lot of crooked stuff, and I wanted to talk about that too.
So real quick, I need to pause. Trump coming out to the Undertaker theme music at his Michigan rally is absolutely insane. So I, from a common sense standpoint, which is what President Trump just mentioned, I see no scenario where Donald Trump loses this election. No realistic, free and fair situation where Donald Trump loses this election. I also do not think that even if Trump wins in a landslide, I do not think that the Democrats and the mainstream media are just going to allow that to happen. I think that they are going to pull some massive bullshit as a distraction to somehow slow this process down or muddy the process in some way, shape, or form. These are not rational people that we are dealing with. These are not normal people that we're dealing with. We're dealing with very deranged and unhinged people. So it's just something to think about.
Because one of the things that people talk about with you is the denial of the results. And I think J.D. Vance did a brilliant job the other day when he was being interviewed, and they asked him, did Trump lose the 2020 election? And he turned it around and said, was there legitimate election interference in suppressing the Hunter Biden laptop story on social media? And was that a concerted effort?
Well, they say it made 10-point difference, and I lost by one tenth of a point.
Well, it is.
They say it was 22,000 votes, but look, it was much more than that. And I appreciate J.D. Vance saying that. And by the way, I think he was a great pick. Do you like J.D. as a pick?
I like him a lot. Yeah,
you're allowed to say that.
No, I do. I like him a lot.
I think he's good.
I think he's a brilliant guy, and I think his ability to talk like a normal human being. You did my friend Theo Vaughn.
Bad news for you, Jeremy. Jessica Alba spoke in support of Kamala Harris at her rally. Listen, Jessica Alba, better seen, not heard, okay? And her support of Kamala will just continue to confirm that theory that I have. Better seen, not heard.
Vaughn's podcast,
right?
And he just did it.
How did he do?
He did great. He just talks like a normal human being.
Is that why you called me to do this?
No. I was.
He was a nice
once
guy.
They shot you, I was like, he's got to come in here. It's all about timing. It's all about the timing. I think our timing's perfect. Do you even have a scar on your ear? You got anything on there?
I do.
What was
really?
That? We got
so right over here.
Oh, it's a tiny little mark.
It zicked right there.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
It healed up pretty fucking good.
Well, it's pretty good. Yeah, it's little. It's not like some of the wrestlers, some of the UFC fighters.
No, you didn't get cauliflower.
No. It was sort of like a top shot.
Mm-hmm.
The point of the bullet was a little of the ass, but you see the thing's taken off a little bit, but it makes me a tougher guy. The fighters love their. Bo Nickel, he's a great fighter.
Yeah, I love Bo Nickel.
How's he going to do? I think he's terrific.
He's great. He's a fantastic fighter.
He was almost like undefeated in college.
He's a fantastic wrestler and one of the best mixed martial artists.
When is he fighting again?
He's fighting in Madison Square Garden in November.
Oh, that's going to be an after the election.
Yep.
So
Jeremy feels that way about all women. Better seen, not heard. Only the hot ones.
I'll either go as president or I'll be depressed and I won't bother going. I really, yeah, I think they're having a fight right now.
One of the things that was fascinating also was the denial of the election results is a pretty common thing. Hillary Clinton famously denied that
Yeah.
she called you an illegitimate president, and she
She
said that Russia put
100%
you in
did.
place.
Even though she conceded.
Yes.
You know,
And-
she conceded the night of the election because she was beaten.
Yes, and it was a thing that was pretty common for people, especially Democrats, to deny the elections. There's been many of them: the Bush administration, the dangling Chads, all that stuff.
Well, look at these guys in Congress, all these sleazebags in Congress that are Democrats. They're still denying 2016. But now they don't so much because, you know, they try and pin it on me. You don't hear them say,
But here's my
but they
point.
denied it right up until the end.
My point is, this idea of election fraud is a forbidden topic. And you get labeled an election denier. It's like being labeled an anti-vaxxer if you question some of the health consequences that people have from the COVID-19 shots. Oh my God, you're an anti-vaxxer. If you say, and what I say publicly, and I've said this a lot, it's not 0%. So if you ask me, what is the amount of election fraud in this country? Is it 0%? No one thinks it's 0%. I've never met one person.
Bro, how are we going to replace federal income tax with tariffs? Won't that bankrupt the government? Well, it's real simple when you talk about the government from that perspective. So I'll simplify the answer. Fuck the government. There you go. Fuck the government. And if that's the case, then absolutely I'm in support of that.
Person, not a super liberal, progressive, far left person or a right wing conservative. Not one person thinks it's 0%. They think when you have human beings, and also you have a lot of weirdness that was going on during the 2020 elections, particularly with mail-in ballots.
And you had legislatures that had to approve, and they didn't approve, and they went out and did it anyway. And you had old-fashioned ballot screwing. I mean, you had you have people going up and dropping in phony votes. You had unsigned ballots, et cetera, et cetera.
There's certain people that think that they have, and there's the rhetoric is also that you're Hitler, and that in order to stop Hitler, you have to do whatever it takes.
That was okay,
yeah. And this is, I mean, you're hearing this now. Kamala compared you to said your love of Hitler yesterday.
Kamala's a very low IQ person. She's a very low IQ. You know, I'm for taking tests too. I think anybody that runs for president they should give them tests.
Yes.
And it's not an age thing. It's not based. If you look back on history, 70s and 80s, some of your greatest leaders in the world history, long time world history, they were in their 70s and their 80s. But I think you should take cognitive tests. I think they say it's unconstitutional. But
That's ridiculous.
I think Kamala should have a test because there's something missing. There's something wrong with her.
Well, I think it's pressure. I think the pressure and the scrutiny. You've been a celebrity for a long time, and you understand what this is like. But for someone who's in her late 40s, who becomes the vice president, who runs for president, becomes the vice president, and then all of a sudden the weight of the world is on your shoulders, and there's all these people paying attention. A lot of people clam up.
But
did he say late 40s? She's not in her late 40s. She just turned 60. Am I right about that? I think she's 60. She's not in her late 40s. Yeah, she's 60.
You either have it or you don't.
Correct.
Look, this is an interview. We've covered a lot of territory, right? And you know, it's fine. I don't care. I want to. I think it's much more interesting. To do an interview with Anderson Cooper, a crazy softball interview. She took 2 days off and she studied all day long. And then she comes out with a result that was a real embarrassment. That was a really bad interview. She couldn't answer a question.
Trump is rolling now.
And every question's not answered. I mean, like, what would you do your first day in office? Okay, I'll build a wall. I won't build a wall. There's 100 things you can say. Just say anything, right? There's something off with her.
Well, I also
we're dealing with the smartest people. They hate when I say, you know, when I call President Xi, they said, he called President Xi brilliant. Well, he's a brilliant guy. He controls 1.4 billion people with an iron fist. I mean, he's a brilliant guy, whether you like it or not. And they go crazy.
Right. It doesn't mean he's not evil, or it doesn't mean he's not
of course not.
dangerous.
But actually, we have evil people in our country.
Yes.
If you have a smart president, he can deal with Russia. He can deal with all of it.
Yes.
Russia would have never gone into Ukraine if I were president.
How would you have stopped it?
He automatic, two things. I told him. I said, Vladimir, you're not going in. I used to talk to him all the time. You're not going in. I can't tell you what I told him because I think it would be inappropriate. But someday he'll tell you. But he would have never gone in. But you know why else he wouldn't have gone in? Oil prices at $40 a barrel wouldn't have allowed him, wouldn't have given him the money to prosecute that war. Wouldn't have given him the money. I said it with I was with President Xi. I said it was almost the same conversation. With Vladimir, it was Moscow. With President Xi, it was Beijing. It was almost the exact same conversation.
Yeah, I caught that
I
at the
said,
end.
don't do it. He would have never done it. The day I left, they flew 28 bombers over the middle of Taiwan. 28 bombers. And it's the apple of his eye. And the same thing with Russia. It's the apple. Ukraine is the apple of his eye. I used to talk to him. I had a very good relationship with him. He wouldn't have done it. He would have never done it. But he also wouldn't have done it because of one of the reasons that what happened is, number one, he doesn't respect Biden at all, not even a little bit. And who the hell would? But he doesn't respect him. But when he saw what happened in Afghanistan, how horribly that was handled, number one, you take the soldiers out last, not first. Okay, that was their big mistake. And we had that thing charted out, and they weren't obeying us. They weren't. Abdul is the head of the Taliban. Boom, boom. He had to do all these things. Some he didn't do. I said, nope, you're not doing. You got to do them all. This guy he immediately took he left the equipment behind, 13 soldiers dead, but he took everybody out. He took his soldiers out before. A child would know. That's where Milley was so stupid. He was such a stupid guy, Milley. Okay, those generals should have all been fired. The people that were involved with Afghanistan should have all been fired. Then they'd be writing books about him, how stupid he was and bad he was. But you take your soldiers out last. I had a big rally, and I saw a child in the front row about a year and a half ago, and I called the child up. I said, do you mind if I borrow your child? Oh, yes, please. And they came up, kids 5 years. I gave them quick details, I said, we want to get out of this place, and we have this, and we have this, and we have the equipment. I gave them a little thing. I said, do you take your soldiers out first or last after everything's done? You take them out last, sir. A child would know that. We took our soldiers out first.
What was your plan?
And we left Bagram.
Well, not only that, we
Bagram.
left billions of dollars worth of equipment and military vehicles that they use for parades now.
The best equipment, to embarrass us, the best equipment in the world.
The Taliban parade where they've got tanks rolling down the streets and Blackhawks flying is the craziest thing I've ever seen.
We
the
left
fact that we left all that stuff there.
Equipment in the world behind.
What would you have done differently?
Well, number one, we would have taken it out. Just so you go back a little bit further, I had a couple of conversations with Abdul. And from the time I had those conversations, because they were shooting our soldiers, with the sniper stuff, they were shooting a lot of them. They were shooting a lot with Obama, much less with me, but they were shooting them. And I said, get this guy on the phone. The press went nuts when they heard this. I had a great conversation with him. It was a tough conversation. 18 months later, there wasn't one soldier that was ever shot at. And even Biden admitted it in a moment of stupidity because he shouldn't admit it. His people went nuts. He said, yeah, well, I will admit, no soldier. We didn't have a soldier killed in 18 months in Afghanistan. Not one soldier was killed because he understood what was going to happen if that happened. I didn't have one soldier. Then when I left, after having gotten more votes than any sitting president in the history of the country and much more votes than I got in 2016, when I left, they started shooting our soldiers. But more importantly, what they did is they did that whole thing with, leaving. He shouldn't have left. Number one, should have left from Bagram because Bagram's this massive base. It's got tremendous acreage around it. Tremendous. It's it was built many years ago. And part of the reason you wouldn't have taken that is because it goes to China. 1 hour from where China makes its nuclear missiles, you should have never left Bagram. Number one, they should have left from Bagram. They should have left last. They should have got, we have Americans that are still there. They should have taken all their equipment out. Everything, every plane, every screw should have been taken out, every tent. And I said that's when I realized that Milley was a dummy. I said, we're leaving, but I want to get everything out. Sir, it's cheaper to leave it. I said, What
It's
do you mean
cheaper
leave it?
to leave
Yeah, he
it.
said it's cheaper to leave it. That was his-
Cheaper.
cheaper. He said it's cheaper. Sir,
Not more dangerous.
he just said cheaper. I said, I want every plane. I want every tank. I want the goggles. They have night goggles. They have all this stuff that these guys now have. He said, sir, it's cheaper to get out and leave it. I said, so you think it's cheaper to leave a $150 million brand new airplane in there than it is to fly it out with a tank of jet fuel and put it in Pakistan or just fly it directly back? It's cheaper to leave. I said, this guy's nuts. I'm telling you, he was so stupid. He was so unwise. He was like an unwise man. And there were a number of them. But I defeated ISIS with the greatest generals. I had a guy who was so great. I flew to Iraq and I met the real generals, not these idiots that we deal with. And we knocked out, I defeated 100% of the ISIS caliphate. They said it would take 5 years. I did it in a matter of literally a few weeks. And we hit them hard. And he said, so we're going to hit him here. We're going to hit him there. We're going to hit him here, there. And I said, this guy's great. I like this guy. I was told it would take 5 years. That's why I went. I said, how could it take 5 years? We have brand new fighters. We have the best planes, the best weapons, the best guns, the best bombs. How could it possibly take that long? And I flew and left at 3 o'clock in the morning. Nobody knew I was going. I got on Air Force One and we started flying. And when we reached about half an hour away from Iraq, that was where the airport was, big airport, about a half an hour away, they said, sir, I'm sorry, you'll have to turn off all your lights. Why? We're getting close to our site, our land. I said, you mean we spent $8 trillion and we can't leave the lights? So think of this, 20 years, $8 trillion and we can't leave the lights on in a plane. I said, that's okay, turn the lights on. I'm not going to fight them. That's one
Well,
thing
this is because it's too dangerous?
Yeah, too dangerous because they see the light up in the
They'll
air
shoot
and
at
they'll
it.
shoot at it, So I said, turn the lights off. Then they said, sir, we're going to also pull your shades if that's okay. I said, that's okay. The plane was pitch black. All the lights outside, the blinking, they call them the blinking reds. They were all turned off. And I like to sit with pilots a lot of times. And these guys are specimens. I always say they're better looking than Tom Cruise. Okay. And they're even taller, like perfect specimens. These guys, like for a fighter, you have some guys that are perfect specimens. These
Right.
guys, and they pick the best pilots in the Air Force, United States Air Force, to fly Air Force One. And I get up there and I'm sitting and I'm feeling my way up. It's up high because 747, so you go through the stairs, but I sort of knew my way up. There wasn't a light in the plane. I'm saying, can you imagine? We spent trillions of dollars and we're trying to fly in blind. But I got into the plane. The cockpit is dark black, little tiny light. You could see the pilot, a perfect looking human being. His co-pilot, everybody was perfect. They were all like movie stars. It's like I could have cast a movie with these guys and nobody would believe it because they were too good looking. So I said, how are we doing, Captain? Sure, we'll be landing in 10 minutes. And I look outside. There's not a light. And I'm saying, I've landed a lot of planes. And you see like little lights at least. There's nothing. It's just pure desert. And I said, okay, Captain, good, but I'm looking. Now you've been in many planes where it has the computer sign saying 1,000 feet, goes 1,900, 800. It's a computer voice, but it's an incredible voice. 700. I say, Captain, are we okay? Are we okay, Captain? There's no lights. And I'm looking, normally when you land a plane, because I sit with pilots a lot, I think it's great. I think it's a great profession, everything. It's incredible. They're incredible. These machines are incredible. He said, sir, we're fine. No problem, sir. I said, I'm going, I don't see the lights up there, Captain. Sure, we're okay, So, I'm exaggerating a little bit. Problem with exaggerating, they'll tell the story. They'll say Trump was a coward. So I'm sitting with him. He goes, 500 foot. And I'm telling you, there wasn't a light on the runway, nothing. And we're going in. You okay, Captain? Everything good? Yes, sir. No problem. We'll be down in about 1 minute, sir. And I'm telling you, Joe, there's always a light. There's not a little pin. And all of a sudden, psh, and you hear, blah, blah, perfect landing like glass. That's how good. I mean, these guys, between the equipment and it's genius. It's pure. It was so dark you couldn't see a thing. There was no runway. You wouldn't know where the hell you're. You're in the middle of a desert. And then I got out of the plane. I said, "Thank you, Captain. That's a great job." And then I got out of the plane and I'm going down and I see a general and another general. And I see a staff sergeant, a drill sergeant, and a various guys, all central casting. Central casting. They said, "Sir, would you like to rest?" I said, "I don't want to rest. I want to figure out what the hell are we doing with ISIS. I'm hearing we can't, it's going to take years." "No, sir, we can do it very quickly, sir." And anyway, we go into the room. We go in. I mean, Biden would have taken a nap for 4 days and then left without a meeting. So we go into the room and they have these guys. I say, "How long can you do it? How long?" "We can do it in a couple of weeks, sir." I said, "Wait a minute. They told me 5 years. We can do it in," I don't know, he gave me a number just like in no time. I said, "Why haven't you done it?" "Because the orders came in from Washington, sir, and they would come here and tell us what to do." "Don't you challenge us?" "We're not allowed to do that, sir. That's not the military way. They tell us what to do, and we have to respect them."
Do you think that it was incompetence? Why they didn't?
I was just locked into his story. It was absolutely fascinating to listen to him tell that story. Tom Cruise catching strays for absolutely no reason whatsoever. And yeah, just freaking hilarious. Trump is just hilarious. Perfect looking human being. Yeah, like what? They're all perfect, Joe. They're perfect looking human beings. What? Again, there's a huge crowd here tonight. I appreciate you being here. We got a lot of super chats. We will get to all of them. I promise. I appreciate you guys for being so supportive. I don't know why you support me the way you do, but I'm glad that you do.
Go after ISIS?
I think it's a bad system. You know, when Mattis goes there or when Milley goes there, who's stupid, and they tell these guys that are actually smart what to do, and the guys that are smart are saying, "We don't like what they're doing," but they're not allowed to sort of counteract. Plus, the guys that went there are arrogant. You know, they're arrogant fools. They're like stupid fools. The way they pulled out of, the way they, as an example, the way they pulled out of Afghanistan with the people falling off the planes.
Yeah, it's a disgrace.
It was worse than Vietnam with the helicopters falling. It was so bad. There was no reason for it. Anyway, so we knocked them out. And I mean, we have great military. We have great people, but not the television guys. And I rebuilt the military, and then they gave a chunk of it. Now, I have to tell you, as much as it is, it's a tiny little piece, believe it or not. We have an unbelievable. I rebuilt the military. I rebuilt our nuclear. And in a way, I hated to redo it, but I got to realize how powerful that nuclear is, Joe. One bomb, Israel is gone, but forget. One bomb could take out the entire East Coast. It's so bad. And I watch these poor fools talking about our oceans will rise 1/8 of an inch over the next 500 years. I mean, we have people, we have countries. Right now, you have 5 countries. And don't underestimate North. If you take a look at North Korea, I was there. I mean, I was with Kim Jong. I had a great I got along great with him. You know, the president, he got along good. That's a good thing. It's not a bad thing. It's a great thing.
Yes, it is.
Obama thought we were going to go to war with North Korea. When I met with Obama just prior to the takeover, you know, you have a sort of a ceremonial meeting, but it lasted a long time, a lot longer than it was supposed to last. I said, "What's the biggest problem?" He said, "North Korea." By the time I finished, we had no problem with North Korea. We were really, it was a little tough at the beginning, remember?
Mm-hmm.
He said, "I have a red button on my desk." I said, "I have a red button also, but mine's bigger than yours and mine works."
I liked how you called him Little Rocket Man.
I said, "Yeah, Little Rocket." I said, "Little Rocket Man, you're going to burn in hell." And it was a rough.
Yeah.
Oh, so rough that people were worried. This is crazy. And then one day I got a call, sort of like a fight. I got a call. You know, you ever see one of them pounding, and then all of a sudden, but I got a call, and it was from him, meaning his people. They wanted to meet. They wouldn't meet Obama. He tried to meet. They wouldn't even talk to him about it. And I think he expected to go to war. I actually do. I believe he expected to go. And we checked their nuclear stockpile. It is substantial. I mean, I said, "Do you do anything?" I got to know him very well. I got to know him better than anybody. And I said, do you ever do anything else? Why don't you go take it easy and relax? Go to the beach. You have beautiful beach, nice beachfront property. Kiddingly. I said,
Right.
you're always building nuclear. Just relax. You don't have to do it. Let's build some condos on your shoreline. They actually have gorgeous stuff. And he said, I just have to do it because I need it for my safety, etc. I got to know him very well. We had no problem with him. If you have a smart problem, if you have really the right president, a smart president, you're not going to have a problem. And I say it to people, we have a bigger problem, in my opinion, with the enemy from within. And it drives them crazy when I use that term. But we have an enemy from within. We have people that are really bad people that I really think want to make this country unsuccessful. When you look at what's happening at our border, Joe, when you have people coming in that when other countries are allowed to empty their prisons into our country with murderers, we had 13,099 murderers dropped in our country over the last 3 years.
And 15,000 rapists convicted.
Rapists,
Yeah.
drug dealers, drug lords.
And that's just the ones that have been accounted for.
Correct. People from mental institutions.
What do you think the strategy is?
Hundreds of thousands of major criminals, tougher and worse than anybody we have.
And we're seeing the consequences of it in San Antonio. They've taken over apartment buildings. In Aurora, Colorado, they've taken over apartment buildings. These Venezuelan gangs.
Just the beginning.
What do you think the strategy is? One of the things that they've said is that you stopped a bill from being passed. But didn't that bill also include amnesty for the people that are already here?
Yeah, this is years after the fact. The damage was already done.
But what was the bill?
Well,
and
the bill
what
was nothing. It allowed 2 million people in. They were going to get amnesty. It was a horrible bill. It didn't protect us at all.
But we should just tell people what the strategy is. So one of the things that's been their strategy. One of the things that's been very clear is that they've moved a large percentage of these migrants that are coming across the border illegally. They've moved them to swing states. Okay. Like this is what's going on with Springfield, Ohio, right?
They're in swing states. Well, that's not a swing state. I'm going to win Ohio by a lot. So that's not a swing. But it's called Springfield, Ohio, to be exact. And Springfield, Ohio is this very nice community of 52,000 people that just had 32,000 migrants that don't speak the language dropped into their community. You can't get into a hospital. You can't get into a school. It's gone from a beautiful little place to a horror show. And the mayor is a nice guy. And the mayor says, we're looking for interpreters. I said, no. You've got to remove them and bring them back to their country. Mostly Haitians in this case, but they speak no language. They speak no
English. Man.
In fact, even the language they do speak, they can't get interpreters. They can't do anything. And the mayor's trying to be politically correct. They're all trying to be. In Aurora, Colorado, you have the worst, probably the worst gang. MS-13 might even be, those two are the worst gangs. These are Venezuela gangs. They have taken over apartment complexes, and they're going to want to take over the whole thing. And you have a weak governor, pathetic governor, who's a radical left Democrat. He doesn't know what the hell to do. But you have it in many other communities, but they don't like to talk about it because it's bad for the community to talk about it. These people have been let in here by this imbecile. And I mean it, she's a low IQ person. Low IQ.
Right, but it's obviously not just her. There's a strategy that's involved in letting these people in.
She was in charge of the border.
Well, she's in charge of the border, but they utilize that app. The app that used to be used. It used to be used, I think, essentially, wasn't it for shipping? Wasn't it when people were in this country?
It was used for shipping, and now it's used to deal with the cartels. The cartel, heads of the cartel, rich people, by the way, these are loaded. These people have so much money. They would call up, think of this, they call up the app, and the app tells them where they should take their load of illegal migrants from the Congo. We have a lot from the Congo, prisons in the Congo. I made a little bit of a sarcastic joke. A man named Dana White, who you love, who I love. I assume you love him.
Love that dude.
I think he's in a class by him.
He's probably the reason why you're here.
I don't know, maybe.
He's one of the big ones.
He is the greatest guy.
I love him.
I always say nobody's indispensable. Everybody can be replaced. Maybe you can't be. You might not be. But Dana White, truly, I don't think, you know, the things they sold it for $4 billion. I said, what the hell? Who the hell is going to pay $4 billion? And they made like a great deal. I mean,
it's worth
because
a lot
of
more
him.
than that now.
Take him out. I think it's a whole different.
No,
program,
he's the best
and
fight
he's
promoter
also
of
the
all time.
greatest guy. He spoke at the whole thing with, you know, I had just been shot, and he got up and he spoke so better than anybody. I mean, who would be better to introduce you?
Yeah, I see. Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, I mean, with the comment about Dana White, like, I don't love that Joe Rogan made it that way. Like, he's the reason you're here. Like, what does that even mean? Like, Donald Trump, the most famous human being on the planet, the former president of the United States, and the future president of the United States that's faced 2 assassination attempts, 4 indictments, and had his house raided at Mar-a-Lago by the FBI. The media has turned him into the biggest villain of all time. And he's relegated to saying, Dana White's the reason you're here. I don't like it. But, you know, it is what it is.
I asked, of all the people, and I know the biggest people in the world, and they all would have loved to have done it. I said, Dana, would you do it? You know, it was interesting. He was away. And he said to the people that, you know, one of my guys called, said, I won't be able to do it. I just left with my wife and family. I won't. I said, he said, no, yeah. I was a little surprised, even though I knew he was very far away. He was in some place, you know, and he deserved it with his family, you know, the whole thing. And then I said, all right, and so we're looking who we're going to get. And all of a sudden she comes in, Sir Dana White just said he's going to do it, and he's coming back in tonight. He's taking it. You know, the guy is just an incredible guy, and he's like a tough champion, but loyal. Yeah, he's got to be one of your favorite people. He's one of my favorite
I love him
people.
to death. I've been friends with him for 23 years. I love him.
So would you have, because what you're doing here is incredible. I mean, everybody tells me, all I know is today I'm going, you know, you're on Joe Rogan today. People are telling me, like I say, how the hell do you know that? But it's sort of, what you've done here is amazing. Where would you be if you didn't do the UFC stuff? Would you have this show, do you think?
Yeah, I would still be doing it for sure. Yeah.
Would it be at the same? Would it be at the same level?
I don't know.
But you would have.
It's hard to know. I think, you know, one of the things that works for this show, I guess, is that I'm involved in so many different things. You know, stand-up comedy, UFC, and all the interests that I have that lead to the podcast.
Will you always want to do First of all, you love UFC.
I love it. Yeah.
You love the fights. I mean, I watch you. You are loving it. They could pay you nothing. It'd be very.
They didn't pay me anything for the first 13 shows. I did it for free because they were hemorrhaging money. And I became friends with Dana. And my position was, you're going to give me the best seat in the house. I get to sit cage side for the fights. I'm like, I'll do it. And I wanted to help. I was like, I think these are the guys that we had always hoped for. In the early days of the sport, I started working for the company in 1997. I was before the UFC was purchased by Zuffa, which Dana worked for. Wow. So I was a part of the previous owners. And I only did it for a couple of years. It was just too much, and I was losing money. And it was banned from cable because of Budweiser and John McCain, and you could only get it on DirecTV. And then
I came along and I gave him the sites.
And he loves you for that.
And he never forgot it.
He loves you for that. He talks about it all the time.
Just to interrupt you for one second. So they couldn't get a site because it was too dangerous. And everybody was against it, and they couldn't get licensed. And I gave him the first 2 or 3 sites.
Yep.
And they were great. And by the way, I went to the first fight. I said, I never saw anything like this. It was crazy. It was so good. Take the best fight you've ever seen. It was like that fight, right? It was so good that I gave it to him again. And all of a sudden it caught on. But, you know, when I wasn't in vogue, you know, I've had time. You probably never had a time, but I had times when I wasn't exactly in vogue. Dana, they called him. He said, he's the greatest guy. There's nobody like. He said, I'll never say anything bad about that guy because when I needed, because they were having a hard time at the beginning. They almost pulled the plug a couple of times, right? He said he stood up and he gave us stuff that nobody else gave us and nobody wanted anything to do. And he said, I will never. And there was a time where it would have been very popular for him to say bad stuff about me. He said the greatest stuff about me. He said, you're going to try and get me to say bad stuff about Trump? I'm never doing it.
No,
so
he's a very unusual guy. Yeah, very unusual guy.
He's a fantastic guy.
A perfect guy to be at the helm of something so controversial as the UFC.
Less controversial now. I mean,
well, now it's huge. Yeah. Well, this was always the thing that I would hope that it would be. I always knew that it was unbelievably entertaining, but I just didn't know if maybe I was crazy. Maybe I loved it because I've had this long history of being involved in martial arts, and maybe like other people who just think it's too violent. But
Can boxing make it?
yeah, boxing's still a great sport. I love boxing.
But it seems to be so unimportant now by comparison to UFC, don't you think?
I think,
He's
well,
right.
you know, Dana is working with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. They're going
About
to
bringing
start
some
promoting
fights, yeah.
boxing now. And with Dana at the helm of it, I think boxing could return, because the thing is, they want to make fights that other people, maybe, you know, promoters don't want to make because they want to protect their fighter. Controversial fights where, you know, it's dangerous. Like, you don't know, this guy could lose. And so the Saudis, they're smart. They just offer a tremendous amount of money, and they're putting together fights that no one else can put together. They're doing that in boxing.
If Dana's involved, he'll probably make it good. You
He'll
know,
make
the
it good.
amazing thing, though, the in fighting, no UFC fighter, they say, has ever died. And it looks
No.
to me much more violent than boxing. Many boxers have died. Isn't it interesting? And
It-
Dana tells me because they take so many shots to the face.
Yes. And there's also no other options to preserve yourself, to protect yourself. So if you get hit in a UFC fight, you can clinch. You can try to take the fight to the ground. You get
Yes,
options.
yeah.
Also, you don't get allowed to get knocked down and then get back up. When you get knocked down, you're concussed. And generally, you know, if a guy's really hurt, they could be finished in on the ground and the fight's over. If it's boxing, you have 10 seconds to get up. You get up, your head kind of clears,
Right,
but you're
right.
still in real bad trouble. And then you can kind of run away and survive until the bell rings.
Yeah.
They're only 3-minute rounds, and then you start again. So you're getting
Yeah.
repeated punishment to the head.
Yeah.
You know, and then there's also the issue of guys weight cutting, you know, which is a problem with the UFC as well. But weight cutting in boxing has led to, if you look at deaths in boxing, there's very few of them in the heavyweight division. Most of the deaths in boxing are the lighter weight divisions,
Wow,
because when
that's
guys
good.
dehydrate themselves to
Ah.
lose weight, to make weight, their brain is the last thing that gets rehydrated. Like, it's very difficult to completely hydrate your brain quickly. And you only have 24 hours between the weigh-in and the fight. And it used to be the weigh-ins were the day of the fight. Like when Boom Boom Mancini had a
Right.
fight with Deku Kim and
Right.
killed him in the ring, which is
Right.
one of the last ones on television that we've seen.
That's right.
That was a crazy event for people and heartbreaking, and it led to a bunch of different changes. And one of them is day before weigh-ins to allow people to rehydrate better, and the other one is they dropped it from 15 rounds down to 12.
Which, look, they should do that again. You know, I'm not the fighter, so, but those 15-round fights were unbelievable.
They were unbelievable.
They were
Unbelievable. Yeah, you
unbelievable.
go
In
back to
terms
the
of-
golden age.
Yeah, in terms of entertainment,
Oh yeah,
those were the championship rounds. Those were the greatest fights
those
ever.
last 3 rounds were crazy.
That was
I
brutal.
mean, it's such a war of attrition. You know, a lot of people think even like a 5-round UFC fight. The UFC is 5-minute rounds. It's so much
Tough.
energy you're burning out. And those last couple of rounds, those 5-round fights, the 4th and the 5th round, unbelievably brutal.
Who's the greatest UFC fighter? Are you allowed to say, in your opinion? It's tough for you to say because you do this, but
Trump is completely controlling this now. This dude is so good at what he does, man. Now Trump is 100%. Like, this is exactly what he did to The Undertaker. And I don't see this as disrespect, by the way. So I'm not saying this in a disrespectful way. But Trump is now, he's keying in on what Joe Rogan is an expert on. And he's asking Joe Rogan about what you're an expert on. This is fantastic. Okay. This is fantastic.
who do you think is the greatest of the fighters?
There's a lot of arguments for who's the greatest of all time. You know, John Jones, most people would say is the greatest of all time, never lost. There's certainly a really good argument for that. There's another argument for George St. Pierre. I always leave in BJ Penn in his prime, Anderson Silva in his prime. You know, Mighty Mouse. People forget about Mighty Mouse because unfortunately he's a smaller guy. He's 125 pounds, flyweight champion. He's one of the greatest expressions of mixed martial arts I've ever seen. I think to this day.
And Khabib? What about
Khabib's fantastic. But if you looked at like accomplishments in terms of championship fights, Khabib retired 29-0, but he didn't have as
and
many
probably
world
never
championship
lost a
fights.
round. They say
He might have lost to Gleison Tebow. He might have lost to him.
a
He
round.
might have lost a round. And that was a controversial fight where people think that Gleison Tebow could have even got the decision in that fight. I'd have to go back and watch it again to make a decision. But
They're great athletes. Though.
the best athletes in the world. And the most dangerous sport in terms of like, I always call it high level problem solving with dire physical consequences.
Yeah, it's just brutal.
That's what fighting is.
You know, I never forget. So there was a fighter named James Toney.
Oh yeah, I love
And
James Toney.
He
Lights
fought
out.
as a very light fighter, and he ended up as a heavyweight. I mean, this
Uh-huh.
guy went through everything. He was
Yep.
almost like a lightweight,
He went from middleweight all the way up to
Yeah.
heavyweight. Yeah,
and I've
Peter
never
Vander
seen it.
Holyfield is a heavyweight.
And he was a real fighter.
Oh yeah.
So James Toney, and I think it was George
St. Pierre.
St. Pierre. I think it was him. Who did he fight? James Toney.
No, James Toney didn't fight George St.
He
Pierre.
fought a UFC fighter.
Yeah, Randy
who was-
Couture fought James Toney.
Was it?
But that
Randy
was like an
Couture?
easy
Maybe.
fight. That was a very easy fight. Randy Couture just took him down and
It
strangled
was the
him.
most, and he's half the size, and he just once he got to the ankles, back the
Yeah.
announcer said, "It's over."
Yeah, he
and he
ankle
put him to
picked him,
sleep.
took him down, mounted him, strangled him. It was
And
pretty
James,
quick.
he was, but he was talking big because he was much bigger. He was a pretty
I
big
think
guy.
James just wanted to make some money. In
You
that
think
fight.
so?
Yeah.
I think that Joe Rogan is going to try his best to get this back where he wants it, and it's going to be interesting to watch how he does that. We have an hour and 4 minutes left into this discussion, and I'm waiting to see how Joe Rogan tries to turn this back to get to what he wants to talk about.
Yeah.
But I never forgot it.
I
It
don't think
was
he knew what
it
he
was
doing.
over very quickly, and
Yeah.
he was lying, sleeping on the mat, and he was talking. He was doing the Muhammad Ali stuff, but it didn't work out. But I
He
remember,
sold the fight.
yeah, that was Couture probably.
Yeah,
wasn't
it was
Yeah.
Couture. George never fought a boxer in an MMA fight. If he did, he would kill them.
Was he one of the greatest?
Yes, unquestionably. That's the argument. There's like a handful of guys you can make the argument is the greatest of all time. People forget about Anderson Silva. In his prime, he was unstoppable. But that's the
Anderson
thing is, and
Silva.
then there's Fedor Emelianenko who fought in
Yeah,
Pride. In
yeah.
his prime, he was unstoppable. There's this.
And you have a couple now that are pretty
Yes.
good.
Oh, we've got so many now. Alex Pereira.
Correct.
There's an argument that he's the
He's
top
looking
pound for pound fighter in
He's
the world
looking
right
very
now.
good. Yeah.
It's unbelievable. But it's like fighters can only compete at that level for so many years. And so, in my opinion, you have to judge them at their very peak. You can't judge them when they're hanging on and still fighting. You can't judge them when they're coming up. You got to judge them in that championship peak. And that championship peak, there's a handful of guys that you would consider at the very top.
If they stopped a little bit sooner,
Yeah.
some of them would have had, I mean, there are a couple of that you just mentioned without mentioning names. If they
Mhm.
stopped, they had the perfect, they were unbelievable. And then at a certain age, they start getting knocked out, right?
Yes, it's unfortunate, but the thing is that same belief in themselves that lets them become a champion
It's okay.
makes them think that they can do it long past the time that they actually can.
Well, Anderson Silva was essentially unbeatable.
Mhm.
And then he lost a close one. Then all of a sudden he had,
No, he got knocked out. He got knocked out by Chris Weidman.
right?
He was kind of clowning in that fight famously, and Chris Weidman had a vicious left hook, knocked him out. And then they fought a second time, and he broke his leg on Chris Weidman.
Right. That's right.
And after that fight, he was kind of never the same because that leg break injury, which Conor McGregor had, there's quite a few fighters.
That was a bad
Weidman
one.
actually wound up having the same injury, ironically. There's only been like
You're never the same because you can't
never
kick.
the same. Well, you can. Weidman is still kicking with that leg. You can, but psychologically, when you throw a kick and your leg snaps in half and you're in agony for a year, right? You have to get surgery. You have to get bolts and plates to keep your leg together. And then it takes forever for it to heal.
It
you know?
always amazed me how the kicker, I mean, you have those
Mhm.
cases, but the kicker will do tremendous damage to somebody's leg, but their leg doesn't seem to get damaged. Isn't it sort
It
of
does get
amazing?
damaged. It hurts
More than you
Yeah,
think.
but your shin, your shin gets very numb after a while. And guys that are really good kickers, they're kicking the thigh and they're kicking the
They're
calf.
kicking
They're
yeah.
kicking soft areas, and they're slamming this hard, numb shin.
Right.
Their shin gets all these like micro fractures all
Right.
over the shin, and it calcifies.
Oh, wow.
Like the,
I just want to remind everybody that Trump was already doing stuff in Texas before the interview with Rogan. And then after this interview with Rogan, he still went to, I believe, Michigan, where he did a rally and gave a speech. This man is a machine, an unstoppable machine.
these guys can kick baseball bats. You ever seen them break baseball bats with their shins?
No, I've never
It's
seen it.
crazy. Some
Yeah.
guys can do 2 baseball bats. Someone will hold the baseball bat and they just kick right through them.
But
'Cause their
see, I
shins
watch
almost
your
get numb.
enthusiasm now, right?
Yeah.
And it's like, that's why you're good at what, nobody does this better. Without the enthusiasm, forget it.
Well, it has to be authentic. Like that. I mean, the only reason why I do MMA commentary is because I'm very interested in it for real. I don't have to manufacture it. I'm very interested. So I
And you
think
love
that's
going
what-
in there after the fight and they're sweating all over you. They're slopping all over you. You're
They
beautiful.
bleed on me.
They're bleeding.
Sometimes their noses
Does that bother
bleed
you a
splaying
little
all-
bit? Yeah,
No.
like
No.
2 weeks ago with the guy I never saw it. I
Khalil
never saw,
Roundtree. Yeah.
more stuff came out of his nose.
Yes, it was pretty
Right?
nasty, but no, I'm very used to it. I just wanted
That's
him to
great.
be able to express himself.
You've done a great job.
Thank you.
You've done
Thank
a
you.
great job.
So back to you and back to what are you, and first of all, I love this idea of you teaming up with Robert Kennedy.
Right.
And I love this Make America Healthy Again idea, because there are chemicals and ingredients in our food that are illegal in other countries because they've been shown to be toxic.
Very nice,
There's
Rogan. Very nice.
Pesticides and herbicides, and there's a lot of shit that's been sprayed on our food that really is unnecessary. And there's a lot of health consequences that people are suffering from a lot of these things. And
I brought this chart for you.
Beautiful.
Because I had a feeling you'd be asking me. Look
you.
at this chart. These are healthier countries. Look where the United States is. I'm going to send this to
Prepared. Look
RFK
at him.
Junior. Look
So
at that.
this is well, something along the. I was actually talking to RFK today, and he told me that more than 70% of young men are ineligible for the military because of their health.
Wow.
I could see it.
That's
a lot
crazy.
Of a lot of it's obesity.
So here's the life expectancy versus
it.
health expenditure.
Same chart.
Yeah.
Did you see that?
USA.
Wow,
Yeah.
that's pretty good.
Jamie's the best.
He's very good.
He's the best.
But but look at that. Look where
at
the USA is.
It's not good. And
they
that's our
spend all that
food.
money.
That's our diet. That's sedentary lifestyle. That's our diet. That's the chemicals we ingest. That's what that is.
But RFK is going to be very, I think he's a great guy.
I
think
love
he's
the
great.
fact that you guys teamed up.
Yeah.
And are you guys
combination.
completely committed to have him a part of your administration?
Oh, I am. But the only thing I want to be a little careful about with him is the environmental, because, he doesn't like oil. I love oil and gas. I think
Just
it's
keep him out of
to
that.
fire. So I'm going to sort of keep him out of a little. I said, focus on health. Focus. You can do whatever you want. But I got to be a little bit careful with the liquid gold,
I understand. But listen, there's plenty of good work that could be done if you focus on health.
Here's the one that my all-time favorite, though.
What is that?
See the arrow right here? That's what I love.
Do
Today
you
I
have
love-
anyone that is pressuring you to not work with him? Have there been
to
people
not
that are
work with
reaching
who? To not-
RFK Jr.?
Yes.
Yes, I would imagine, because
I would
financially
say-
he could put a dent.
I would say that, and I think in many ways they've done a good job. In many ways they've done a bad job. But I would say that the big pharma wasn't thrilled when they heard that I've actually always gotten along very well with him. I've known him a long time. He's a different kind of a guy. He's very smart, great guy. And he's very sincere about this. I mean, he really is, he thinks we spend a fortune on pesticides and all this stuff. And then you end up with that chart is a terrible chart. The one previous. It's such a bad chart when you look at where we are compared to other countries that don't spend 10 cents.
Right.
So, and you save a lot of money. But yeah, I've had some people that aren't exactly thrilled. You can imagine, right?
Sure.
It's a good question, actually.
Well, certainly if
it
have
doesn't
been
affect me.
some pharmaceutical drugs that have been prescribed that have negative consequences that these people have been profiting off of. And then you have a guy like RFK Jr. who spends an enormous amount of time highlighting those things. You could say how they've been
Right.
very reluctant to have you support him.
I would say that's an understatement. Yes.
Yeah. So what do you do to stop that
Well,
from
listen
getting in
to
the
both.
way?
Yeah, well, look, they've come up with some amazing things. I mean, I don't know how you feel. I know you're against certain vaccines. But like the polio vaccine, people had polio. It was like a disaster. And they came up, Dr. Salk, and he came up with a vaccine, and there's no polio. Now, very interesting. There hasn't been polio, but now in the Gaza Strip, can you believe that? Have you heard that? There's been a big strain of polio coming out in the Gaza Strip.
Is it vaccine-derived polio? Because, there's a strain of polio that comes directly from the vaccine. Because unfortunately, sometimes when
I
you
don't
vaccinate
know.
people for polio, you
I
actually
see.
give them polio.
I haven't heard that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, all I can do is I sit down and I listen to him and I'll give it a total. I would love him to be right, because if he's right, it's a lot less expensive, generally speaking.
There's two things that people point to when they point to the dangers of the pharmaceutical drug industry. One thing is when pharmaceutical drugs were allowed to advertise on television. We're only one of two countries in the world that allow pharmaceutical drugs to advertise on TV.
Mhm.
The other one's New Zealand, but they're more restrictive than we are. People are
but those
worried,
ads, when you hear take a certain drug,
and then you hear all
and
the
then you say,
consequences.
it causes cancer and
Yeah.
baldness. We don't like baldness.
Suicidal
and this
ideation.
and that and
Yeah.
eyesight, and you can lose your vision.
Yeah.
And I actually asked one of these guys, I would never take. I mean, because there's things that are so bad. They go through a whole list. I guess they save some liability, but man, I said, does that affect the purchase? And they say it really does. When there's something you have and you read, and then they go through the list of
Side effects.
the potential side. It's not even the potential side effects.
Right.
I mean, a lot of people are just. I asked that question. People hear that. When I hear it, I'm going to take a pass. It says may affect your vision, may cause blindness, may this.
Yes.
But
well, I know you're aware of Callie Casey means, right?
Yes.
Well, one of the things that they pointed out, and this is a very important thing for people to understand, is what a lot of these drugs do is they act to somehow or another mitigate the effects of poor metabolic health. But most of these problems that these people are suffering from wouldn't exist if we put an emphasis on metabolic health. If people got healthier, they started eating nutritious food and taking vitamins, a whole host of these problems that people are having would go away. And the problem with that from the pharmaceutical drug standpoint is they wouldn't be able to sell drugs to these people. And this is a fear that a lot of people have.
Pesticides and things like that on the plants. And what do you think of that?
It's terrible. Well, I think regenerative agriculture, unfortunately, is very difficult to scale to a point where you got a jack in the box on every corner.
Right, that's right.
If everybody wants food, and we have food deserts, and we have places like Los Angeles where no one's growing anything, and everything has to be shipped in, and it's very difficult to feed that many people. We've created this incredible society where we have these enormous cities, but it's very difficult to get food to these people. And then for a lot of these people in low income areas, the only food that's available is cheap, unhealthy food.
That's right.
And we could fix that. That's if we could send $175 billion to Ukraine, we could do something to fix a lot of the health problems that the United States has. And I think it would help us as a nation overall. If you just put it out there that, hey, as a nation, we're going to make a concerted effort to get people healthier. Just put it out there and people start making better choices.
Well, when you look at that chart,
it's crazy.
The fact that people in the chat are screaming at me to pause just shows you how awesome of a group of people we have here. So thank you, chat. Thank you, mods. I mean, ultimately, how can any logical thinking human being with a working brain look at Trump and the people that are behind Trump, whether it be RFK or Elon or Tucker or Vivek or Tulsi or JD Vance? How can you not want that team to walk in there and clean house and take care of everything? I'm going to be honest, and this is just an assumption on my part. I don't think Trump truly understood just how next level Elon Musk was until the last few months. I really don't. Like, I think Trump probably knew of Elon and knew that he was doing like interesting things. I think Trump recently has found out, like, holy shit, Elon Musk is like, this dude is doing things that no other person is capable of right now. And having him connected to the Trump team and the things that Elon Musk is capable of doing really is something next level. Then, of course, you add the whole Make America Healthy Again with Robert F. Kennedy, JD Vance, and the rest goes on and on. You're not looking like, you can't ask for a better team. This is the 92 Dream Team. My sports fans will know what I'm talking about, but this is the 92 Dream Team of politics right here.
They just gave me that chart because they said you may want to discuss this topic, which I know is a big topic for you. And when I looked at that chart and I looked at how unhealthy we are as a nation, that's a pretty big thing.
How are you so healthy? Is it golf?
No, it's genetics, I believe. You know, I'm a big
genetics
believer.
is a big factor.
I really am. I mean, my father was.
Unfortunately, it is a big factor for health. Some people are just way more robust, but you do play golf a lot, and that is exercise.
Both of my parents. It's for me, it's good.
Fresh air.
It really is. It's
exercise.
fresh. You're outside. Even mentally, you're focused on that 3-footer, and for a couple of hours, you're not. And I go quick. I play fast, real fast, and I'm in, I'm out. But you know, it gives me. I was never one that could like run on a treadmill. And I can do it. You know, when passing a physical, they asked me to run on a treadmill, and then they make it steeper and steeper and steeper. And the doctor said it was at Walter Reed. They said, "It's unbelievable." I could have gone. I'm telling you, I felt I could have gone all day. But I said, Doc, I can do this all.
We've never seen anyone run the treadmill like you, sir. Fucking Trump is insane, dude. We've never seen anything like it. This is the greatest treadmill run we've ever seen.
All day long. I have no problem, but it's boring to me. Do you understand?
Right.
It's just boring.
Golf's exciting.
But I did it for
Yeah.
so long. They couldn't believe it that I did it. And I never did, I don't do it. I don't do it. I have friends that run this stuff all.
It was a perfect treadmill run. The doctor looked at me and said, "It's a perfect treadmill run, sir. It's a perfect treadmill." But I got bored with it, so I didn't want to do it.
Day long. But I had no problem doing it. But it's really boring. So with golf or something, or tennis or whatever.
Right.
But golf, as you get older, there's something really good about it, and you have competition with your friends. And, there's
Concentration,
and it's a great
focus.
handicap sport.
And it's also a thing, I think, that's it cleans your mind, because when you're looking at a shot, that's all you can think of when you're executing.
It gives you a couple of hours. It's interesting. Like with tennis, if you're much better than somebody, you can't really play with somebody. It doesn't work. You can give them sort of the equivalent of strokes, right? But it's not the same. With golf, you can play with a lousy guy and give him a stroke a hole or 2 strokes a hole or something. It's a good handicapping sport.
Right.
But it gives me a little exercise. But I haven't played in a long time. I won 32 club championships.
Didn't you play right after you got shot?
No. What I did is I played with Bryson DeChambeau. Do you know Bryson?
Yes.
The pro.
Uh-huh.
He's a great player. And we played, it was a certain thing that we played, I guess called breaking 50 or something. 50, we play from a certain tee, and if you can break 50. And it got tremendous ratings. It was sort of like a crazy thing. It got he's a great guy.
But wasn't
He's
that like a couple of days after you got shot?
I don't know. I know I
think
haven't.
that was one of the funniest
I
things. You were on the
may
golf
have.
course.
I think I did. Yeah, maybe I did. But I view it very interestingly. I'm running for president of the United States. To me, it's such a big deal. It's so important. So I've gone now.
Biggest deal in the free world.
It's 100 times bigger than the Super Bowl, and it's one person.
Yeah.
So you're down to 2 people, and we start off at 9 billion, because you have 9 billion, they say, in the world. Who knows what that number is? But you get down to 350 million. Sadly, we have no idea what we have in this country, but let's assume it's 325, 350. And you're down to 2 people. It's the biggest thing in the world. And when I heard she took off yesterday and she took off the day before and she's going to take off tomorrow or the next day, I haven't taken a day off in 56 days. That's a long time. I haven't taken one day off. I don't want to play golf. This is too exciting. Golf is great, but this is too exciting. This is more exciting than anything you can do. And the
Also,
thing
it's the home stretch.
It's the home stretch. Who would take a day off? So we have 11 days left now. And think of it. So I think I've gone 54, 55 days in a row, no days off. And I make speeches oftentimes, sometimes not, but I make speeches. And when you make a speech, and my speeches last a long time because of the weave, I weave stories into it. And if you just read a teleprompter, nobody's going to be very exciting. You got to weave it out. So but you always have to, as you say, you always have to get right back to it.
Yeah.
Otherwise it's no good. But the weave is very, very important. Very few weavers around, but it's a big strain on your, it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. You got to be careful with the voice. You can lose that voice. The voice wasn't designed. I said today, so I made a big one last night. I was in Las Vegas. A big one the night before in Arizona. Big one. I mean, they're all big. There's never been anything like it in terms of crowd. Never been close. Never been close. They say, he talks about crowd says, it's very interesting. So we get crowds that are really big. And I say, I've never had a story, because I don't get good press. I don't think I've had a good story in years. I really don't. I swear, I don't think you were talking about it a little bit with Oprah. Everybody loved me. I don't think I became president of the United States. I did great the second time. I did much better. I don't want to get you in any disputes, but I won that second election so easy. And not just because
But
of
let me get to that. I want to talk to you about that.
But here's the thing. I did that. And now I've gotten the nomination again. And don't forget, to get these nominations, you go against very smart people. Ron DeSantis was hot, got to go through him. Nikki Haley was hot, got to go through her. I went through everybody. Record time, right? Record time. I got 3 nominations in a row. Won the first time, did much better the second time. You know, I get millions of votes more the second time. And now I'm doing it a third time. And it's an incredible thing. I never get a good story. I only get bad press. Now, I will say this. It's a lot easier if you're a Democrat. If I were a Democrat,
You get a lot of positive press.
I would get a lot of positive
Yeah,
press.
no, it's a creepy, corrupt business, and the media to a large extent acts as a propaganda arm for the Democratic Party.
It's not even believable.
Yeah, it's bizarre to watch, and most young people I think are aware of it. I think most boomers still, unfortunately, read the newspapers and believe in CNN.
But it's getting younger. Let me
Yes.
tell you, it's getting for us, for a conservative.
Yes.
And you know,
But you know why
I
that
consider
is?
myself
It's
a person.
the internet. It's because the internet's
think
giving
so.
people information that they're not getting from anywhere else. And they like the very fine people hoax, the Russiagate hoax, all these different things that they've done. They tried to pin on you. That's like, it's a clear distortion of what you actually
The
said.
bloodbath hoax.
Yeah,
I was talking about the auto industry.
Yes.
It's a
Yes.
bloodbath because Japan and
course.
China are taking our auto. And I
Yes.
said, it's a bloodbath. They said, oh, he used the word bloodbath.
He said, if you don't
of
win,
somebody,
it's going to be a bloodbath
that's
because
right.
they're going to take
That's
over.
right.
Yeah, that's exactly what
it's
you
a terrible
said.
thing they do.
But that's the problem with propagandists, because they take things out of context, and ultimately what they do is they diminish their own credibility because people don't want to listen to them anymore because they see that they've done that and they recognize what's going on and they feel insulted. Their intelligence is
Well,
getting
look at the
insulted.
ratings.
Yes.
You know, shows like yours. So I have a son who's very smart and tall, Barron, right? And he knows all about you. He knows about guys I never heard of. He said, Dad, you don't know how big they are. They're big. You know, he told me how big. I said, who the hell is he? Like Ross. I did. He said, Dad, he's a great guy. I mean, guys that are doing, it's a whole new world out there.
It's a different world. And
But, you know,
I think,
I'm on TikTok now.
congratulations.
And I've done really well. No, but you know the crazy, have you seen the numbers? Billions of hits. It's crazy.
I'm sure TikTok's a wild application.
And I've
though.
gone up 30 points. A
You
Republican
guys
is
think
always
Barron
down
watches
30
Cobra
with
Kai?
young
Mhm.
people.
We'll see.
I'm plus 30.
We'll see.
And I'm on TikTok.
I think
It's had a huge impact.
young people are rejecting a lot of this woke bullshit.
Yeah,
Young
they
people
are.
are tired of being yelled at and scolded. They're tired of these people that they think are mentally ill telling them what the moral standards
Yeah,
of
right.
society should be today. And people are upset.
There's a big difference now, but even in just a couple of years, I was shaking hands with people. They're young people.
The rebels are Republicans now. They're like, you want to
Yeah,
be
I
a
never thought of
rebel,
it
you
that
want
way. I
to be
think
punk
you're right.
rock, you want to
Yeah.
buck the system. You're a
Yeah.
conservative now. That's how crazy. And then the liberals are now pro silencing criticism. They're pro censorship online. They're talking
They
about
come after
regulating free speech and that regulating the First Amendment. It's bananas to watch.
Joe, they come after their political opponent.
Well, they
I
do.
got more guys. I always say, you know, I kid, but I'm not kidding. I've been investigated more than Alphonse Capone. He was the meanest of them all. He'd kill you in 2 seconds if he didn't like you, right? I've been under investigation more than Alphonse Capone, only because it's political opponent stuff. And I've won. I won the big case in Florida. I'm winning the other stuff. You win. But you know what they did? They did something that's only done in third world countries. They came after their political opponent.
Yes.
I could have put crooked Hillary in jail.
Well, not only that, but they're weaponizing it by saying that that's what you're going to do once you get in office.
Isn't it
by
great?
ignoring
He
what
is
they're doing right now. It's crazy.
I heard it. Somebody was defending me today. They said, no, they say, that's what you're doing to him. They're going, he's going to put us in jail. He's going to invest. They
That's
said,
what you're
that's
doing.
what you're doing to him.
Yeah.
A lot of people say, will you do that? Will you do that to him to them if you win? You know, the presidency has tremendous power. I could have put crooked Hillary.
I
in
respected
jail.
that you didn't, because
didn't.
what you said was it would be bad for the country.
No, I can't. I couldn't even imagine. You have, first of all, Secretary of State, but more importantly, the wife of the President of the United States of America going into jail. And if you ever saw when I'd say something about her, they'd all say, I didn't say it. I never said it. They say, lock her up, lock her. And I'd always go, take it easy, just relax. We're going to win this thing. Take it easy, take it easy. And I'm telling you, I kept it down, just the opposite. Now they say, oh, Trump wanted to put her in jail. No, I saved her from going.
Yeah, I know that there's a lot of people that are like he should have done it. Just like that is such narrow-minded views of everything. Again, everything that has happened has led us to where we are. Would you have rather Trump won in 2020 and kept Mike Pence as his vice president, only to be leaving office here in just, well, I mean, the election would be in 10 days, but Trump's presidency would be ending in, I guess unofficially 10 days, but officially, in January? Or would you rather us be in the position we're in, where Donald Trump's about to walk into the White House with Elon Musk and Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and Tucker Carlson and JD Vance and Vivek and Tulsi? I would rather be in the position we're in now than to have 4 more years of Mike Pence having Donald Trump's back. Everything that has happened has led us to where we are. You can't change it, or you would change where we are. Where we are is in a much better place than where we would be, even if we had gotten 4 years of Trump in the last 4 years, because we still would have been facing a broken system with people that didn't fully realize how bad the system was. Now here we are, where people have finally realized this shit is bad. And if we don't do something drastic and fix this shit, then we're going to be fucked for the rest of our lifetimes. So we are where we are, and we needed to go through this shit to get here.
Going to jail. They had more stuff on her. And Comey had it, because when Comey got up, and he stupidly, because he's a stupid guy too, he goes, he's a stupid son of a bitch. He got up, Joe, he got up.
Let's go.
And instead of saying she's innocent of all charges, he went over each charge. And each charge was a killer. And he'd go, and as far as her doing this, she's innocent. And this, and then she's only an unfair prosecutor for it. Would go. But every time you heard these charges, they sounded so bad. They were bad. And all it was is he wanted more airtime. If he would have gone up and said, I've thoroughly investigated Hillary Clinton and she's done nothing that we feel is wrong, it would have ended. Instead, he wanted to be up there because he's a PR hound. He's a hog. And he starts going through and you know what he had? They had a huge problem because FBI is great. The people there, not the top people, the people. The real people, the people that work there. It's like the real generals that I told you about that defeated ISIS in record time. The FBI guys are great. I'll bet you I'd be at 95% in the FBI.
I bet that's right.
Underneath.
Yeah.
And so here's the thing. So he goes with Hillary, and instead of just saying, he goes through each charge.
Right.
And even I was saying, man, those are bad charges.
Sounds terrible, because
and this is before I got
with those charges.
Don't forget, this is before I got there.
Right.
Now, he was trying to protect her, but he did her a great disservice.
Because he wanted attention.
He was stupid.
So I want to talk about 2020, because you said over and over again that you were robbed in 2020.
Yeah, totally.
How do you think you were robbed? Everybody always cuts you off. I'm going to allow.
Well, they not only cut you off. Well, what I'd rather do is we'll do it another time, and I would bring in papers that you would not believe. So many different papers. That election was so crooked. It was the most crooked election.
Okay, but give me some examples of how.
Well, let's start from the top and the easy ones.
Okay.
They were supposed to get legislative approval to do the things they did, and they didn't get it. In many cases, they didn't get it.
What things?
Anything.
Legislative approval,
like for extensions of the voting, for voting earlier, for this, for all different things. By law, they had to get legislative approvals. You don't have to go any further than that. If you take a look at Wisconsin, they virtually admitted that the election was rigged, robbed, and stolen. They wouldn't give access in certain areas to the ballots because the ballots weren't signed. They weren't originals. We could go into this stuff. We could go into the ballots, or we could go into the overall. I'll give you another one.
Are you going to present?
He doesn't even give an explanation, because we don't need an explanation, because we watched the election on election night. And I could just tell you exactly what I saw and what you saw. And we saw a repeat of 2016 And then suddenly the voting stopped. We all fucking watched it happen. I know they've tried to memory hole that. I know they tried to make people think that they're crazy. I know they've tried to make people think they didn't witness that, but we all fucking witnessed it. And when we woke up in the morning, suddenly Joe Biden magically had all the votes he needed, and that's where we were. We all fucking watched it happen.
Well,
There's no need to overcomplicate what was right in front of our very fucking eyes. We live in the age of the internet. It was right there. We saw it. There's video evidence of it. There's no other explanation needed.
What do you think? Like,
let me just give you one more
go ahead.
before. 51 intelligence agents come up that the laptop was from Russia. It turned out to be totally false.
51 former intelligence agents, right?
They say that made, I don't believe it's this much, but it doesn't have to. I lost by I didn't lose, but they say I lost, Joe, they say I lost by 22,000 votes. That's like 1/10 of 1%, less than that. It's a tiny little thing. 22,000 votes spread over, that's spread over this period. So 51 intelligence agents lied. They lied. They lied. They knew it was. It was Hunter's. It was from his bed. It was Hunter's laptop. They said it was created by Russia. Russia. It was the Russia hoax. The Russia hoax was a big hoax. It was all a big hoax. So
that's clear. That's one example. But that is a good example.
That's a big example. They say it made a 17-point difference. That's a big example, but that's only one.
I actually agree with this right here. Joe's trying to get him to convince the people that disagree. That's a very good point, and that is very much, I agree, that's what Rogan is trying to do right now, because Trump often doesn't really approach it from that perspective. So I think that that's what Rogan's trying to do, is try to convince the people in the middle or the normies.
And you could go into the ballots where they wouldn't give you access to the ballots. You could go into the ballot harvesting. You could go into $500 million for the lock boxes.
But just in terms of narrative, so there's two things, right? There's the Russia hoax. There's the collusion with Russia that was never proven, right? That's one.
Well, no, it's proven it didn't happen.
Right. Yeah. But they talked about it on television.
But it took 2.5 years to prove.
But not only that, but it was a constant narrative on television. So
sure.
That's a constant narrative that gets into people's minds, especially low information people that just watch the news, that you're in collusion with Russia. So that's one.
Sure.
So that changes the narrative. And then you have the 51 former intelligence agents that work with the original Twitter and get them to remove links. You can't share it on DMs. You cannot share that story. They swept that story because they said it was Russian disinformation, even though they knew it was not.
100%.
So that's two examples that are real examples. Now, anyone who considers himself a legitimate, objective observer of American politics, if you really want the best person to win, you would want people to not lie. And the only reason why they got away with this lie was because they continually labeled you as this horrible threat to democracy and Hitler. They kept saying you're going to be a dictator, ignoring the fact that you weren't a dictator for the 4 years where you were actually the president.
I was actually the opposite of a dictator. I was a very straight guy. But look, those three things, you take those three things, each one of them by themselves causes the result to be different. Okay?
It does.
And then you can go into 100 other things. There's so many. We can't have corrupt elections and we can't have open borders. You need to have a country. You need borders. You need fair elections. And I'll tell you the other thing you need is you need a free and fair press. One of the things I like about doing a show like this, can you imagine Kamala doing this show?
I could imagine her doing this show.
She'd be laying on the floor.
She was supposed to do it, and she might still do it, and I hope she does.
She's not going to.
I will talk to her like a human being. I would try to have a conversation with her. If she did this kind of an
interview with you, I hope she does, because it would be a mess. She'd be laying.
Trump is just too much, man. He's just too much.
Interview with you. I hope she does, because it would be a mess. She'd be laying on the floor comatose. You'd be saying, call in the medics.
I think we'd have a fine conversation. I think I'd be able to talk to her. I wouldn't try to interview her. I just try to have a conversation with her and hopefully get to know her as a human being. That was my goal, having her on, trying to get her to express herself just as I don't know if I don't think these formats are good. I don't think that two people, first of all, I hate the idea of the presidential debates because I hate the idea of a time limitation on complex ideas. Also, you have to break.
I think you have to have the debates, though.
Right, but the way they do the debates, I think, is the wrong way to do it. I think they should have a conversation. I think you and Kamala,
He's 100%
sit
right.
across the table
100%.
with no one in the room but the two of you.
Yes.
Of course, you're not going to shout at each other. Of course, you're not going to insult
may.
each other.
I mean, it may get. They used to do it
Hopefully
that
it wouldn't, but that would be the way to do it.
They
And
used to
just
do it that way.
to
in the old
put
days.
cameras on you with no one interfering with press with checking.
No, he's right. Like, look at the thing that the thing with Ben Shapiro that happened the other day with that trans person or whatever. Ben Shapiro just sat there and this emotionally unstable person just starts screaming at Ben Shapiro, and Ben Shapiro, who I'm not a fan of, just sits there, and you're just like, yeah, there's one person here who's clearly emotionally unstable, and then there's Ben Shapiro here, and you look like an idiot because you're just screaming at Ben Shapiro. So yeah, I mean, I think that would be a great idea. I love what Rogan's saying right there.
Whether or not it's factual, especially when it's biased, because they checked you all those times and they didn't check her with clearly things that were inaccurate, right? So have two people just have a conversation with us without a time constraint. And also this idea they cut off the microphone.
Well, and no crowd. How
No
about
crowd. Crazy too, because you're good at working a crowd.
I would rather have a crowd. But
Of course you
I would
would.
rather,
You're good at crowds.
But I had no. So they gave me an alternative. I don't think he wanted to debate.
Why did they want no crowd?
Because
what was the
I
argument?
think they thought I wasn't going to accept it. So I believe what they wanted to do is have me not accept. So they gave me a deal I couldn't refuse. And I said, I'll do it. Okay. It's like the mob.
Right.
I'll take it. So they came to me. They said, we'll debate Joe Biden. You know, that thing got tremendous ratings too. That was crazy. But we'll debate Joe Biden, but you can't have a crowd. They also wanted sitting down. I said, that's the only thing. I said, look, you gotta stand up. You can't really sit down.
Right.
You know, in the old days they did sit down a little bit, but
he gets tired.
You got to stand up. And they agreed to it. It was a very tough thing. It almost killed it. They wanted to have like desks. We said. I said, I think we should stand up. And that was the only thing I asked for. I said, we got to stand up. I thought it looked bad for like the public, but they said no crowd and cut off the mic. And I said, I can live with it. I mean, I can live with it. And they thought I was going to reject it. And then they would say he didn't want to debate Sleepy Joe.
Right.
That's what they thought was going to
Well, they
happen.
tried to say that with you and Kamala as well. They tried to say that you didn't want to debate her as well.
No,
but
by the way, with her, number one, I'm leading. Number two, they also said it with the primary. So I had like 10, 12 guys, right, in the primary. No stupid guys. I mean, they're governors and they're senators. They're not stupid people. Some are stupid, but not all of them. And all my guys said, you have to be in the debate. I said, why? I'm leading by 74 points. The closest guy to me, I'm like 60 points, 70 points higher. Why would I stand there like an idiot for 2 hours and let every one of them scream at me? I'm going to be the focus.
Absolutely.
Right.
Absolutely.
And I said, I'm not debating. And it was a very smart thing because, it was, they just killed themselves.
The Republican primaries.
Yeah, the Republican primaries. I like debating. I think you have to debate, but it
has to be fair.
I like debating like the Rosie O'Donnell debate. I like debating when you have a crowd. Remember the Rosie O'Donnell?
Yeah, it was very funny. Megan
crazy
Kelly.
thing, Megan. That was a hell of a question, man. If I didn't come up with that answer,
it was a great line.
Well, what it was is, we had 28,000 people. That was the Cleveland Arena where the Cavaliers played.
Right.
LeBron James. I'm not a big fan of LeBron James, but he is a good basketball player. But that was and when I said that, the place went crazy. And she kept talking. No, she had like 10 other.
Yeah, well, Megan said you said it to other people and you admitted you did, but it was funny. It was a comedic timing moment.
It was fine.
That's what they wanted to avoid.
It was lucky I did it because she was drowned. She wasn't finished. That question, but she kept talking, but you couldn't hear. To this day, they don't know what she said, but it wasn't buzzing. So anyway, but we had a good time.
Well, it's comedic timing, and that's the reason why to have a debate in front of a large audience. And then they probably
how did
thought
I do
you
with the Al Smith dinner? I got very good reviews on that.
That was great. Very funny. Very funny
reviews.
stuff. The Tim Wall stuff was very funny.
Tim Wall, yeah.
He's funny.
That's a real beauty.
That's a crazy one. She said that she had picked him, and this is one of the questions I want to ask her, when she was sleep deprived. She said she was suffering from sleep deprivation when she picked him, which is just like,
I was
Hey, maybe take a nap.
so I was okay. Look, let's see how it all turns out. I think we're going to win. I think we're way ahead now. I think we're way ahead. But
Can I bring you
if
back to
they
2020?
lose,
Can I bring you back?
I think they're going to look at two things. They're going to say they should have had a primary, even if it was a short primary.
Yes.
They shouldn't have picked her. And then she's going to say, I shouldn't have picked this guy.
She shouldn't have picked that guy.
That guy's a
Just
disaster.
the lying about Tiananmen Square.
Everything.
Admitted that. Yeah, the military record,
But
assistant
she
coach
lied
versus
too. She
head
lied
coach.
too.
Yes,
Little things. So I did McDonald's last week.
I saw that.
And I actually got a call from your friends at Google, from Sundar. That's pretty good, right? He said, this is the biggest thing we've had in years.
You
The
at
hits.
McDonald's.
At McDonald's. Did you know that? It was one of the,
It was funny.
who's a great guy, by the way, but he said, this McDonald's thing, I want to tell you, it's one of the biggest things we've ever had on Google. It just hit. But the reason I did it, and I actually, you never know about this stuff. I thought it was a throwaway.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't think our conversation was a throwaway, but I thought I'd walk in, and that was only to highlight the fact. And I have a friend, he owns like 56 of these McDonald's, and he said, you want to use one? I said, yeah, I love it. So we went there, and the crowd was crazy.
I'd like to point out that Rogan's tried to reel him back in on 2020 like 2 or 3 times now, and Trump is like in steamroll position. Listen, Rogan has kept him in check for about 2 hours. That is almost impossible. So no matter what, at this point in time, the fact that Rogan has been able to keep Trump focused and on point for 2 hours is a massive fucking win for Rogan. And now Trump is just full on steamrolling ahead. So we'll see how this ends. It's fantastic.
Had 28,000 people around the whole thing. Did you see the outside? It was crazy. The cars couldn't get through. Secret Service was not exactly thrilled. We had no idea what the hell. But I went into the place and I did the French fry thing, and it just hit. But that's like in life. Sometimes you do. I thought it was like a quick throwaway. We're going to be there for 15 minutes. Then I said, I've worked here for 15 minutes, which is 15 minutes more than she worked here. She lied about McDonald's. And
So mad about
Is
that McDonald's
proven that she never worked at McDonald's?
Well, McDonald's has no information. No, she has no information.
Trump is more upset that her lying at McDonald's than he is about the 2020 election. Trump is taking this so personally. It's great.
There's nobody. The manager said she never worked there. It was a certain place. And he said they never. No, she lied. She's a liar. You know what they do? They'll say, like, on any one of the questions, they'll say, it's the exact opposite of what I say. IVF. He's against IVF, the fertilization.
Right.
And it's the exact opposite. I came out immediately strongly in favor. And they do ads. I'm against it. It's wrong. On every single topic. And, she changed policies on 15. I've never seen anybody change on more than one. You can maybe get away with one. Her whole life, fracking, every single thing that she was for, the confiscation of guns. She wants to confiscate. Now she's saying everybody should have a gun. In fact, we're going to get her a MAGA cap. I'm going to send her a MAGA cap. But she's changed, and I don't think people are buying it.
Well, some people are buying it because they want to buy it, because it's blue no matter who. There's a certain percentage of our population that's going to vote Democrat no matter what.
That's true.
They're pressured. There's their community, their ideology. Left is good, right is evil.
I don't understand why. Okay, you have a wall, or you have I built 570 miles of wall. Everyone said I built a lot of wall, exactly the stuff. But you have a border. What I don't understand is, who would want people to come into our country from places unknown? Like sometimes they'll say about a fighter, from parts unknown, right? Remember Haystacks Calhoun, from parts. He says from parts unknown. The old days. Those are the old days. That's even before you. But who would want people to come in, pouring into our country? We don't know anything about them.
But I want to ask you this. Why do you think they're doing that?
I think because...
Do you think they're trying to buy votes? Do you think they just want cheap labor? Like, what's the idea?
There's a couple of theories. They hate our country, they're stupid, or they want to buy votes. It's one of those three things.
Yeah.
They want it. Now, they are trying to get people registered who, don't even know what the country is.
And they're trying to give people amnesty, people that live here. They're trying to give them a path to citizenship.
They want to give them citizenship, and they want to... Well, how
And
about what
if you
happened?
think about the amount of money that they've given them when they've come here, the food stamps, the benefits that even our poor people aren't getting.
$200 billion, and that's a way low number. That's a way low. You know, it's interesting. New York has always been like, sort of like always looking for money. They've spent $100 billion on this stuff. I don't know where and they're not getting the money from the federal government. It's crazy. And because the mayor came out and said, we can't live like this.
They investigated him.
He gets by the way, I called it. I said, he just got himself indicted. This group is stupid, but they're vicious. They're stupid people, but they're vicious people.
The 2020 elections, you say you have all this evidence that it was rigged. Why haven't you put this evidence in a consumable form? In what?
Oh, I did. I have books on it. And by the way, books have been written on it. We have an author named Hemingway, who is a great writer. She wrote a book on it, but many books have been written on it. There are books that are, what's happened is judges don't want to touch it. They would say you don't have standing. They didn't rule on the merits. The merits never got there. The judges didn't have what it took to turn over an election.
Let's talk about the potential vulnerabilities for elections and election fraud. One of them is mail-in ballots. The other one is if someone can break into voting machines, if someone can hack voting machines. Those are two huge ones.
So
and
Elon Musk, I think he said it publicly. I hope he did, because I wouldn't want to be the one, but he's a really smart guy, and he's a very good guy with computers, right? You'd say he's
one of the smartest people alive.
Anybody that can land that 20-story building and perfect, and boom,
while he's doing Starlink, while he's
talking
Tesla,
to me
while he owns Twitter,
and then he agrees to Starlink,
and he tweets 100 times a day.
He's an amazing guy. Right?
Yeah,
he said to me that unless you have paper ballots, it can never be an honest election. That's a big statement.
It's a big statement.
We should go to paper ballots. You know, France did. They went to mail-in voting, and it was all messed up.
What can
the amazing thing with the machines? So we have the machines. They cost 10 times more. Paper ballot would cost 8%. And they make paper ballots, they're all watermarked and everything else. They're very sophisticated. But if you take a look, paper ballots, 8% the cost, and you're done by 9 o'clock in the evening, right? Now we have these sophisticated machine. It goes up to heaven. It goes all over the place and down and around. And they say, we'll need 2 weeks to figure out who the hell won the election.
Do you think that's by design?
Yeah, I do. I think it's very crooked. That's my opinion.
You're allowed to have an opinion. Let's say you win in November. What can be done to mitigate these problems? What could be done at the level that the president has power?
Well, if I win, this will be my last election. But I think I owe it to the country. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think I owe it to the country. We have to have fair elections.
So how can you fix that?
Jimmy Carter was in charge of a commission, that many years ago. And they put him and Scoop Jackson and various senators, distinguished people that were retired. And they came up with a report. And the report's primary finding was you cannot have mail-in ballots. Because if it's a mail-in ballot, I went to the voting booth the last time, whatever it was, and I walked in Palm Beach, and I walk in, and they know me. They say, Mr. President, could I see your identity?
They know me, and they know me. Of course they know you, Donald Trump, and they know me.
Yes, boom, here's this, here's that, everything. And then you sit and they watch you sign, and there's not a lot you can do. I mean, if you wanted to be dishonest, it's sort of beautiful.
Right.
If instead of that, I'm going to send them a ballot.
Right.
It has to go through the postal services. It has to go through a lot of people. They mail you houses that, the house was demolished and the people have left. And it's so bad. The one thing with Jimmy Carter, he had a very strong commission. It was no mail-in ballots. And we're the only one that does elections this way anymore. They've gotten away from them.
And it ticked up in a big way after COVID. It used to be like soldiers serving overseas.
They use COVID to cheat.
Yeah. Well, they use COVID to certainly push this mail-in ballot. Another thing but they
use COVID to cheat.
But here's another
And the last election was a little bit of a, You couldn't even get security guys, big, strong guys to watch. You know what? You'd call them. They'd call them, and they were afraid to go out. You know, we were in the middle of COVID.
Mhm.
We were in the middle of COVID, right smack in the middle, and they didn't want to die. You know, they didn't want to catch it. It was like, in a way, it was like a ghost town, and the whole thing. But mail-in ballots are a bad thing.
That certainly is a problem. Mail-in ballots are a problem.
But every
Another
other country,
problem
you know,
is
other
voter
countries,
ID.
yeah, a voter ID. How
Voter
about
ID is the most bizarre argument that
Yeah.
I've never seen anybody articulate in a way that's convincing.
Because
why
they
you
wanna
don't need
cheat.
voter. Well, it doesn't make sense any other way. I've tried to straw man it, or I tried to steel man it rather. I've tried to like look at it from a position like, why would you not want people to have ID? And a lot of the ideas are
cheat?
just ridiculous. You
Gavin
need an
Newsom.
ID to get a driver's license.
Okay, but here's now the next step. Gavin Newsom, one of the worst governors in the world, and I used to get along, but I don't get along with him now because he's just too, you know, it's just a whole con job. But Gavin Newsom, the other day, signed a bill that you are not allowed to ask a person, even ask them whether or not they have a voter ID.
Now, what could be
If
a
you ask
charitable reason why anybody
because they
would
want
want
to cheat.
that? But
because
that
they
would be
wanna
the
cheat.
only thing that makes sense.
But that's taking it to the next level.
right.
Now, you know, you have ID. The Democrat National Convention, when they had it the last time I saw, they had a sign like a billboard on the name of the person, where they live, how they live, who the hell their boyfriends are. Every single, it was, and a big picture. That's for they have an ID, a big ID. It was hanging like you were a prisoner. They had these massive cards, everything. And yet when it comes to the vote, in theory, the most important thing we do, okay, when you go to a grocery store, you give ID. But for a vote, it's supposed to be a sacred thing. And it should be a sacred thing. No voter ID because they want to cheat.
Well, it doesn't make sense in any other way. I've tried to look at
There's
it.
no other way.
There's no argument that anybody's presented that makes any sense why.
You know the funny thing, Joe? The Democrats, the people, they all think you should have it. In other words, you should have voting.
Yeah.
If you go to the people, Mrs. Schwartz, Mrs. Smith, Mr. and Mrs. Jones,
Sure.
they say, of course, yeah. Democrats, they say yes. It's the politicians that don't want it, like Schumer and these guys. They don't want it because they want to be able to cheat. Because you know what? If they didn't have it, okay, who is going to vote for somebody that wants open borders? Who's going to vote for somebody that wants
Illegals.
to have men playing in women's sports? You know, I have never had one person come up to me and say, President, you got to do something to allow men to play in women's sports. Have you ever? Just like I've never been called by a pollster. I told you my little theory on pollsters, okay? I'm getting myself in trouble with some of these things, but I don't really care. Nobody's ever come up to me and said, we want to have men play in women's sports. And, you know, I had a funny thing at a property I own in California. I have a woman who's a very good athlete, and she works there as a manager. And Brian Urlacher, the big Chicago Bears, great player, you know, 10-time All-Star, I guess, Hall of Famer, great guy, big, strong guy. And she said, oh, he's one of my favorite athletes. Can I have a picture? And I took a picture and I sent it. And I noticed she was the size of his leg. His leg was bigger than she was. And I put it out. Should men play in women's sport? It was just so ridiculous.
What's one of the most bizarre and polarizing ideas that's promoted by the left?
But who wants it? Now, unless you're going to cheat in elections, you're never going to get, nobody wants it.
Right.
I don't think anybody wants it. I've been told everything. You know, some people want this. I don't know of anybody that wants open borders. Nobody's ever come up to me and say, President, you got to let the world come into our country.
Right.
Now, if they won, so they have 21 million. I think it's much higher than that because you have gotaways. You know, gotaways where they just walk in, they walk in. But, and the other thing you have is human traffickers. You have traffickers, and they traffic in women, and they're going wild now. We used to, you know where you have to look? The trunk of cars. Can you believe it? They put women in trunks. They'll put 3 women in a trunk. These people are savages. They're horrible. The worst people. And they're making the kind of money they make on drugs. They're almost making on trafficking now. And the thing that's made it hot is the internet. That's what, you know, you think of it almost as an ancient thing, but it's the internet. But who would want to have these things? Who would want to have, there's so many, the transgender operations, where they're allowed to take your child when he goes to school and turn him into a male, to a female without parental consent. Who wants this? Does anybody want this? I've never heard of anyone, and I can go into 10 different things. The only way they get them is by no voter ID. You can't have voter ID. They don't want any. They want to cheat. There's only one reason, because the voter ID is so basic. It's the most basic thing.
It's
there
very
is.
basic.
Who would want this? They want it so they can cheat because their policies are no good. I'll tell you.
I'm really glad they're having this particular discussion because, again, and I've failed to stay consistent on this mindset, even though I've tried to remind myself of it, that this interview is not about me, and it's not about the majority of you, and it's not about the people that are plugged into this. An interview like this, and virtually the majority of everything we've seen in the last month or two, is not about people like me or you. It's about how will it land with the normies? How will it land with people that are in the middle? Now, I also can't conceptualize how anybody is still on the fence at this point in time, but I guess there are people that are still on the fence. But this is not about me. This is not about you. This is about how do we convince people in the middle. And this particular conversation, this portion of the conversation is very, very good for the people in the middle. And the entirety of the conversation has pretty much been that as well.
They're very smart when it comes to that. They're very smart, although they're not smart in terms of politics in a way, because what do they have that people want? They really don't have. They give away a lot of healthcare, a lot of stuff. But for the most part, their policies are terrible. Their policy on military, she's running on a tax hike. She's going to raise your taxes. You got to hear this. We are going to raise your taxes. And the people clap. But who is going to win with her? All my life, I grew up with politicians lower taxes. She's politicking that we are going to raise your taxes.
Well, they want to raise the idea is you want to raise the taxes to the highest earners.
I know, but
they
it really
think that
doesn't work that way.
millionaires and billionaires are not paying their fair share.
But
She
it
wants
doesn't
to-
work that way.
Well, it's a narrative, right? And it's a narrative that appeals to people that are not doing well.
Yeah.
And they're like, yeah, our problems are that these rich people are not paying taxes.
Well, the problems are the rich people are going to leave and they're going to close up their companies, and then
Right.
the other people aren't going to have jobs. That's what happens.
It does happen in other countries.
But the whole, because you brought it up, I'll tell you what, we just, he's doing a very good job in Virginia. Glenn Youngkin, I don't know if you like him, not like him.
I don't know.
But you don't know, the governor of Virginia. So we have a case where they found thousands of illegal ballots. A judge just ruled that they have to be able to vote. Just happened today. Just before I walked in here, I heard a judge just ruled that you have to keep those people in. They're illegal. They're illegal votes. Now, I think they'll be overturned at the next court. One thing I found, because I had a couple of things that they get overturned a little bit, the system, because the system, you have to hope that the appellate judges are honest. Otherwise, we don't have a country anymore. It's very important. But the whole thing with illegal ballots, it's got to be looked at. You have to have voter ID, and you have to have additional ID. You have to have an ID that shows that you're a citizen of the country.
I agree.
They don't want that either.
I agree. One of the things that I want to talk to you about is the JFK files. And one of the things that you said was that if they showed you what they showed me, this was your quote, you wouldn't want people to know it either.
So I opened them up partially. I was met from good people. Good people that were well-meaning. Mike Pompeo was one of them. He's a good person. They called me. They said, "Sir, would rather have you not." And I did open them, but I was asked by some people not to open them. There's a Martin Luther King file too, by the way, that they'd like to see. I don't know if you know, but there is that. But JFK in particular. So they called me. A lot of good people called me. People that that you would find reasonable people. And they asked me not to do it. So I said, well, we'll close it for another time. But if I win, I'm going to open them up. I'm just going to open enough.
Why didn't you open it up the first time?
Because
though?
a lot of
what was
times,
the hesitation? Though?
Addresses, people that are still living. There are people that are affected. And there could be some national security reason that I don't have to necessarily know about. But some very good, talented people asked me not to do it. I opened it up, and then they said, would it be possible for us to do that a different day.
How much of it did you read into?
I think it's going to be just fine to open it. Let me put it that way. I think it's fine. It's going to be time. It's a cleansing, it's really a cleansing. So I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it immediately, almost immediately upon entering office.
Well, the thing, when people look at it from the outside and you sort of imagine what could be a reason why they would not release those files, it would be there's people that were implicated in the assassination.
Yeah. Well, when there are living people, you generally tend not to want to do it. When people are still living
people that formerly work for the government,
and living people that were somehow involved in it, and you tend not to do that. But it's time to open them. I can't tell you whether or not they're going to find anything of interest. And I did partially open. I think I've opened 50%, but I was asked not to do it, and I thought that was a reasonable ask. But now I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it very soon. There's a lot of interest in it.
One of the things that
there's a lot of interest in the people coming from space,
Yes.
And I know you're interested in that.
Oh, very interested in that. How much did they tell you about that?
A lot.
Really?
Yeah.
What'd they tell you? How much can you tell?
So
how's that work? Is it like super top secret?
I can tell,
Tell me.
Well, based on Hunter Biden, I can say whatever the hell I want. No. But I interviewed a few people. It's never been my thing, I have to be honest. I have never been a believer. I have people that Area 51 or whatever it is.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's the #1 tourist attraction in the whole country or something. Area 51 in Las Vegas. Do you know that, right?
Sure. I know what it is.
So anyway, but it's a big tourist thing. So I interviewed jet pilots that say they saw something. If you saw them, you'd love to have them as
I've
your
had a
son.
couple in here. Commander David Fravor.
Yeah.
I had him in, who had that sighting in 2004. Very, very compelling with video evidence, radar evidence. Ryan Graves.
I don't believe his name, but I interviewed jet pilots that were solid people. Perfect. I mean, great pilots, great
Perfect
everything.
people.
And they said, we saw things, sir, that were very strange. Like a round ball, but it wasn't a comet or a meteor. It was something. And it was going 4 times faster than an F-22, which is a very fast plane, And it was round, which is in theory a great shape.
So when you were talking to these,
so the interesting thing is that Elon Musk has said point blank that he does not think that there are other life forms based on what he has seen. I am fascinated by it. I'm fascinated by it, just like I'm fascinated by things like the Loch Ness Monster and, Bigfoot and shit like that. It is fascinating for sure. But we'll see what Trump has to say.
These people, was this something that you were compelled to have conversations about? Was this your personal interest?
No, a little bit. It's not a great interest for me, but it's a little interest. I get that question as much as almost any question. Do you think that we have aliens coming, flying around or whatever?
What do you think?
There's no reason not to. I mean, there's no reason not to think that Mars and all these planets don't have life, because
Mars, we've had probes there and rovers, and I don't think there's any life there.
Well, maybe it's life that we don't know, but maybe
there was life there at one point in time. This is a speculation about Mars, that Mars had an atmosphere at one point in time, a long time ago, that could support life. It also had large bodies of water, but we've had no evidence of even bacterial life that exists on Mars. But
it's not been a big thing for me. I mean, when I looked at what China did to this, they would have never done it with me, where they put the balloon up. Mm-hmm. And a lot of people thought for a little while that was one of these things. So,
that's a lot of the speculation too, that some of these drones that hover over battleships, that these are Chinese drones and that they're not UFOs.
They could be also.
There's some super sophisticated.
But I did interview, let's say 3 or 4 guys and without tremendous interest, if you had them, as I said, you'd love to have them as your children. Solid, beautiful people. They said, sir, there's something there.
There's something there.
Said it, yeah.
Yeah, I've talked to quite a few of them.
They're not conspiracy guys.
Well, I mean, the Commander David Fravor thing in 2004 off the coast of San Diego, they clocked that thing going from 50,000 feet above sea level to 50 in a second.
Yeah.
They don't know what it is.
That's tough to beat.
Yeah, they saw something in the water. It was hovering over that something that was making a disturbance in the water. They got video evidence of this thing. 2 different fighter jets with pilots in them saw it. There's, visual evidence, photographic evidence, video evidence, radar evidence, whatever the hell it is. It moves in a way that would turn a human being into jello if they're inside of it. The G-force, no one would survive.
Oh,
so like, what is that? And it doesn't have a heat signature. They don't know what their propulsion system was. But
when you fly in some of these jets, these pilots have to be in great shape.
Oh yeah, I flew with the Blue Angels once.
Yeah,
yeah, I got to fly. I guess it's an FA-18,
and those are older machines,
and they're crazy.
When you fly in some of these things,
oh my God,
amazing. Yeah, but
yeah, I can imagine.
You got to be special.
But these things that these people are encountering are far superior to what we know of.
Yeah.
Is it possible that there's some military or government program that you weren't, that they didn't tell you about?
I think I had a great relationship with the military, basically, but I didn't like certain people. I would have gotten them out if I thought if the election was different, I would have fired, all of them quickly. Most of them I did fire. Biden should have fired every military person involved with Afghanistan. He should have had a lot of firings. If you look at him, he told Israel not to do anything, and at least Israel's not going to look at a bomb the way they would have been. Think if they listened to Biden. They'd be waiting for a bomb to drop on their head right now. He's been wrong about so much. I guess you'd have to say that she's been wrong too, because she always said they made the decision together.
How many drinks is in alcohol? I'll go with I'm not a drinker, so 11 drinks.
But Israel didn't follow his advice. And I think it was a very, the Middle East is rapidly changing. There are prophets that say the world will come to an end in the Middle East. You know that, right? And we have weapons today that are so scary. When you look, I rebuilt them all. And when you look at the weapons we have today, the biggest threat we have in the world today is nuclear weapons. And we have other weapons too that are devastating. But the nuclear weapons, the biggest threat we have in the world today. And that's what I was talking about de-escalation with both China and Russia. I'm telling you, we were going to de-escalate. They were going to de-escalate. You got to be careful. It's a little tricky playing with them because they say we're going to do it and they don't do it maybe. But they understood the curse too. It's a curse. It's China's way behind us, but they'll catch us within 5 years.
So let's imagine, let's say you win in November. What do you do differently, and how do you change this course that it seems we are on for World War III? How do you get us out of Ukraine? How do you stop what's going on in the Middle East? How do you put a stop to this?
Well, it's a very to me, it's an easy question because I think I can do it easily, but it's a complex question in the sense that the times change. Every day changes. Who's winning? Who's not winning? I mean, Russia's a war machine. Whether you like it or not, it just grinds along. You speak to people like Viktor Orban, he'll tell you it's just a big, fat war machine. And that's what's happening. You look at what's happened to Ukraine. If I were there, it would have never happened.
But what could you do now? If you get into office in January, what could you do now?
Right now, you would get both of them. I know both very well. And again, I do not want to tell you, for the purpose of looking smart to 5 people that, that say, oh, he was great. Because if I told you exactly what I do, I could never make the deal. All I can tell you is that I would meet with Putin and I would meet with him, and I know exactly what I'd say to each one of them. And I believe that as president-elect, I would get that war stopped and stopped fast.
Thank you for the gifted membership. It's me for the 10. Yeah, and Trump has always been consistent about that. He says he hates when leaders, United States leaders, go on TV and talk about decisions or tactical decisions or military decisions or negotiations. It's a very stupid thing to do to show your hand. It's the art of the deal. You don't do that. It's a very stupid thing if you're like, well, here's exactly what I would do to stop World War III. I mean, if you're dumb enough to go on and just say that in front of the world, then you're probably not a very good leader at that point in time.
We have tremendous power in the United States if you know how to use the power. I stopped other wars just by the use of tariffs. I got Macron of France. Good guy's like a friend of mine, but he's a wise guy.
Respect.
And he's a person that likes France, and he was going to tax our companies. I say, and I sent all the smartest guys. I sent Mnuchin, and they all failed me. And I said, I'll do it myself. And I called him. I said, Emmanuel, you're taxing American companies. We're not going to allow you to do that. Oh, Donald, I cannot do it. Nothing I can do. It's already been passed. I said, Emmanuel, if you do that, I'm going to put 100% tariff on your wines and champagnes that come into the United States, and you're going to regret that you ever did it. He said, Donald, please, that's not fair. Anyway, within about 2 minutes, he dropped the whole thing, and it was massive amounts of money against American companies. I have to protect American companies.
So why doesn't the Biden administration do this?
Because they're incompetent. They don't know how to talk. Look, they met in Alaska with the Chinese, and the Chinese lectured them about how badly we treat people, right? Okay? I mean, think of it. You remember that? It was like they didn't talk to me that way. They respected me. They respected our country. They don't respect our country. They don't respect Biden. They don't respect her. They're dreaming about her because she's incompetent. She's not a smart person. Look, she can't put two sentences together. She talks. I watched her 2 nights. I watched her last night too. It was the same thing. She's not a smart person.
Not a smart person. Not a smart person. And he's been saying that. He's been saying that consistently for, as long as we can remember. But again, we only got 4 minutes left in this interview, and this has been top tier, in my opinion, from Trump. He has been spot on. He's been 100% on point. It's been great so far, and I'm really happy. I'm really happy that he has come out here and he's had a level head. He's been very clear, concise, on point. He has definitely shown that he understands the gravity of the situation. And that's a damn good thing in my book.
These guys are very smart, and they're very streetwise, and they're very tricky and evil and dangerous. And if she becomes the president of the United States, which I can't believe can happen, I don't think this country is going to make it. I don't think we'll ever be. I think just really bad things will happen to our country. And you know what? I look at the outside forces and I say they can all be handled because we have a pot of gold. But we're not going to have that pot of gold to play with anymore. It's a great negotiating thing. I told you I knocked out this massive car company, going to take all of our car business from Detroit. I knocked it out just by my rhetoric. Rhetorically, I said, they'll never sell a car in here. I'll put tariffs. I don't care. They're 2,000%. They're never going to build that plant. And
is it possible to apply that same thing to the electronics that we use? One of the things that disturbs me greatly is that all of our phones are made overseas. And then some of our phones are made in places like, yes, and the chips. And some of our phones are made in places like Foxconn, where they have nets around the building to keep people from jumping off the roof because they have so many suicides. Like, wouldn't it be better to have an American-made iPhone where, people are paid good wages, they have health insurance, they're taken care of, they can live a good life, where you're not buying a piece of electronics that's cheaper because someone has
it's taken Rogan a long time to get into some of the really juicy details, but I understand why. It's Donald Trump. But yeah, it's actually they're starting to finally hit their stride, obviously right here towards the end. But again, Rogan's done a phenomenal job in this interview. I give Rogan nothing but a massive amount of respect for this. And of course, Trump has just been on point.
To suffer in a horrible way that's not even legal in the United States. It's not even legal to have them work that way in the United States. So they get these people to build them overseas.
You do it, but let me just say, that chip deal is so bad. We put up billions of dollars for rich companies to come and then borrow the money and build chip companies here. And they're not going to give us the good companies anyway. All you had to do is charge them tariffs. If you would have put a tariff on the chips coming in, you would have been able to, just like the auto companies, no different. More sophisticated, but no different. Taiwan, they stole our chip business. Okay? They want us to protect, and they want protection. They don't pay us money for the protection, The mob makes you pay money, right? But with these countries that we protect. I got hundreds of billions of dollars from NATO countries that were never paying us. And my biggest fan is Stoltenberg, who just left as the, director general, as a secretary general. A good guy. He said, Bush came, he made a speech. Obama came, he made a speech. Trump came, he said, you guys aren't paying, you got to pay. And they said, will you protect us from Russia if we don't? I said, no, you got to pay. If you don't pay, billions of dollars came in to NATO. When I see us paying a lot of money to have people build chips, that's not the way. You didn't have to put up 10 cents. You could have done it with a series of tariffs. In other words, you tariff it so high that they will come and build their chip companies for nothing. In other words, Joe, you put a big tariff on the chips coming in. I say, you don't have to pay the tariff. All you have to do is build your plant in the United States. We didn't have to give them the money to build a plant. Besides that, they're very rich companies, these chip companies. They stole 95% of our business. It's in Taiwan right now. They do a great job, but that's only because we have stupid politicians. We lost the chip business. And now we think we're going to pay. You can't build it that way. You have to make them spend their money in the United States, and those plants would open up all over, and they'll fund them. We don't have to put up 10 cents. And I am in the process of making a huge speech in about a little while. And you and I, how long have we been talking?
A long time.
Let's go.
Probably like 3 hours.
I got to make a speech.
Right.
But we'll do it again. I want to do it again with you.
Okay.
You are something. I said, how long will this last? Anywhere from an hour to 3 or 4
How long
hours.
we do, Jamie? 3 hours.
Good. Well, we'll do it again. I thought it was great. I think it was
great. It was a lot of fun.
You are a fascinating guy, and you've done a great job.
Thank you very much.
I'm a big fan, and thank you very much. It's been an honor. And
it's been an honor to have you on as well.
I'm going to make a great speech, and I'm going to say, and if I'm a little off tonight, I'm going to blame you. I'm going to say I spoke to this guy for 3 hours. Anyway, it's a great honor to be.
Thank you, sir.
With you. Thank you.
Good luck to you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. Bye, everybody.
And there it is, ladies and gentlemen. There it is, the end of the Joe Rogan experience. Man, oh man. At the time, it's got 2.5 million views in 4 hours, over 100,000 comments on the video. And man, oh man, that was something else right there. I did change my background over on Twitter right here. So I went with the dark MAGA that Trump is rocking right there. So yeah, that's pretty badass. I gotta say, man, that was impressive. I was very, very impressed. And I don't think that it's going to be something like I don't think it's going to be something like the Elon Musk interview with Rogan or the Alex Jones one with Rogan, where there's like these massive viral moments. This is a more straightforward interview that Donald Trump went in there with a complete and total, I wouldn't say different mindset, but he went in there with a very business and focused mindset, which he needed to do. It was exactly what he needed to do. He didn't go in there to be Trump as much as he went in there to handle business. And that right there is the best thing I could say about it. And that's what it needed to be. And so I was very, very impressed for the normies. That's what that was for the normies. And I was very happy with the results. So good job to Joe Rogan for putting on a very good interview. As I mean, this is what he does. The man is very good at what he does. And so, yeah, I very, very happy. So congrats to Joe Rogan, his whole crew, and congrats to Donald J. Trump, the 45th and soon to be 47th president of the United States of America. And then we've got this right here. This was Trump right here. A little bit later, here's Trump.
I got interviewed by actually a great guy. I didn't know him too well, but I got to know him because it was the longest interview I've ever done in my life. Joe Rogan, a good guy. And it's, it's quite something. And we had some other things really important. And I said, we're going to get this stuff done. And my people came to me, sir, we could cancel our evening event. I'm sure the people wouldn't mind. I said, are you crazy? I'm not canceling. There's no way. I'm not canceling. There's no way. We never even. So I apologize, but it's all about winning. We got to win, and we did some things today that will help us win. I think we did a lot of taping, a lot of this, a lot of that, a lot of everything.
Yeah, so that is his new hat that premiered. Let's see if I can find it right here. So this, see if I can find, where did it go? So he came out to the Undertaker's theme music. I gotta find it really quickly. So Trump, Undertaker. Here we go. What an absolute Chad this guy is. Okay, here we go right here. This is Trump tonight. Now that I got to be careful with. I may get hit by. I don't want to get hit for the Undertaker music. I might get hit for that. This guy's next level, man. There's just nobody like Trump. I swear. Listen, man. If you're a wrestling fan, this is the coolest fucking thing ever. All right. The Undertaker's theme, his entrance and his theme and everything, the whole package is truly one of the greatest moments in wrestling every time the Undertaker would come out. And now the fact that Trump, after being interviewed by the Undertaker and getting endorsed by the Undertaker, is coming out to the Undertaker's music is the coolest shit ever. That is just awesome. I can't play the whole thing, so I'll probably get hit. We are less than 5,000 views from 100,000 views on this stream. We are less than 5,000 views from hitting 100K on this stream tonight. Cobra Cast definitely leveling up tonight. So I thank all of you for tuning in. Holy crap, what a crowd we've had tonight. And it's been pretty freaking awesome, to say the least. So no, there will not be any Fortnite tonight. I got a lot of super chats to read, and I have an early day tomorrow because we have a panel at SpaceCon tomorrow morning. So I've got to get ready for that. That's an early. I got to get up early to head over to SpaceCon. We got to get everything set up. So we're going to read some super chats. Drunk 3PO starting us off with a MAGA red $100 and says, thank you. That's all Jay says is thank you. Harley Dave, sorry for your headache. That's rough to be a fig with skull duggery or duggery. I actually, my headache has gone away, thankfully, because if not, it would have been a long night. Bubba Dank says, as a Yankee fan watching game 1 in LA, there is a chick sitting behind home plate wearing a MAGA hat in a sea of blue Dodger hats. Trump 2024. Yes, I did see that. And by the way, the Dodgers did win. So I did see that the Dodgers did win. Andrew Sarah says, stop pausing, stop pausing. Let's see. Linda says, thank you so much for sharing this. Thank you for being here. I appreciate that. Harley Dave with 20 gifted memberships. McCock with 20 gifted memberships. Star Wars Stripe says, Alex said, I'm kind of retarded. AJ says, I would much rather support the 199 while watching this great interview. Thank you. I see Hawk with 5 gifted memberships. Thank you. Harley Dave says, Jeremy, you don't get enough appreciation for everything that you do, but you are an amazing human being, and we are truly happy that you are helping us find our way through all of this. I appreciate it. You know, I'm not a big fan of compliments, but when they're genuine, and I mean, that's awesome, man. And Harley Dave also says, in a world full of evil, I would never tell you that you are a great human being. Thank you, Harley Dave. I appreciate that, man. Vader Mike says, you're the Cobra King for hosting this video. Hail the 199. Thank you. Robo Guy says it's on YouTube, but it's appearing unlisted for some reason. And Joe Rogan did explain that on Twitter as to why exactly that did happen. Let's see. We've got Hayden Wayne for 50 says, I think we should stay up for about 6 hours. I've still got a couple of hours on the drive to work, and I want something to listen to for the drive as I unpack. I can't find the episode like many are saying they can't. Well, I hope your drive is going well, Hayden, and be safe, brother. Keep us posted. War Brer says, no group or fellowship has a finer leader than you. That you don't have 1 million subscribers is a crime. You being a pillow biter, notwithstanding. Hail the chat and the 199. Thank you, War Breer. I appreciate that, man. Let's see here. We've got Magnum Norris says, listening to a billionaire president makes me smarter. Listening to a lying POS makes me dumber. Auto Venom dropped a $99.99 and says nothing. Auto Venom, thank you. I hope you're still watching. I don't know if you're a new viewer to the channel, but I do appreciate it. Normally would get to these a lot sooner, but with the big event tonight, we wanted to focus in on that, and our viewers know that. The election day is going to be the same thing. We're going to be live all freaking day, election day, all day long. And I've got a lot of people that are going to be tuning in on that stream, so I can't wait. But again, thank you, Auto Venom, for the very generous $99.99 super chat. Mez with a 10 gifted memberships. Thank you. I appreciate it. AJ with a proper 199, our first proper 199 of the night. We haven't seen it much, but here we go tonight.
Should I do it?
Do not come.
I'm gonna do it.
Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
Oh, there we go right there. Thank you, AJ, for the proper 199. Emilio with 50 gifted memberships. Thank you, Emilio. Holy crap. Quentin Daniels for $30.99 is coming live. The Joe Rogan Experience with Trump Spotify episode. Ain't here in Australia yet. Fuckers have to watch you. You got me here, Jeremy. Must watch. Hail all, vote Trump. Let's freaking go. Thank you. Alex McCarthy says, stop being nice to the fig, Jeremy. It's uncalled for. Let's see. We got Brock with 50 gifted memberships. 50. You know what that means when Brock's here? We got to hydrate. We got to hydrate. And there it is. Always stay hydrated when Brock shows up, dropping a 50 bomb. Bubba Dank says, yes, Kamala's only real position is Trump is bad after 4 years of Biden, who got elected on the same platform during the China virus. Trump 2024. That is her only position. Jim Daniels says the 199 for 50. Thank you. Patriotic Gestalt for the thank you fee of $20. Thank you. Hill versus Babyface. Here we go. Hill versus Babyface. Who is a dude in the blue suit and the blue suit and the yellow tie? Just a small up and coming YouTuber. It's all Trump is. GJJ with 5 gifted memberships. Thank you, GJJ. Slain Hope with 5 gifted memberships. Thank you, Slain. We've got Jim with another 50. This time in terms of gifted memberships, 10 gifted memberships. Thank you, Jim. A lot of members tonight, man. A lot of members. Crazy. We got this young man, young, vibrant man named Gary. Says, as has time to super chat homosexual, but no time for FNT. I see a hawk with a 50. Look at that. Says nothing. John Ambler, 10 gifted memberships. Harley with 10 gifted memberships. Dean H with 5 gifted memberships. Let's see. Heel versus babyface. As Gary, can we please not argue in front of this homosexual man's chat? You'll embarrass him. And then Gary says, I'll super chat, argue in front of any type of homosexual, including Jeremy. There we go. And then Dan Vask says, Gary, Az, and Jeremy are homosexuals. This is my chat. If you're looking for like respectable conversations and decent human beings, like I said, go to Tim Pool's channel. That's the best I can tell you right there. That's the best I can tell you because it's not going to happen here. Then we got Gary. This is an issue between you and me. Why are you dragging this homosexual man into this? He's not even Dan Vask. He's just a regular homosexual. Gary says the ultimate homosexual chimes in. Dan Vask. Good Lord. You guys are insane. Let's see. Look at this. For 100, is it Simu? For 100, bruh, you have to stop calling yourself retarded because I am super retarded. I was a Democrat, moved to independent, not independent Democrat, and I will probably meant now independent Democrat, and I will vote for my boy Trump in Alaska. Let's freaking go. That's awesome, man. I love it. And if you are a super retard, you have found your people. Okay, you have found your people because we are all retarded. Magnum Norris says Gary wants a pink sock. As do not Google pink sock people. Oh boy, I don't even know what that means. Laughing man with a $500 super chat. You know what he said? Is he still here? Are you still here, laughing man? Are you still here? Guess what he said?
And this is how much it was. $500 donation! You know what he says? Nothing. Drops $500 on the table. Looks over at everybody at the poker table. Dropped it on there. Moonwalked right out of the saloon, double doors. Didn't say anything. Spurs on his boots. A couple holstered handguns. Cowboy hat. Thick mustache. Dropped the money on the table, looked at everybody square in their eye, and just moonwalked right out of the saloon double door. Didn't say shit. Didn't say anything. There's no message there. Didn't say jack shit. And you have to be a cocky son of a bitch. First and foremost, that's not cheap. You got to be a cocky son of a bitch to drop $500 and just bounce the fuck out of there and don't say nothing. I respect that.
I respect that too. Thank you, laughing man, you mad lad. Let's see. Willie Will dropped 50 gifted memberships. Willie freaking Will. Holy crap. Woo! Thank you, Willie Will. Extra pretty lady says Trump isn't doing this for his base. He's locked in and serious to get more on the Trump train and sway undecideds. He's knocking it out of the park. So are you, Jeremy. You have fun. You have a fun show and a fun community. Thank you, extra pretty lady. We appreciate that. And you are 100% right. You are 100% right. Deflect for 10 gifted memberships. Let's freaking go. Harley for 20 gifted memberships. Let's freaking go. Let me see where. Oh boy, we got to do it again. Willie Will We're rolling it back. We're rolling it back.
And this is how much it was. $500 donation. You know what he says? Nothing. Drops $500 on the table. Looks over at everybody at the poker table. Dropped it on there. Moonwalked right out of the saloon, double doors. Didn't say anything. Spurs on his boots. Couple holstered handguns. Cowboy hat. Thick mustache. Dropped the money on the table, looked at everybody square in their eye, and just moonwalked right out of the saloon, double door. Didn't say shit. Didn't say anything. There's no message there. He didn't say jack shit. And you have to be a cocky son of a bitch. First and foremost, that's not cheap. You got to be a cocky son of a bitch to drop $500 and just bounce the fuck out of there and don't say nothing. I respect that.
We do respect that. We greatly do respect that. I saw a few people saying, who is that? That would be Eric July, the Black Stan Lee, okay? The Donald Trump of the comic industry. That is who that is. So if you're interested, you can check out the Rippaverse. And as a matter of fact, our good buddy, Drunk 3PO, has a campaign right now with the Rippaverse, with Ripascend. And if you want to go over, mods will be dropping links right now. Achromatic Chronicles Green. The campaign just dropped about a day and a half ago, and it's already made $33,000. Already sold 800 books. We're looking to sell 5,000 books before the end of the campaign. So if you're interested, you can go over there and check that out. So we appreciate that. Hail to the Rippaverse. Hail to Drunk 3PO. And hail to Achromatic Chronicles Green. So there you go right there. Always happy to shout out my boys and my friends. Thank you, Willie Will. Appreciate you, bro. Harley Dave says, no one talks shit about Dark MAGA. That's right. Nobody talks smack about Dark MAGA. Can't happen. Can't happen. Drowning Clown for 20 gifted memberships. Let's freaking go. Thank 20. Let's go. Unclean Puppy with 5 gifted memberships. Fable of Man says, just throwing some love to the mods. You know what? In the name of the mods, why don't we drop some gifties? This is from the mods, okay? So if you see some gifties dropping right now, you can thank the mods. Don't thank me. Thank the mods. There you go. And here it goes. Let's see. Did it go through? It should have went through. I'm trying to see. There it is. That's from the mods, not from me. All right. You can thank the mods for that one. Okay. Thank you, Fable of Man. Appreciate you, brother. Let's see where we are. Oracle of Doom says, thank you for all that you do. I know you hate compliments, so you're a fig. Hail the 199. Hail the mighty and mega based Cobra Commander. Thank you, Oracle of Doom. You guys were ridiculous tonight, man. Mandy says, as someone who truly, as someone who's truly woke, this is the best Trump interview he's given, and not even halfway through. Yeah, it really was, man. And you got to give credit to Joe Rogan for that. You really do. Sally with 5 gifted memberships. Thank you, Sally. Extra Pretty Lady says, yes, Jared, Trump is alert to everything he is saying compared to usual. He is letting Joe lead, and Trump is trying to get Joe to align himself along with him, not ahead nor behind him. Same as Elon. Trump wants Rogan in his camp, and he did a great job of, I think, convincing Joe Rogan tonight. Let's see. Trent Noir says, go Trump for $20. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. J.M. Elliott says, Moon has a great video on why Joe is the GOAT at long-form internet viewing. Moon points out great insights, and it's a very interesting watch. Noted. He certainly is great at it. Eric Guidewall with 20 says Trump on Rogan is interesting. Yes, it is. It was very interesting. Samuel for 50 says Judge Joe Brown stating that asylum seekers and refugees don't have to go through the same process as legal immigrants. After 5 years, they allegedly gained citizenship without the test. If true, them planting them in swing states for votes tracks. Thank you for the 50, sir. I appreciate it. Let's see. Johnny says, clearly at this point, Joe realized that this country needs Trump. It's a shame that it had to get this far for him to act on it. But at the same time, I get it. The Dems have been winning for years, and you have to tread carefully. We are where we are now, and I am happy that we finally got there. So 10 gifted memberships from It's Me. Thank you, It's Me. Maz's retarded stinky cat for $100 says, I think I tagged you in it today when I saw from an independent journal running for Boston City Council. I find it hypocritical that the governor signs emergency preamble to make it stricter to get a permit for CC, considering the people brandished a firearm on him. If you just tag me again, because a lot of that stuff gets buried. So feel free to tag me again in it, and I would be happy to take a look at it. And again, thank you for the MAGA red bomb. Lance says, damn, this stream got likes. Yeah, it probably has more likes than viewers right now. So we are now less than 3,000 views from 100,000. Holy crap. And yeah, we have more likes than viewers now because we've had a lot of people watch tonight. It's been a very, very busy night. Eric Guidewall with 10 gifted memberships. Let's go. Lance Finn with 5 gifted memberships. Thank you. Let's see here. All right, we're going to go back up here. I appreciate you guys being patient with me on this. McManager says, hope I've been making everyone laugh, especially Jay. You have, and please keep it up. Thank you. Let's see. Gear Master Gear says, I voted early today here in Illinois for Trump. Trump 2024 all the way. Hail to the 199 and my IDOTs. That's what we like to hear. Slaying Hope with the vindicated and the 199 emojis. Dan Vask says, thank you. Fuck off, Dan Vask. Slaying Hope says, I sent you a link to your XDM. Poppin' Friday, I think that's what it says. I'm watching it right now on YouTube. McCock says, you like some Bon Jovi, you keep figs. I like Bon Jovi. I don't give a fuck what Gary thinks. I like Bon Jovi. Yo Pops with 5 gifted memberships. Thank you. Yo Pops. Let's see. Hammerang says, going to vote for Trump tomorrow. MAGA. Get out and vote. Get out and vote. Beastie Man says, history in the making. McCock says, at the meetup, Jeremy grabbed my ass as a joke. I said, you touch it, you eat it. His response was to put on a bib. McCock was a crazy bastard, man. Absolutely. Let's see. Ministry From Things says, dude, WTF, this does not sound like a dude who's scared to host Trump. I'm 100% or 1,000% sure Joe was only afraid of backlash and not anymore. Nandy says, Jeremy, pause more. Harley Dave says, this is already breaking the internet. Hail the 199. Hail IDOT. Jeremy, make it transformative. Definitely tried. Zane says, who's the tard on the left of the screen? Stop talking. I'm trying to watch the video. Let's see. Siu Simu says, I hope everyone thinks for themselves than political shit. I think everybody here does think for themselves for sure. I mean, for the most part. I mean, you obviously may have some people that are swayed in one way or the other. And thank you for the 20. Jeremy Wormy says reverse psychology, pause more. Mike Noss says this was a good move on Rogan to drop this right away between people wanting to see this and so close to the election. Trump 2024, hail the 199. Harley Dave with $1.36. Dine Morris with a 199. Woodaman says it's you or the tinnitus one is slightly less bad. Versified says shame on YouTube and Spotify mods that unlisted this episode. It wasn't YouTube. It was Rogan that said it was not them. Slain Hope says you want to make this transformative. Put on the mask. Nandy says, here for the transformative content. Q-Tart says, it's true. Davy Verse with a 99-cent super sticker. Thank you. Frosty says, it's in the playlist, but not the video section. Eric K says, all hail Jeremy Fig. Dylan says, glad you're pausing so we can hear the voice of an angel. This is the final stroke. Kamala is toast. My wife and I voted for Trump yesterday here in Wisconsin. We love to hear it. Shadow saying, how much of Kamaga? How much for a Kamaga cameo? Also, your laugh was nightmare fuel. Yeah, I don't know if I have much of a voice left, and like I said, I have a panel in a few hours at SpaceCon that I have to get ready for. So the dude says Jeremy is the best Titanfall 3 player. Croctism says screw Harley Dave. Damn, Harley Dave, you making enemies? Cajun Corey says, you may be a Bama fig, but you're a good dude. Keep up the grifting. Thank you, Cajun Corey. Harley Dave says, holy shit, 475,000 views in 38 minutes, and you are gay. Internet Guy says, love you, brother, no homo. Star Wars and Stripes says, Jeremy, I wonder if they took it back because Trump about to speak at his rally and would like to take away from viewers. No, it was just a little issue on their end, but they fixed it. McManager says, is Jay getting on? Not tonight. Slain Hope says, entire world watching it once. The servers are on fire. VJ the Vigilant says Trump walking out to the Undertaker theme in Michigan. That is so badass. Croctism says, as a fellow retard with stage 2 autism, thanks, Jeremy. You are welcome. Usagi says, I hate your face, Jeremy, but I hate it less when it's next to President Trump. Thank you for the stream, bro. I appreciate that. Poppin' Fry J, is that what it says? Free J. It's on Joe's channel, just under podcast section, you figs. Click podcast top 1. Westfield says, it's our time to put up or shut up. We have to give this man a massive victory and reclaim our nation in 2 weeks, please. Harley Dave says, thank you, Jeremy, for contributing to transformative content. Big Manager with the gifted membership. Sergio says, thank you, Jeremy. I did not want to hear your fig voice. Nick says, I'm an ally of transformative content. Harley Dave says, Baron, Dad, talk to Joe like he's one of your friends. Delona says, to select podcasts on Joe's channel, the Joe Rogan Experience updated today is this. Axel Jensen says, stop interrupting Boognish. Star Wars and Stripes. Kamala is getting booed at her own rally right now. King of the Monsters 1954 says, love the Geeks and Gamers content. Thanks, bro. Thank you. I appreciate it. And go check us out over on the Geeks and Gamers Locals. You're going to be getting some exclusive content next week. That's right. Maybe even earlier than that. But we're going to start. This is a tease. I'm giving a tease to the people that are still here. Next week for our locals members, Geeks and Gamers Locals, we're going to be doing an extra hour of daily on Friday. You heard it here first, ladies and gentlemen. And then we're going to work on doing an extra hour of daily every day for the locals members. That's right. And then Chris has got some extra content. Steph's got some extra content they're going to be uploading from like random shit that's been happening here while we're out of town. So, yeah, there you go. Good shit. Good shit. Let me see here. Tweeted Tone says corporate Geeks and Gamers unsubbing. Tweeted Tone, you unsubscribed about 50 times a fucking day. Mike Noss says, that has crossed my mind about if Trump had run as an independent, would things have worked out the same way? Yeah, I don't know. That's a good question, though. Dean H says, I just received my IDOT Halloween shirt today. It looks great. I wish I could have made the meetup. Maybe I'll get one next year. Keep up the good work. Yeah, they were really, I'm glad you guys enjoyed it. Slain Hope says, it was just games before. This is the Super Bowl. Tech Jedi says, no broke dicks in the 199. The dude says, Jeremy's the best guy. He'd give you his IDOT shirt if needed. He'd satisfy you with a socked foot if you asked, because that's the type of fig he is. Brown Gaijin says, I'm not offended that you're pausing. I'm offended that you have not once paused in Spanish. Also, when pausing as an African American, let's see. La Fu Samurai with a gifted membership. Thank you. John Jones says Trump Wars, Return of the Donald 2024. Whiskey Tango Foxtrot. 7,500, you guys. Snake Pit 199, hold the line. W with the trolls. Just enjoy the conversation. Yeah, I think we peaked at 11,000. As soon as I told people that they could just click the link, we lost like 3,000 viewers. That's the internet for you. McManager says, drunk 3PO. Harley Dave says, why are you gay? Another gifted membership. Thank you. McManager with the dollar. Thank you. Chris from Michigan says, why are you able to watch this? It's not on Spotify. I'm special. Just kidding. Bubba Dank says, Trump free balls. I do too. Beardo Licks Windows says, this might sound bad, but well, this might sound bad, maybe, but always wanted to say, I like your content a lot. Followed you for years, and I'm a quiet supporter on Twitter because the Twitter hive mind. Like all your content, also gay. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. I'm glad you enjoy what we do. Axel Jensen says Joe saying Trump. Let's see. Where's it at? Trump saying, Joe saying Trump says crazy-ish when he is friends with Alex and knowing how disingenuous the media is, like when CNN lied for Joe on COVID. By the way, on the local side, it's not the D-Day Cobra one. I'm going to run everything through Geeks and Gamers. So I'll work. If you're on the D-Day Cobra side, I'll get you transferred over, but everything's going to run through the Geeks and Gamers side. I don't want to double dip on making you guys pay for two different ones. I think that's just, I know people wanted to have like a separate D-Day Cobra one, but I'm just telling you, like, it's going to force people to have to pay twice. And I don't want to do that. I do not want to do that at all. So I'll get that worked out for anybody that's already on the D-Day Cobra side. But if you're over there, don't worry. I will work it out. Locals has been great with us, but I just don't feel right about making people have to double dip when I could just put it all in one place. As much as I know people said they wanted to do that, I can't. Where do we sign up, Jared? Go to geeksandgamers.com and hit join the 199, and it'll take you straight to the sign up page. Go to geeksandgamers.com and it'll take you right there. You hit join the 199 and it'll take you right there. Right, the guy says Kamala would never do this because of exactly what Rogan said. She has to stick to the script. Great interview from Trump. And by the way, we did have that conversation with locals, and they gave me their advice on it, and they are willing to work with us and do anything we can to make it easier. But I explained to them, like, it's going to be tough to have this big D-Day Cobra community within that, but it's still, if it needs to be split at some point, we can split it. But I don't want to split it in the beginning. We want to put everything there in one place, one central location where everybody knows they can go support us directly. That's not on YouTube. Because I know a lot of people have asked, like, where can we support? And that's the place. That's the best place we can take everyone for now that's got the infrastructure we need and the support system. And we've had a lot of conversations with them about it. And so more information on that, though. Beardo Licks Window says every pause increases your gayness by 69%. Let's see. I don't even know how to say that name. Thanks for the link, you sexist homosexual a lot. You sexiest or sexist? Harley Dave says, can't help but give you the kudos for everything that you do for your team across your channels. You are a steadfast, patriotic fig, true leadership for your team. Most don't ever understand it. Thank you, Harley Dave. You're being way too fucking nice to me tonight, but I do appreciate it. Eric K says, chat, the mods are in agreement with you all. Every time Jeremy talks, we want to leave too. Let's see. The Abysmal Critic says Rogan posted they delisted YouTube because Spotify had an upload glitch and they were supposed to come out at the same time. They should both be good now. What's up, the Abysmal Critic in the house? Kalen Work says, hail D-Day Cobra. I was booted from the Navy for jab refusal. Trump is the only person who could possibly enable a reconciliation. MAGA, let's go, man. He can do it. Goji the King says, I'm here for the long haul, Mage. I'm impressed that Joe is keeping himself down the middle and actually being a fair interviewer. Hail the chat. Hail. Star Wars and Stripes says, sorry, I was watching the Trump rally and sending right side super chats. I'm kind of retarded. Trump rocking the dark gold MAGA hat tonight. It was fire. Louis C says, to anyone new here, this guy is gay. He's gay, and he's a gay man with gay Crocs and a gay boyfriend. God damn it. So many people join, and they're going to be like, oh, he's gay. I mean, he doesn't seem gay, but okay. All right, whatever. Fuck. All right, where are we at here? Extra Pretty Lady says Jared Trump is likely convinced Joe to roll out on YouTube because he believes in always going big or going home. On Spotify, so many less would get eyes and ears, and it trickles down. Let's see here. Where did we leave off? Act Natural says Jeremy likes tickle fights with men. Warbear says Jeremy taking so many gay men's loads to the face tonight, and with a smile. Respect it to the gay boy. Oh my God. Fuck. Magnum Norris says Dave Smith has TDS. Trump cut more government BS than any president. So what the fuck, Dave? Yeah, I'm not a fan of Dave Smith. I'm not a fan of Dave Smith. I'm just not. But I'm glad he's voting for Trump. Unless I guess Trump says something he doesn't like, and then he'll switch around and be like, oh, well, Trump offended me. I can't vote for him now. It's absolutely ridiculous. Single issue voters are the worst people. Like, how do you get to the point? Like, how are we this far into like this Trump era? And you're like, oh, I'm not sure how I feel about Trump. Good Lord. Shadow Sand says mods better get some coffee. Luis C says that YouTuber thumbnail. How did this lake disappear with a big old red arrow? Let's see. We've got Johnny says, to be honest, I'm terrified of whatever the left and deep state's plan B is for this election. They are desperate as fuck at this point and will cross dangerous lines to retaliate. They will. 3 says, swig of water for the weaving man. Jer, I'd show you how to use your eyebrow pencil, but that would be feminine Eminem gay. I'm hanging with you all for the night, for the show and the commentary. Thank you. ABF Prime just dropped a 50 gifted membership. ABF Prime just rolled up in here and dropped a 50 gifted membership. Insane. By the way, there has been more discussions because while we're focusing on the membership side for the locals thing and all of that stuff, we're still going to be updating everything on the YouTube side in terms of like giving you guys more stuff, like more emojis, more things like on the community tab, things like that. We are putting a foolproof plan in to make sure we're giving as much content on the Geeks and Gamers side, D-Day Cobra side, everything. Give us a little time, but we are working on it. We're getting a lot. Like, I'm sure you guys noticed it just like, where is it at? So I'm sure you guys noticed at the meetup, we had a lot better organization and we're trying to get more organized. It ain't me that's doing it. I'm still going to be the same crazy lunatic I've always been. We actually have smarter people involved now that are helping me. And I think it's going to be good for everyone involved. So just keep that in mind. 8 o'clock says MAGA 3, Return of the MAGA King, and the true fellowship of truth. Let's freaking go. Jimmy Ray says, to be frank, she said she worked at McDonald's. She never said she was employed by them. 99-cent sloppies. I don't know if you guys saw that meme that I put on Twitter earlier today. I'm not going to share it here, but you might want to go over to my Twitter account and check it out. You may enjoy it. Piano Dean says, I want Trump to be the first man to kick a field goal on the moon. Honestly, he still seems a ways away from that, but it doesn't hurt to have Elon on your team. Johnny says, hopefully this was all for the best in the long run, opens up the normies' eyes to the lunacy. You're right, Jeremy. Suffering through 2020 plus may have been a necessary evil, allowing the far left to expose themselves. Agreed. Booming Bob says, as of Sunday, it became my 10th anniversary on YouTube, and your snake eyes loving ass made me unretire and make YouTube videos and streams again. 199 Arashikage. Let's go. Thank you. Yo, Pops, for those 5 get the memberships. Thank you. Wolverine Schnick says, Trump 2024. I'll be waiting that morning in my camper on election day to vote for Donald J. Trump as my commander-in-chief. There we go. There's ABF Prime with the 50 gifted memberships. Thank you, ABF. He don't miss. Alec Baldwin's finger don't miss. Let's see. On Rumble too as our burger. Thank you. I appreciate that. And the Rumble stream has been fire tonight as well. I think we had about 600 people over on Rumble tonight. So still aggravated that they don't help keep up with the Rumble rants like I want them to. But we've had a good, solid crowd over there. We still have 400 people on Rumble, so I appreciate you guys being over there. So thank you for your dedication on Rumble. The Rumble peeps are dedicated. All right, they're very dedicated. They're very passionate, and we're happy about that. Sorry, I had to get a swig of water for the working man. As always, Slain Hope says it's re-uploaded. Once they get longer, we got to start over. Lucifer says, make eating the dogs and cats great again. Neg says, stay on this one. Re-upload may have been edited. Let's see. NDI says, stop saying we don't want to see you. Here for the community. Jim says, Jeremy, Alabama sucks dick. Can I get a go Vols? Fuck no. Chris from Michigan says, I'm staying to watch my favorite Fig. Babo Yogi says Cobra Cast has the best chat, most entertaining chat, most beautiful chat. Even the trolls who were raised with low T and bull milk for breakfast. 199. Westfield says can't get over how brilliant and sharp Trump is and how good Rogan is. RIP mainstream media. Red Donk says if you want to have some fun, keep refreshing the YouTube for this interview and watch the view count go straight into orbit in real time. Harley Dave says, there are troops today taking enemy fire right now. Magnum Norris says, fence sitters GTFO, says Jeremy. That's why I support this channel. John Goat says, we are not the Pats. F Tom Brady, go Trump. Tom Brady's a GOAT, baby. That's just the truth of the matter. Mozambique Bodie says, has anyone addressed Trump's suit? He's using neutral colors to cater to the undecided. And as he he's winning bigly. We shall win. Let's hope so, baby. No Identity Music says Jeremy is a beautiful gay man, and we are all blessed in his presence. Ranting Ryan says, I can watch the episode in its entirety later to get the full context. I'm here for the podcast. It's about loyalty to the truth seekers like Jeremy. Well, thank you. Ministry of Wrong Things says, not going to lie, I love Gary and as a strategy of getting Jeremy to keep pausing to save the stream. Fight, fight, fight. John Goat says, Dark Windows. Go Tyreek. I wonder who he means. Babo Yogi says, Jeremy as Gary may be gay, but all have 10 fingers. The dude says, if you're new here, this is Jeremy, a homosexual. He'll happily circus seals everyone at Respawn for Titanfall 3 and eats hamburger helper by the pound. Hades B says, defend the police. Hell the 199. Thank you. Emilio says, bring this home, Jeremy. Buried my dad today. Please see it through. Bro, you buried your dad today? Emilio, and you dropped 50 gifted memberships. Is Emilio still here? Are you still here? I hope so, Emilio. Give Emilio some love in the chat, everybody. Red Donk says, headphones are no good for Trump's hair. Keck Lord says, looks like Trump got a haircut. Ministry of Wrong Think says, Trump's ear isn't able to hold headphones anymore. Phantasm Stock says, Trump's hearing is beyond 100%. No need for headphones. Land Schneck said, headphones play back when you hear yourself talk and others, so no one is talking over each other. Dustin Echo says, Jeremy's gay, PP too hard. See a doctor ASAP. Westfield says, fools like Mark Levin and Shapiro attack tariffs. Sam Uri says, Gary, I wish I made it to San Antonio and Dallas. Stars, Wars, and Stripes says, Joe addressed the YouTube glitch. Janelle says, Lightning Jack and Paul Hogan is better than BVS. I agree. Cyberhunk Returns says, Shane Gillis has a really honed in his impression. Enormous Stitz says, oh yeah. Slain Hope says, this occasion calls for a feast. I'm making bacon. Hailstorm says, I respect that. Red Dog says, are you ready for the Abraham Accords to electric boogaloo? Harry Bush trimming removal services. Jeremy's favorite movie is Mortal Kombat Annihilation. Let that sink in. It distracts from his gayness only slightly, though. Steven says, thank you for playing this, Jeremy. Mike says, Gina posted a picture of her with Trump. I did retweet it. SC Loki says, Trump just walked out to the Undertaker music wearing the black and gold MAGA hat. Harley Dave says, you okay, bro? Absolutely. Paul for the 199. Cellular Dream says, Jeremy is gay. No Identity Music says, Jeremy is crushing it tonight. Icy Hawk says, 2 hours to go. My drinks won't last that long. Giggles and Bits says, word is Beyonce didn't even perform in Houston. Talk about a duck. I saw she did speak, though. She did speak. So I don't know exactly what happened. We'll try to update on that story later. The fact that there's still 3,000 people watching this is absolutely insane, by the way. So I appreciate you guys being here. Let's see. Eric K's Secret Races is Eric. Why don't you acknowledge minorities? Gay Man 84 is the best mod. Jessica Lindstrom is the best mod. Johnny says the orange Chad looks like he lost some weight. Let's see. Eric K's Secret Races is a lady. Likes the D best mod. Star Wars of Stripe says, hey, don't talk about my communist state. I'm offended. Gay Man 84 Lindstrom, Lady Aaron D best mods. Hawk Girl says, now could you imagine if Trump was high during this interview? No, I can't. Archer Blade says, to be frank, I live in Fukushima and only 3% of the only 3% is restricted. They could probably clean it up good like Hiroshima or Nagasaki. Let's see. Magnum Norris says, well, psychiatrist. Haha, yeah, that was funny as shit. American Patriot says, don't let up. Get out and vote. Osmora 199 says, here in Massachusetts, they are building those windmills based in water. It's caused lobsters and fish to flee, screwing over the fishermen. Star Wars of Stripes says, Trump rallies over hate when he walks out from the glass. The Raging D-Head says, Trump came out to the Undertaker music in Michigan. Let's see. Gay Storm is the best mod. Mike Noss says, Superman returned from the dead in the black suit. Trump is nearly assassinated and wearing a black MAGA hat. Trump is Superman. Lord Bothus says, bad news for Jeremy. Jessica Alba. Yeah, I got that one earlier. McCog says, Jeremy works the poll. Bubba Dank with 20 gifted memberships. Jared Armstrong says, Rogan just admitted the reason he had him on was because he got shot. Hector says, I realize Vance and Pence are just 2 letters off. Now we could technically reuse the old signs with a minor edit. I think they've done that a few times, honestly. 8 o'clock says, Vladimir Putin, if you want Ukraine, you better meet me in the octagon. Hi, T. Trump. Let's see. McCock says, Kamala's neck looks like an Arby's sandwich. Don't be disrespectful to Arby's sandwiches, please. Don't do that. Don't be rude. Don't be rude. Eric K says, if Kamala tried this, she would be confused. Only time she has spent 3 hours with a bunch of guys was on her back and knees. Andre CR says, Trump drops the gayest comments sometime. It's so funny. Red Donk says, better storytelling than Sebastian. I thought I was reading Black Hawk Down again. Johnny says, when you're peak manliness, you say perfect looking men without being gay. He's a man on a mission, a very important mission, no less. Mike says Kamala wouldn't last 20 minutes, let alone 3 hours. Polish Prince says, what we do in life echoes in eternity. Strength and honor. President Trump, MAGA 2024. Johnny says this man can have an engagement conversation with just about anyone. He could probably go on with Joe for 24 hours with only piss breaks easily. The 1992 space movie with 10 gifted memberships. Let's go. Frank, I think it's how to say it. Fortina for 5. Thank you. Lucifer says Springfield, they're eating the dogs and they're eating the cats. Jared Armstrong says Brian Kilmeade was one of the hosts of the first UFC. Flag Ninja says Trump, look at me. I am the interviewer now. Let's see. John Goat says this is fluid intelligence. Trump adapts to the subject while Kamala can only do talking points. That's why he's genuine and she's robotic. Slain Hope says point of a 3-hour podcast has become a conversation. Keck Lord says Trump interviewing Rogan now, LOL. Johnny says it's hard for Joe to shift the conversation back because Trump makes you want to talk about whatever he is talking about, a skill of great leaders. Keckler says Trump over Rogan. Trump takeover of Rogan. Slain Hope says you doubt Trump's trust in Joe. Not really, not really. Rattle Shark says, wow, did you just say Tulsi's name in a positive light? I mean, I don't hate Tulsi. Fable Man says Trump is the weave master. Slain Hope says Trump's first term got the Master Roshi treatment. Dana's Games Review says, shout out from Seattle, Washington. Trump Vance 2024 all the way. That's what's up. Chartart says 11/3/20. Trump was up 800,000 ballots at 11:30. After several dozen ballot dumps from 1 a.m. to 4 a.m., Biden gained 8 million ballots with no poll watchers present. Yep. Johnny says, I nominate Donaldo for the first third term in American history. No other president has ever deserved to be considered for it before his timeline. Lying Dogface Pony Soldier with the membership. Thank you. Game Biter says, I've been here at Walmart stocking groceries while listening to this. Nice to have you on the night shift again. Hey, you know I appreciate that as a old school retail person. Okay, you know I appreciate that. Richard Berg, which is our burger on the Rumble side, got 5 and get the memberships. Let's go. Thank you. Slain Hope says 10 million breeds into 60 million in 20 years. Hades B says bring back paper ballots, voting only. Slain Hope, they aren't racist. We need a word that's worse. Racists think blacks are dumb. These people know blacks aren't dumb while they tell people they are. Nate's memes. Eliminate all conspirators of the I don't know what the fuck you're trying to say there. That's a lot of skipping around words. Mazzo's retarded stinky cat says, Jeremy, if you guess how, oh yeah, and I missed it, and you still dropped me 100. Thank you. Sergio says 12:30 a.m. finished. LOL, Jeremy. Video tomorrow. VOD tomorrow. Radioactive says, Jeremy, they're not aliens. They prefer to be called undocumented off-world Americans. Remember, xenomorphs are people too. I am very sensitive to that. Okay. Dude, the views on Rogan are crazy, says Rosma in the chat. Yeah, I'm sure it's going to be wild. It's going to be a wild one. I mean, this stream is over. Let's see if this stream. All right, this stream is less than 600 views. I'm going to show you guys the analytics on this stream. You guys have been way too kind to me tonight. I'm going to show you all the analytics. Hayden Wayne just dropped a MAGA red $100 super chat and says, if you haven't yet, get out and vote early if possible. Remember all the crazy coincidences that happened in 2020, and don't leave room for election day flubs. The election workers actually mentioned to me to check my ballot when it prints because of rumors of flipping. There you have it right there. Boom. Hayden Wayne with a massive, massive $100 super chat. Thank you, Hayden Wayne. Here's the analytics for tonight's stream. I never do this to brag. I only do this as a thank you to be transparent. So for new people that are watching, I am not bragging because I know that I am nothing without the people. But I'm not even trying to show the money or anything. I was just going to show you guys the views. But here it is right here. Boom. So we are at 99,507 views in real time. And you see we peaked earlier. We peaked at 11,000 concurrent viewers. And then around that time, we've held viewers all since everybody dropped that didn't want to watch because I showed them where the link was for it. But we've held those viewers all night. So we're closing in on 100,000 views on this stream. So that is absolutely fantastic. Thank you guys for the support. Blowing Up Deluxe for 20 says we are having a state election here in Australia today. Fingers crossed our shithouse left-wing government is turfed on its ass and common sense continues to November 5th. Let's fucking go, Trump 2024. Thank you for the super chat. We appreciate it. Slain Hope says, shaking like a British nanny. Let him cook, Joe. Magnum North says, Mazza, how many drinks have you had since yesterday? Mazza says, nah, Jeremy, 0, because we can't let our guard down till October. 2 weeks till the election, and MAGA supporter got jumped by a mob in Boston. These people are rabid. Well said. Firefox says, make sure to donate to Dono 1 and 2 tips to the Fig. He loves them. The $1, $2 tips. Magnum Moore says, Jeremy's happy because of the supers. That tends to make me happy. Yes. Slain Hope says, Joe cost a big pizza a bit, but maybe mean Big Pharma $1 billion by dropping this late. Gordo Fabulous says, Trump 2024. Jared Armstrong says, Trump was absolutely dark MAGA in Michigan. The dude says almost 100,000 views. Almost 100,000 came from a Fig. Red Donk says, I'm about to watch the whole podcast again. Captain Rob Boss says, hail, you homosexual man. Grand Potato says, shout out to my fellow Alaska peeps, 907 for Trump. John Goat says, Krista simping goes through at 1/250th LM's price. Jay Hellstrom says, I got Black Ops 6. Also, you're gay. I'll get it, and I'll be home Sunday. Yo Pop says, it's your life, Jeremy. It's now or never. Jeremy ain't gonna live forever. Shout out to Gary. Fantastic Snock says, Kamala's latest rally at Houston had booze. Kamala couldn't claim her rally attendees, and it turned into a mess. Colin Rugg tweeted about it. Have a look. I was trying to look at that a little bit earlier. I'll definitely cover that at some point. We will be doing a driving stream whenever I'm heading back home. So be on the lookout for that. Rubber Band Jiggle Physics says, voted early today for Trump in Kansas. Was surprised to see Mark Hamill on ballot running for my county commissioner. Really? That's weird. Philip, my boy Philip is here. Project Egg Roll in the house. Be sure to vote with an erection. I'll be doing so with my 212th Trooper says, I just want to say thank you for standing up for the truth. I started watching you back when everything around The Last Jedi was happening. Thank you for being here. The biggest compliment is that you're still watching me, because I don't know why anyone watches me for more than 10 minutes. So the fact that you've been here for that many years, it either shows a very, very bad decision making on you, or I'm doing something right. I'll let you decide which one it is. Q-Tart says, play the clip of Kamala's rally. McManager says, you look up Steve DUI. I didn't. I didn't. Phantasm Sonic says, will the real Slim Stacy please shut up? Michael Valentine says, after Elon fires 80% of the government, tariffs will work. Star Wars of Stripe says, now that was a Friday night. Thank you for the repost on X, Jeremy. Yes, thank you for clipping that out. I appreciate it. That was super cool. Over on Rumble, and did it auto populate? Okay, so we've got Vault 95 says, we learned tonight that Ryan dressed as a ghost of George Floyd. You're still gay. If you're running this for 3 hours, I'm busting out my chips and salsa staying up late. Totally worth it. LFG. JD Corey says, we need to make this transformative. Jeremy should Trump dance for super chats. Johnny the Whiskid says, this deserves a Sabaton outro. I'm glad Joe interviewed Trump. This time the time is near and Trump's triumph is near at hand. I couldn't be more anxious. I'll be at SpaceCon tomorrow. Can't wait to see you again. Let's go. No Sabaton intro. It is closing in on 2 a.m. I have a panel tomorrow morning. We are at the end. So thank you guys. Holy shit. What a stream. What a night. MAGA is running fucking wild. Okay. Stop it, Q-Tard. He's almost caught up. Send more supers. So MAGA is running wild, and I cannot wait. I cannot wait for Sunday, Madison Square Garden. I got a long drive ahead of me, but we're gonna get the panel out of the way tomorrow. Then we're doing the meetup at the Ripaverse booth, and then I gotta decide what I'm doing from there to get back home. We are 104. You know what? I'm not leaving until we hit 100,000 views officially. We're gonna stay here until we hit 100,000 views officially. Here are the analytics right here. And that's real time. So we are right now. I'm not leaving this stream until we cross 100,000 views. I know I'm tired as shit, but I'm not leaving. I'm not fucking leaving. All right. There we go. There we go. We're 75 away. 75 away. Okay. Let's see here. Get this chat pulled up here. Where are we at? McManager with $1. Margaret says to make let's see. Quickly vote for Republicans. Fable of Man says the figgiest fig that ever figged. 49 views, ladies and gentlemen. 49 views. Let's go. We're almost there. Johnny's says, I found Jeremy after The Last Jedi Fallout 2, cringed at the video intro, but eventually ended up loving it, and now I miss it. What's up, geeks and gamers? It's Jeremy coming to you with another video, and today, MAGA 2024 is running wild, baby. Let's see. Yes, Tweeted Tone. This means no gaming tonight. So you can be mad. 33 views from 100,000. Can we do it? We're at 2,900 views concurrent still, which is absolutely insane. Let's see here. BRJ says, don't call me baby. I'm sorry, baby. I'm sorry. I hope you're a chick. So you're probably not, because I have like a 95% male audience. So that's really gay. So Wuman says I stayed the whole stream and all I got was gay. 7 views. Oh no. What happened? What happened? Did we lose the screen share? Get the fuck out of here, bro. What the fuck was that? There it is. God damn it. There. 100,000 views. We made it, boys. We hit 100,000 views. We probably lost it in real time because stupid StreamYard just crashed out on me. But we made it. Toxic Man Blue for $50 as a celebration. Beastie Man says, look, I'm on TV. Yes, you're on TV. What a night. What a night. What a night. So there we go. 100,000. Jay Hailstorm is the best. Bro, check this out. Hailstorm. Somebody brought this, okay? Look at this. All right? Somebody brought this to the meetup, okay? They brought this to this is the Moon Man, okay? The MTV Moon Man. That's what this is. And they basically painted the gay fucking mask on him, okay? A Texas flag. It says Fig of the Year, okay? It's got an Alabama logo on it, a Geeks and Gamers logo on the other side. Hail the 199 on the back. And on the very bottom, it says J Hailstorm Rules. It says J Hailstorm Rules. Look at that shit. Okay. So there you go. So also, someone brought this to me. Someone made this for me. Look at that. Look at that. Tell me that ain't sexy. Okay. That's badass. All right. So that's really freaking cool. There we go. All right. So we got to end it there. I got to get some sleep. I appreciate you guys so much. What an amazing night. Incredible support. Tweeted Tone in the stream via Jeremy Osteen. Jeremy Osteen is very, very tired. Jeremy Osteen appreciates the super chats. And Jeremy Osteen wants to say a special good night to Tweeted Tone, because Tweeted Tone is very, very gay, and we don't need that in this chat. Tweeted Tone, cast out that demon. Tweeted Tone, be more like an alpha male. Thank you, Tweeted Tone. And Wamin. There we go. All right, we got to end it there. I appreciate you guys. I'm really fucking tired. I don't know why we keep doing what we do here, but it's awesome. And tomorrow, SpaceCon panel, 10 a.m. Going to be awesome. We're going to have merch. We've got a few of the IDOT hoodies. I know I said we weren't going to have any, but we have a few left over because of the production. So we have a few t-shirts and a few hoodies. Not many, but a few. So hopefully you guys are there and you can pick up a couple. Johnny says, Jeremy also helped open my eyes to the crazy. I was liberal before and easily manipulated because I paid no attention to politics at all. Then it started invading our entertainment, and Jeremy and Ripa helped lift the veil. Look at that, man. That's awesome. Willie Will to the chat says, love and peace to all. Willie, you are incredible. Your support. Thank you. Laughing Man, both of you guys, $500 super chats. Absolutely stupid. make sure you go follow the Geeks and Gamers locals. Go to geeksandgamers.com and you can join the 199, take you right over there. We're going to have a lot of content over there. We're also going to do stuff for the YouTube members, so don't worry. Rumble people, I appreciate you. Kick, I appreciate you. Follow me on Twitter. We will be live tomorrow for the panel, so keep that in mind. We will be live for the panel on the Geeks and Gamers main channel, so keep that in mind. I'll see all of you over there. So if you're not subscribed to Geeks and Gamers on YouTube, please be over there. We will be live covering that along with some SpaceCon coverage. So thank you. Have a great night. Thank you for the support, and we will talk to all of you later. I'm trying to drag this out so I can hit the ending screen because I haven't found it yet. All right, there we go. Have a good night. MAGA 2024, and we will talk to you. 2012. I'm fucking tired. Have a good sleep, dude, and may your allegiance be to the Republic and democracy. Thank you. I appreciate it. All right. I was all tripping up over my fucking words. Love you all. MAGA 2024, and we will talk to you later.